After a breakthrough Brawl Cup performance that saw Tribe Gaming deliver the region's best international finish in 2 years, the second half of the season is officially underway. With 1.5x circuit points now in play and the new map draft system making its debut, the margin for error has never been smaller. Welcome to the June monthly finals here in North America. My name is Sunny and I'm joined here today with Reddy and Uber. Spoo is waiting in the wings. Now, gentlemen, which team has your attention as we get the summer split on the way?
For me personally, it's got to be Team Electros. I feel like these guys didn't really show up in the last couple of months of the spring split. They've acknowledged their mistakes, and I think they're really the new hotness in this region, so I'm looking forward to what they do in the second half.
They should have been at Brawl Cup. There's no two ways about it. One other team I thought should have been there is Vatic, who are our most recent monthly champions. I really would have hoped to have seen them at that event, but obviously they get started a little bit late in the split. But here, 1.5x points, which means 90 points for winning a monthly final, 60 for ending up in the grand final. This is where they should make their run. I think, frankly, NA should have set two different teams, two Brawl Cupper. Things had fallen just a little more correctly for them. But hey, you can't argue with the top 4 finish for the region.
That is a brave shout. We have the first 4 matches of the day. I'm specifically looking forward to that first one for Tribe Gaming to prove that Brawl Cup wasn't just a fluke. Again, it was their best finish in an international tournament since 2 years. Now, this is the leaderboard. Tribe Gaming is sitting at the top here.
They're empowered by those Brawl Cup points that they acquired for, finishing as high as they did. FA Bobby managed to get a top 8 finish there, so they're sitting at number 2. I think that this was okay. I was definitely whelmed with the performance that we saw there. For Tribe Gaming, I still think that they're the most consistent team in the region, however. There's no arguing with that.
Now let's have a look at that run. How well did they actually do at Brawl Cup? Both Tribe Gaming and now FA Bobby have been playing in Brawl Cup. Plus 40 points for Tribe Gaming. They actually ended up in 3rd to 4th place.
Both of these teams end up running into Humble, right? And that's not obviously a matchup you're going to feel favoured in either way. Look, the rivalry between this FA Bobby team and Humble had been building over literal years, right? It was supposed to be like the best in NA versus obviously the best in the world, but also in EMEA. That transatlantic rivalry never got to play out until Brawl Cup, and it was the most underwhelming game you could have expected between those two. And it showed the gap between NA and the rest of the world. Here, locally is where they start to close that gap, become stronger, make each other stronger. But I was I was meh about that performance. And I would have liked the top 2 performance from NA in general. Top 4 is okay, but I know they can do better.
Let's see what they can do on domestic soil now back in their home region. Definitely coming in with momentum today. Now, if you have really good eyes and look closely, you can see that we brought something else back from the Brawl Cup. It's our famous red button. Now, if you press it, one of us, you will get 200 points on the website. If you're watching right now on event.brawlstars.com, if you're not yet, better tune in. You will get 200 points whenever we press this button. Whatever we deem a really good play, maybe even a really bad play.
Yeah, can we do throws? Because we didn't actually have a ton of opportunity to press it in South America until the end when you accidentally tripped it while you...
Yeah, it was such an accident. No, I take full accountability for that. Y'all can thank me later, by the way.
Yeah, so, if you want to incentivize me to press it by accident at any point in the show, you know where to find me. Hopefully we've got some great plays to celebrate, which would necessitate a little bit of this action.
You also want to lock in your votes. Who do you think is going to win in each of these matches over on event.brawlstars.com to get some more points towards the rewards you just saw on screen as well. Now, talking about predictions, what did you guys say? Who will take the first 4 matches?
I don't feel like I really had any hot takes in my predictions. If we just hit countdown, we only really disagreed on 2 different things. I feel like FA Bobby are absolutely going to take the quarterfinal. I do not know what you guys are on to think that Vic Day is going to do this. Look, y'all, they qualified for challengers. They should probably be pretty happy there. Also, I don't know what Spoo's singing over here with the legacy prediction. It's Vatic all the way. They won the April monthly final, and I think they're stronger than ever.
Why did I predict Vic Day? I think that team has gotten better. I do think their Challengers win is good, right? There is a lot of talent in that sort of tier 2 space in NA. And I don't know, I've been burnt too many times by FA Bobby before. I was the biggest Only Realm fanboy at Brawl Cup, and that Humble game was stinker.
For me, for most of the regions, most of the team, that's true. whoever came back from Brawl Cup and was focused on the international stage and on that specific meta is doing a little bit worse than what we expect them to do in the following month in their own home region. That has been true in East Asia, in EMEA. Yesterday also for Pizza Congelada, and then Bounty Hunter still took the win overall. So that's the only team that really broke that curse. So I feel like maybe FA Bobby and Tribe Gaming are not going to have the best of days today. Also Vic Day, if my data is true, they scrimmed 5 sets in total.
Yeah.
And that was against FA Bobby, and they won all 5 of them. I'm not sure
You're kidding.
if that is true, but that's the only data I have from them, so...
Grinders.
Yeah,
Unreal.
yeah. Really putting in the legwork there with 5 sets. That's just the Vic Day mindset, though. They show up, they play really for fun, they win, they're like, well, I guess that happened. We're going to do it again next month, by the way. Just good luck beating
That is overwhelmingly unserious.
Yeah.
I regret my prediction a little bit. I mean, it was good that they beat FA Bobby, but scrims are not match condition games. There's a big difference between them. So.
And then we asked all of you to vote once more about the team to watch. Who is the team that you want to have your eyes on for today? And it is Tribe Gaming who won the vote. They are a team to watch today. Now, in all the other regions, in East Asia and EMEA, the team to watch dropped out in the semi-finals yesterday. In South America, the team dropped out in the quarterfinals already, with Loud dropping out way too early. How are you feeling about your Tribe Gaming predictions now, guys?
I feel like you can't really curse Tribe because they haven't finished top 1 just yet. So if they don't win it all, then that's kind of on brand for them. They've just been very consistent. They would have to drop out in a quarterfinal, which would be so unexpected. I really don't see it even being a possibility.
For me, the real curse on Tribe Gaming is the curse of bone-hurtingly mid, because I feel like that's what they've been over the course of the year. I want to see them winning monthly finals. I want to see them dominating their opponents. I don't want to see them having to reverse sweep or, fight themselves out from a corner, because these guys have the pedigree and the experience now where they should be like top team globally, not just in this region. So win a monthly final, guys. Let's go.
And they can prove it to us in that first quarterfinal of the day already. It's Tribe Gaming versus Nova Esports. And now that Nova roster, a truly interesting one.
Yeah, we saw a couple of brawlers, a couple of players to depart from the roster. One of them went to South America, one of them went over to Vic Day. It's so bizarre. Now, they have acquired Kirito, who I would say is a lesser-known name in the region, but is good in his own regard. You have Reledu also becoming a player rather than a coach, and usually players are a coach for a reason. They, are good at instructing and helping people, but they're not the greatest players, and they have seen, pretty contingent results also with that.
I mean, this team qualified via a DQ. One of the teams failed their fair play check, and that's how this Nova team have been able to advance. I kind of like how they're trying to manifest success from the name of a previous world champion, Brawl Stars squad. But, this is definitely the remnants of that STMN roster with Roledu coming into play. We're not, we're not expecting this to be a particularly competitive game. And if it is competitive, that would probably reflect negatively on Tribe coming off that Brawl Cup showing. I would like to see a bloodbath here just because it would keep my faith in this Tribe Gaming team that they'll continue to grow as a squad intact.
They're yet to win a monthly final, despite coming in as one of the favorites in this region. Kind of a similar story to what we had yesterday with Loud, dominating the region last year, and now this year kind of fallen off, but still in a good, solid position in the leaderboard, despite not having won a single one. Consistency is still their strength in the end. Now, we do have the debut of the map making or the map drafting system also here in the NA region as our last monthly final of the month, but still new to this region. Now, Tribe Gaming is the upper seed, so they get to pick if they want to pick the first map or the second map and then so forth. So they're going to go with first pick here, Ring of Fire, Hard Rock Mine, Paintball Dreams, Golden Gulch, and then Dry Season, a tiebreaker that is chosen at random. If we even get that far, right? I feel like we kind of all believe this is going to be a 3-0. I do want to see Nova surprise us, though. These are the global bans, so these 4 brawlers we will not see for the next 5 matches.
Luffy target bans, if you ask me, Edgar, Mortis are 2 brawlers that he's really good at. And over here for Tribe, I think they're just keeping these last picks very consistent. Don't want to deal with Damien. They're not going to be surprised out here. Shade is so troublesome to draft around as a last pick possibility. I think these are pretty respectable global bans.
Yeah, we're banning the Tribe Mortis. Kind of have to do that. That does address more of the problematic brawlers, but it does mean, Leon Ali is going to be available in most of these games, right? Pierce is going to be there. Even though in SA, we see teams kind of veering away from that particular sharpshooter choice, even favoring Bell over it, which to me is bizarre. But yes, this total in votes definitely represents my expectations for this game.
96%, that must be one of the highest numbers we have seen in this prediction. If you want to lock in your predictions, it's now over for the first one, but you still can for the following matches. Lock in those points on the reward track. It's the last possible monthly final region that you can do so. Now, Nova, I feel like the players still look pretty confident. They're all chilling. So either they just go in here with no expectations and that is their biggest strength. They have the opportunity to surprise everyone, or they just feel like, hey, let's just have fun with it.
I think that they know that the expectations are practically underground at this point. Like, they are expected to lose. They're expected to go down 0-3 versus Tribe Gaming. But I still think that these guys have a lot of heart. One thing I want to shout out is the jersey that Payne was wearing.
SPS Pro
yeah,
Series?
the Snapdragon Pro Series. But he had an interview that has always struck me since then. He said that we've all started from the bottom, and like, no one makes it here in 1 year. The important thing is to start. Well, they're legitimately at like the furthest bottom that they have been in several years.
Rock Bottom has a basement and they found it.
Yeah, that's true. But they can still climb up the stairs, you know, get back on stage. I don't think it's going to happen with this roster, but you got to start somewhere.
Yeah, again, they're going to keep a foothold because they do inherit the points of STMN. They've got 2 of those STMN members on that roster. That is relevant, and maybe they can build something from this. But it's going to be tough up against a team that is pretty hard, I feel like, to catch off guard. You won't catch Tribe Gaming sleeping. They're pretty solid, consistent. They know their way around this game.
They're the most prepared team probably from any region, I feel. And in the end, I do have to say that even Nova Esports can give themselves a pat on the back. They're still amongst the best 8 teams in all of North America, which is a pretty big region, I feel. So still a very good feat. And with that, we want to head straight into our quarter-final one, won't we? Kirito, Payne, Roletu versus RBM, Diego Gamer and Luffy. An unlikely matchup in this one. And we are going to kick things off here on Ring of Fire. It was the map pick from Tribe Gaming. So probably also expected to win this first one.
I think Ring of Fire is a really difficult map to draft, so this one just oozes confidence by Tribe Gaming. They're going to outdraft and outskill their opponents here, which, guys, it's always the objective, but I think that they've wedged Nova into a really difficult position off the beginning of the match.
Is the Otis to start things off here for Nova? Pretty popular on this map. I think Fat Splatter's kind of good, gives you a bit of room. It also wards off any of the enemy brawlers that are just trying to dip a toe onto the point. If your opponents are playing like these, you know, control brawler heavy comps, they don't really want to spend any time on the point. They don't have that staying power. Fat Splatter makes it a little bit more annoying for them and kind of cuts their free percentage down. I think the Draco ban is very heads up against Tribe. They really like to try and get RBM on that kind of brawler. And the Damien Global ban means that's not an option. We've actually seen Tribe try and play that on this map as well.
Now on both sides, something to counter the DPS or the assassins on either side. Jester and Otis, very solid picks here, very safe. If you do want to go with something aggressive, I would see a Leon on this map. Fang, we have seen in the past as well. Usually you want to go with something with a bit more range in mid as well, but with Finks, Colette and Lou banned out from the side of Tribe Gaming, that's the best 3 for that purpose gone already. I do see that Tribe Gaming also likes to play B on this map, which is a bit of an outlier. We don't see B too often in the current meta anymore. Mina, they do go with something aggressive first. Of course, they can still go with another safe option as last, like that B.
We get an alley here from Nova. They really want to get a bit spicy.
I think it's possible. The only issue is that they are going to be facing a Chester, which will pretty much delete it in 2 shots. So you've got to be. Oh my gosh! Sorry, I was completely sidetracked by that. Yeah, why can't we let it assist with the draft, please?
I think the cuteness overload is distracting for our boy Paciocolate.
He's got to come up with a 4-5 selection right now. Something to not do too poorly into the Chester. I agree with Illumi. I think it will be aggressed with something last. I think Ali's completely on the table to deal with this.
Obviously, Crow, also an option. Haven't really seen that one trended towards. But yeah, a lot of those, like, you know, a lot of the gap closers sort of off the table here. We know that like Tribe like to mix in like a tank with some like control side laners if they possibly can. And so far, the drafting here from Nova's been very safe, very risk averse. The problem is they do have to expose this last pick.
Come on!
And they're going to go for a PAM. So we are very, very safe. Pam, rare to see her in this era, I think, on this map. But of course, you can put your healing station in a safe spot behind some walls and you can just dip your toe onto the point. This is what this kind of comp will want to do. And Scrap Sucker is a very disruptive gadget to have to run into.
Haven't seen Pam in a while on a map like this one, usually only as an answer to Finks because she's really good against his super. Now, picking her out of context like that, again, haven't seen that in a while, but she will probably survive a Mina attack because she's just so tanky plus turret. Pierce is left open, so he's going to be picked up even better than the B in my eyes. I feel like Pierce probably was just banned out very often. That's why try pick B. They don't even have to do that in this one. I really like that. We have a solid comp on the left-hand side. Right side, I feel like Otis and Lumi are two brawlers that we see very often on a map like this one as well. The Pam, a bit of an outlier. She's going to struggle against the Chester and Pierce damage, but she might be able to help her teammates with that Mina.
Pierce ranches every one of these brawlers.
Yeah. Outranges every single one of them. I think it's a favorable matchup for him, but that is a lot of pressure to put on Diego Gamer. He is the Pierce for the squad. We'll see what he's able to do in this 8th versus #1 seed match. Nova, they've been battered and bruised lately with a couple of their key players leaving the roster, and Tribe are looking in phenomenal shape after achieving the highest that North America has gotten at international LAN in a couple of years.
Painting with a gold shot, he's definitely done. Diego Gamer keep chilling on the point. Oh, this isn't going to be close at all, folks. The fact that RBM is able to tie up Pain for so long and give Diego all that free point percentage, Nova are struggling, and I think they're feeling deep discomfort playing this Pam, frankly, into any of these opponents.
They're getting spawn trapped right now. RBM, even with a Jawbreaker on the left side, no one's making it out of here. Luffy with a super on the right to confirm the kill. And it doesn't seem like Nova have a really solid strategy of getting out here. We have the Lumi gadgets down. We need a pinch on the left side. Pain, however, has his attention diverted over Diego Gamer. Goes for the stun, won't hit it on RBM. Those are phenomenal dodges from RBM. Dancing around on the point right now, effortlessly dominating these interactions. It doesn't even seem Tribe have even died a single time.
Yeah, Diego Gamer has discovered the full automatic sniper rifle, by the way, because Bro is just going all over the place. Not even remotely close, folks. That is Tribe Gaming, who show us exactly what happens when you try and tangle with the best. And yeah, I wouldn't be too impressed either. I really feel like that the Pam pick for me is a head scratcher. You need something, I think, to put pressure on this Tribe comp. Not someone who just comes out and says, please hit me in the face repeatedly.
Yeah, I think maybe they expected also like the possibility of a thrower or something like that. I think Juju's really the only throw that you could play over here around the water, and they weren't scared of that at all. That's going to be good team callouts actually to deal with Luffy playing way too aggressive on the right side. Didn't even get team play, but you saw from the smiles on Tribe's faces that they're no longer taking this set seriously. They're almost honestly like trying to conceal their expressions because they don't want to be thinking that they already have this one in the bag.
Sure. There's a lane switch here that puts the Pam on the right side, which is a bit more uncomfortable for Luffy, someone who up close doesn't really want to fight the Pam. Ah, yes, Diego Gamer is the epitome of being chilling right now. It's Kirito attempting to put some pinch pressure here at this left-hand side of the map, but Luffy is now well and truly entrenched, such that the gap is well and truly being closed. Nice Grim and Frostbite in here, but that just eats a wind wall and Luffy stays safe.
I'm looking at 3 different players playing completely independent games of Brawl Stars. Payne throwing down a gadget that's not really going to achieve anything position-wise for his team. We'll see if the next one does do something, because at least every member of the team is going to be here fighting on the defensive line. A chance to get in on mid. It's going to be a hypercharge on the right side to confirm a kill, and one for Diego Gamer with his super. On the right, actually, Luffy, yes, just barely manages to eke out that interaction. Tribe Gaming have so much confidence here. This is their map pick. This is their domain. They haven't been shaken at all off of this point, as they're counting up to 100 right now with little to no rebuffal from Nova.
Yeah, just dominant stuff here from Tribe Gaming. I think it's in all aspects of the game. The draft is really solid. I mean, my eyes lit up when I see the Pierce just sort of round things out. He's just not getting that global ban attention anymore, and it feels like it's also a whole lot to ask teams to expend a ban slot on him when there are so many other troublesome brawlers on a map like this Ring of Fire. You've got to deal with the tanks a lot of the time, but leaving this guy open is a bad idea. Diego Gamer just tore them to pieces.
They didn't really have anything for it. Usually the thing that deters a Pierce here is some kind of aggro, and Nova decide to pretty much hard spec into defense and sustain on the point, and then they just got run down the entire time. Luffy wasn't even facing too much resistance in the face of this Pam, who, yes, does have Scrap Sucker. Mina's reload speed isn't really that amazing, but if I block all of your shots with a
wind wall?
Yeah, exactly. Then it doesn't matter at all.
If you saw that last clip as well, he used the Scrap Sucker plus the turret and still lost to the Mina. So even the Pan wasn't enough to really stop her. Maybe there would have been another good pick. Again, Pam is something we haven't seen in quite some time, and I do welcome some new ideas. Those underdog teams do need to show us something new, because sometimes those surprises can actually make it so they can win in the end. Stripe Gaming just not prepared for it.
Like, do they need a Lumi and an Otis, right? You're picking two like very dyed-in-the-wool control brawlers, and if you're going to do that, you need something a little bit spicy to round that comp out. And Pam is about as milquetoast finisher, I think, in that draft as you could ask for.
Yeah, maybe the Ellie would have been a good shot.
Something
We're
needs to
now
put pressure.
heading over to Hard Rock Mine again. Don't mind to see some new ideas, so please bring it. We have this map picked up by the side of Nova now. My data once again says they didn't scrim it too often compared to Tribe, who has amongst the highest amount of set scrims in all of NA. Only Team Electros has more.
They are very locked in. They are very. Oh, hold on.
Are we locked in? Are you sure about that?
Is it not too early to reach for our secret weapon at this point?
No.
It's Dark Diego, baby.
Evil Diego gamer.
It's like in Zelda, we have to fight your like dark mirror image kind of thing.
Yeah,
it's
that's exactly
like
it.
Ego.
Yeah, the second health bar has
Scumbag
appeared.
Diego.
Okay, well, Diego, let's see him put on a show. Or maybe this could be overconfidence. It is, after all, a slow and insidious killer, but it would have to come back to bite them in the later stages. For now, I don't think Nova's going to put up that much of a fight against them, even though this is their map pick after all.
So obviously we're looking here for safe mids, and then we're looking for a tool to wrest the gems out of our opponent's hands. So, you know, things like Naja here, very reasonable. We see like Ruffs to play side lane, and straight away we have a tool used to extract gems. It is going to be the Lily. Now, whoever's hands this ultimately rests in on the side of Nova, they're going to have to be steady.
Lily's always very good to have that comeback mechanic. If the opponents have all the gems already, you can come in the end with a hypercharge, get to combo, and steal those gems away if you manage to pull that off, if you manage to form your hypercharge throughout that game. So they already have something aggressive, maybe something a little bit more stable would be good now for the second lane. Byron is going to come in here just to offer support for Lily. I'm not sure how good a Byron is on gem grab these days, because he doesn't really have much to defend himself from the Edgars in the world. Edgar luckily banned out here globally, but we still have so many options open. We have the Ellie still, we have the Feng, we have a Buzz, we have Kaze. Like, there's still so many options that could be dangerous for this Byron mid.
I think Nova are just playing the safe. They just want to play consistent brawlers, ones that are easy and comfortable. So Byron is a lot of times able to win a matchup on his own. It just raises the same concerns that I had after set number 1, where it looks like we're playing some individual games of Brawl Stars over here. You look at this Nita, it's going to be to push away anything that like could come in tanky as a last selection. Anything that breaks open walls would also be quite decent against it. However, Lily really needs those, and Ruffs is banned out, so you would have to go Griff, and I don't know if I like that so much.
I just don't like the Byron because there's still a Crow left open, a Charlie. These two are so good against Naja, and they also offer a bit more defense against a Fang that I've actually mentioned. What does the Byron do in that situation? I would have even liked a Nita from themselves as well, so they have 2 lanes and can react with their last pick for gem career in the end.
What does Byron do against this? Gets folded like a lawn chair, baby. He does not want to be on the receiving end of that kick. So now you've got a composition that is pretty tanky. They don't have the most amazing poke, right? Obviously, like, Fang's never going to light the world on fire in terms of the damage stats if he's just throwing his flip-flops at them. And Nita needs to close the gap a little bit here. Rico to have an oppressive side lane, I think, is quite potent now. This also makes it dangerous to sort of move up on it. Both your side laners for Tribe don't necessarily want to play that long, drawn-out war of attrition game, and will be required to take steps forward to close that gap and to pressure this Rico down. This is going to be very skill expressive, this comp from Nova.
I think also it's going to be difficult, however, for Nova to enforce a Rico lane because, look, Rico, he has had his heyday here in Hard Rock Mine. It used to be an insta-lock, but I think over time, players have realized that, oh wait, actually if we just don't play that lane, it's really inconsequential to the outcome. Objective is at mid, and Rico can be pretty much entirely ignored. RBM's still going to be tasked with dealing with this lane. He just needs to hold it off, basically. That, or find Kirito, who's found Diego Gamer on the right side. He's gotten a few shots on Kirito, nearly clips the wall to get him in the end. This mid control belongs to Nova for now. Kirito has to be dealt with, and his task also is just to pretty much punish Diego Gamer in close range since he doesn't have anything to deal with it in melee.
Yeah, and Diego Gamer doesn't have the DPS just to blow up the Lily, right? That's actually going to be up to Luffy, who should have a roundhouse kick gadget, so it's just a stun on click. There it is. Pacho able to stay alive, though, had the super to turn that fight around. That's a big difference maker. And Diego now knows he's going to get run up on by Kirito. Fortunately, help is on the way, and even the gems dropped over. Another kick in, and Pacho this time drops the gems. It's inevitable. It'll come for you. Dread from it, run for it. You're going to get kicked by Fang.
Wow, Pacho had that timing down as Byron, but he was not ready for part 2. Here comes gem number 10 for Diego Gamer. He's just got to stay safe, and he wants he wants Kirito to use this hypercharged super on. I'm going to go for it. Oh my gosh, what are we aiming for? Maybe he thought maybe someone would be in the bushes or something, but that's a really, really ugly Lily super. That's not what you can be wasting your hypercharge on. And who even cares, because Nita's holding back the entire enemy team by herself with a hyper.
Yeah. You mentioned that a large number of these guys will be playing individual games of Brawl.
Yep.
Sometimes the individual game is a 1v3.
Yes.
And the rest of the tribe were chilling. The Rico, he takes a bit of space. He tries to get forward. The Nanta's able to play out of that line of sight, or at least that sort of, harm's way, and just be a real pain. Pacho's like forever gonna be like half health if he takes 1 or 2 of these snakes, which he's Luffy just turns him into a wet paper bag. Lawn chair, I'm telling you.
Folding instantly, we'll see. We see a lane swap also. I agree with Kane playing on this lane. I think he was just looking for the proper matchup. Thought that it would be better versus Nita, and then couldn't get a sight line on her thanks to the obstacles on the left side. Whoa, Luffy found the connection. Look, at a point, Rico is just going to be another means of getting to Byron. We'll see a defense for RBM. It's a winning matchup, or at least it pushes Kirito away. And look at how early game Kirito has this hypercharge. He can sit on this for a while. Really, it's just to steal all of the gem back towards the end of the game. But now just going to try and diff RBM to get some additional control.
Okay, well, that's one way to make use of a hypercharge. Fine, I suppose. Luffy, you're going to push up! No! The gems. At least he was poisoned, though. Pacho able to get a hit on him. So Diego Gamer steps forward now. Has a super to cover his retreat, but the Lily might just pop him. Still, RBM is there. Not really the gem carry you want to see, but hey, we've got Bruce the Bear ready to go. It wasn't even the hyper variety now. It's faux fur. Makes Bruce nice and tanky and even gets a free hit.
9 gems for RBM. He only needs 1 more. It's going to spawn pretty close to him, and that's the pressure on Kirito. Hypercharge popped by RBM before he goes in the realm. That was telegraphed as heck. He saw that coming from a mile away. 10 seconds to go, and Nova don't have any ways of achieving some close encounters of this RBM on the back lines. 5 seconds to go. Not a chance at all. Tribe Gaming absolutely steamrolling through Nova right now. 2 sets in a row, not a single game conceded.
Turns out that Nita's actually a great gem carrier in this matchup, because for Lily to dive you, that's very challenging. If you have a hypercharge for the raw stats, you can basically get hit by that Lily super and still fight your way out. There was a hypercharge being settled. There could have been a hyper Bruce, which would have been pretty nasty in the aftermath here, but again, it's a really solid comp here for Tribe. The Fang was used to perfection. Luffy always showing up on those highly mobile, skill-expressive brawlers, and there was another dominant showing for Tribe.
Since I know Semantic is watching right now, I want to point out something that he told me. When is NA going to figure out that you can just go Naja, an anti-tank, and an assassin and win every single game? That is a composition that Tribe Gaming is running right now, and it works so well for them.
Well, Bro did say he learned something at Brawl Cup. Maybe that was it.
Yeah. Did we learn it from NA? Well, he kind of beat both of our North American teams, so taught them a lesson.
It's like Perfect Cell. He just absorbed them and became stronger.
That's right.
Keep in mind here as well that Nita pick came way later, and we had the option to pick Nita up on the right-hand side as well. I think at this point, we know that Nita is a good counter to all of these tanky assassins, the sneaky ones as well. So yeah, maybe just pick Lily and Nita together instead of Byron. I kind of
good though. If they don't,
it's always good to pick a counter with the brawler you want to succeed. Usually, and they really just bet on Lily. She had to perform, and she couldn't really into the matchup she had. And again, the Byron pick, it's fine to support the Lily, but in itself, in the current day and age as a gem carrier, he's just not good enough to hold his ground or get out of harm's way, like the Crow would just jump out of the way, for example, that was left open and not even picked up. So far, this region seems to really rate Crow a lot lower than all 3 other regions.
Might have been picked if Nova had actually taken the Lily and the Nita together, because then you would need like a really safe mid with an escape, potentially, but not to be. Tribe Gaming here, confident, comfortable, and easing in to this monthly final. See, this is a favourable matchup in this quarterfinal based on their solid performance in the qualifiers. And remember, these guys got 40 circuit points from being at Brawl Cup. Doesn't seem like a whole lot in the context of the 1.5x multiplier now in this stage of things, but it still matters. They'll get 15 for coming out of this game. And remember, 90 points for winning it all. That is crazy.
Now, we touched base with Luffy also to ask him about, hey, like, how much does it mean for you to win a monthly final? Consistency is good. He wants to win. He plays to win. He's a true competitor at heart. But if you want to qualify for a postseason, you need those additional points really badly.
With the draft now for Pinball Dreams, potentially the last map. If Tribe Gaming manages to win this one as well, is it going to be a 6-0 in the end? They didn't drop a single game so far. If Lumi is first pick from the right-hand side, solid pick. Don't have anything to say against it. With her frostbitten gadget, she really controls the area well. On the left-hand side now, we still have a couple of options open that also just fulfill that promise of pick something safe for the start, like the Cordelius, Otis, and Chester. Now, from those three, all three are open. They decide to go with Cordelius here.
Cordelius is a reactive pick normally, right? It's to shut something down. So how would you two draft if your opponent first picks him? What are you avoiding?
Throwers here on Pinball Dreams. I think that's one of the main things that you're concerned about. You have these walls on both left and right sides. It's one of the most powerful things that you can select.
Yep, I would make sure that I pick up Willow. She's banned in this occasion, but having Willow and Cordelius in one comp is just so strong because you effectively take out two people. Exactly. Willow is banned out, so they don't have to worry about that. I like to shout with the thrower. Cordelius can jump over walls, so throwers aren't the best matchup into him. Also, tanks like a Feng or someone can't really dive in because he's always just going to be snatched out by that Cordelius. On the right side, we now go with Kenji. Don't mind it. It's not the best matchup into the Cordelius, but it does do super well into Naja, and we saw a lot of Kenji yesterday as well. I feel like he stands his ground, he can dodge out of the way even from a Cordelius super if he's skilled enough to do so.
Feels like he does everything, maybe not amazingly anymore, but has a heal, has damage mitigation on that first hit, has a super that allows him to close the gap, and then a hyper that actually sort of draws people in to be displacing. So very potent. Someone else who can cover a lot of distance with their super, though, is going to be Mo. And so at least Nova have drafted themselves a comp that can shine if those individuals can step up, right? We know Mo is capable of these pretty insane goal-scoring moments, and Kenji as well will give you a lot of room to work with. Are you trying to outrange like these two sort of control brawls here, the Mo and the Lumi? Maybe find something that's just great against them? First aid fury!
Oh man, oh man.
RBM special.
Yeah, this is a heads-up pick for Tribe Gaming. It's one that they play really well. I think it has a good matchup into the Lumi. I think it has, you know, a pretty winnable matchup into the Kenji as well. So this one's huge. You're going to make good utilization of the walls, which are always going to be available. You don't have any wall break on the field right now. I'm a little bit concerned for what this Mo is capable of. I think it should be like pretty decent at farming super off of the Cordelius and does have winning matchups versus the Naja. So that's really the main thing that sticks out to me for Nova's composition. But I put my faith in Tribe to win once more with their comp.
What sticks out to me is that Luffy actually plays upstanding, already training for the next LAN event.
That's what he does. He actually scrims everything standing up. He has a sit-to-stand desk for that express purpose.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, you want to try and, you know, emulate those match conditions as much as you can. Hard to do that here, I guess, against a team that's not offering you a lot of resistance. But still, Tribe are taking this seriously.
Tribe, they're ready to 6-0 Nova. It's the same fate that befell Nova in the final round of the qualifiers. This was, of course, before they were bailed out by a disqualification, but it would be a little unfortunate to see history repeat itself. Kirito, whoa, with the heads-up super. Pass to him, but we need to get to this ball. RBM needs to find the position, gets it, and Kirito completely about faces, decides that he's not going to win that, and a total air ball on the super, stuffed with the ball too before he can react. Wonderful plays from Tribe.
Just passed the ball to him. Bro can't actually dash in that case. He's the hype from RBM, so a lot of stuns available. He just walks it in. Okay. Yep, that's me washing my hands of this grim affair.
Yeah.
There's a bloodbath out there. It's exactly what I requested. The crowd in the Coliseum goes wild. The Emperor's thumb downward now as he's condemning this Nova Esports squad to an early exit from competition.
Yep, it is murder, though it is endorsed by Tribe Gaming. see if they make this next one just as dominant. A lot of times when backed against the wall, teams will muster up some kind of courage, and I think, honestly, they had some moves there. They had that pass to Kirito that had legs, could have gotten into the goal. See the ball pass forward. Luffy does manage to get to the defense on the left side. Pacho and Payne are looking worse for wear. Also, it's going to be a Shadow Realm. It allows Diego to push this ball out. Really wonderful team play and just great knowledge of how Cordelius plays.
Pacho's in a terrible position now. That will be putting it lightly as RBM just gets to do 3 damage. And that's taking that elimination. Here's Kirito though, pressuring Diego to get it down, but a nice super connection means Kirito was going to be crippled by poison in any case. Payne here has to now deal with the fact that he won't be healing for a minute. Big super there dropped right in the back line. That's going to be affecting Pacho pretty negatively, and Payne tries to dive in. RBM says, perhaps I'll just end this myself.
Yeah, a little traffic jam there at the goal line, but Tribe managed to profit off of it. Looked like Nova ducked into the goal and then exchanged the ball. It was snapped out of their hands by game mechanics, we'll say. Tribe Gaming have this hypercharge. In fact, make it 2 hypercharges. Luffy's going to go for it solo. That's going to be the Shadow Realm. RBM with the pass forward, and it's done. Just get us out of here. We've witnessed murder here. 6-0. The same thing that happened to Nova in the final round of the qualifiers where they initially fell.
A 25-minute series, folks. It's about as quick as it gets. Luffy can now have a seat, can rest his bunions, because the hard work for now has already been done. Tribe have negotiated brutally their way into a semi-final here, and already looking to be a front-runner in this kind of matchup. Remember, they take on the winners of our next match, which is Vic Day and FA Bobby. And these guys, well, it's kind of hard to see if there's any weaknesses to this squad. There was just not the kind of opposition capable of exposing them in Nova.
Very true. Nova, man, I would love to see these guys succeed. They also have like Kirito on their team. Oh, two sets complete, ready for number 3. Or what is that 2 for? I guess it's a piece.
2. Yeah.
Leave it to me to misinterpret it.
Good job, Brady.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's why they pay me the medium bucks, actually.
Yeah, that was a pretty swift first quarterfinal, I'd say. And yes, I would have liked to have Nova succeed a bit more. At the same time, it's good to see that Tribe Gaming has still what it got to beat a team like Nova in a 6-0.
That's true. Well, Tribe Gaming haven't really been tried here in their quarterfinal. They'll be able to conserve some energy for this next matchup. It's either Vic Day or FA Bobby. And according to me, it will be FA Bobby that they face. I really look forward to a rematch here, potentially. Tribe Gaming once more advancing to a grand final is what I would predict, as FA Bobby looked a little bit in rough shape there in the Brawl Cut. They made top 8. They made it out of groups, but I don't know if they were challenged too much in the group.
Keep in mind, we talk here about Tribe Gaming being the best ever in NA at a LAN event for the last 2 years. At the same time, both of those teams, FA Bobby and Tribe Gaming, have lost to the same team. So maybe if it was flipped and Tribe Gaming would have faced them in the quarterfinals, it would have been the same fate, and now FA Bobby would have made it further because they then faced Humble in the semis. Yeah. We don't know if that is true, and they can prove to us today who is the better team if FA Bobby makes it into the semi-finals of the day. We got Spoo on the desk today. Now, you had every single region so far to cast this year, apart from NA. How are you feeling about that?
Great. I finally get to watch your region play, and I hope they put up a good show, because after yesterday...
Yeah, you were also seeming pretty apprehensive about North America coming into today.
Well, I mean, we did monthly qualifiers together. And,
that's true.
I gotta say, not the most impressed. It was entertaining to watch at the very least, but I do expect better from North America.
I mean, look, Spoo is the villain up here on the desk. He's going to tell it exactly how it is, but he is ready to flame you if you make a bad play.
That's my job.
I can't wait. The brutally honest Spoo here with us on the desk today. And with that, we want to head straight into our quarter-final number 2. I hope it's a little bit closer than that first one. That one was a 3-0. So let's see what those two teams have for us in store. Vic Day versus FA Bobby. And we are actually split on the desk as to who will take this one. As I already mentioned, Vic Day are the winners of the NA Challengers, so they do have momentum in that regard. They get Tacos on the board here as they split up, and he landed himself a spot with Chino and Vegeta. And they are a very chill team. They didn't take BSC this year all too serious. Just some numbers. I think Tribe Gaming was scrimming 500. Let me just check. 590 sets in the last month.
Wow.
Vic Day has 5.
What?
So 100 times, just over 100 times the practice.
Yeah.
Wow. And actually, one of those scrims was versus Victe, if I recall correctly. And didn't Bobby...
Against FA Bobby.
Yeah. Didn't FA Bobby lose every single one of those?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, what's going on here? What kind of weird math is this?
I have a theory.
Okay, let's
The
hear it.
theory is you already made challengers, so in theory, BSC doesn't matter anymore.
That's what I'm thinking.
You have a pathway to get to lands, you know. I mean, you want to fight through the hardest land of the year in Turkey, and then you go to China and you play LCQ, and then you go to Worlds. Maybe that's the play that might actually get them the momentum that they need to get there.
If you make it to top 3 in NA, you still have an easier pathway into LCQ in the end. You don't have to also win in Istanbul against other 12 teams waiting for you
Yeah, but
there.
you get donor.
This is true. You would get some solid kebab.
Yeah, get kebab.
You can also get kebab in Berlin,
I didn't
by
even
the
know
way.
what you meant there when you said donor. Excuse me.
Oh, you thought
When
it
you
was a
said
donation?
kebab, I could put it together. It's called döner, bruder. Anyways. But yeah, Victe versus FA Bobby. I voted for Victe simply because they are coming in here with no big expectations. They come as the winners of the challengers. And as I mentioned before, in the other regions, the Brawl Cup teams didn't do too well. We had last year even Humble not even qualifying after having won the Brawl Cup. They didn't qualify for the EMEA monthly finals. Insanity, right? But I feel like because they're so focused on the international stage and that tournament, they didn't have as much time as other teams to prepare for this monthly finals. They might even want to take a quick break after having put so much work into playing at the World Cup stage. And it has been true for every single region apart from yesterday for Bounty Hunters.
It's curious though, just because based on my conversations, it seems like everyone who went to Brawl Cup felt like they took away something valuable from it. That was actually really good training, that they had something to work towards to keep them motivated to play in a period where a lot of other teams would actually be taking a break or not be getting as great a practice. Keep in mind, you go to international LAN with all the top teams in the world, you're going to be practicing consistently against all of the top teams in the world.
And then we have FA Bobby also qualifying through the lower bracket for one of the first times. That usually doesn't happen, Spoo.
Well, there was a little bit of spotty internet issues that they had, and when we watched those games during qualifiers, I think I was pretty shocked as well.
Yeah.
The first set looked like, okay, the draft was kind of bad, and then subsequently, you know, when you see them stop moving, yeah, Buzz explains it pretty well here. A certain internet provider kind of had half of Texas wiped out.
Yeah, it was also my internet provider, so I was hearing some sounds of disdain from the other room throughout, the watch party of the qualifiers. So that was kind of crummy, but thankfully they got bailed out by a friend who lent them their internet. They were able to drive over there in time to finish the rest of the qualifiers. So a really freak scenario right there, but they managed to pull it through. But I think that accounts for why they lost to, I believe it was Momo, as OG's kind of for fun team in the qualifiers.
So yeah, usually you don't see FA Bobby in the lower bracket, and you might think, I predict obviously always for the one that made it through the upper bracket, the one with the more wins in the qualifiers. But because of that power outage, those two teams didn't face each other already in the qualifiers, which would have happened otherwise.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's why Victe is now in the upper bracket. I still believe in you guys. Have some fun. We'll see how well they will actually do. Otherwise, we do get a very, very interesting match in the semifinals that I want to watch as well. The old Only Realm FA Bobby versus Tribe Gaming is the semifinals I would like to see. So by predicting Victe, I'm just happy either way in that regard. We now have our maps for this series. Victe gets to choose first Dueling Beetles, then New Horizons picked up by FA Bobby, Pinel Punt, Hideout, and Hard Rock Mine as our random decider. So we get some new maps in this one that we haven't seen so far. Any new picks for Dueling Beetles, like the Pam, for example? We haven't seen her yet. Do you expect something from an A we might have not seen in other regions?
I would say it's more likely here than pretty much anywhere else, especially from an underdog team. They're always looking at a way to get a leg up on their opponents. When we look at Dueling Beetles as a first map selection, I feel like you can totally spawn trap your opponent on this map and outdraft them really hard. And that makes it, I think, a little bit more gimmicky than other hot zone maps. Does it smell funny to you?
It does. It does. I don't know. Dueling Beetles is not a map that I would associate as gimmicky. It feels more like a classic map where OG players like Bobby would have a significant advantage in. And in them selecting it kind of just tells me actually that they might have new tech to bring in. Not so much, old school things. Maybe they've got an exceptional Mina player that's been really, really good. You can basically hard carry the entirety of Dueling Beetles. Mortis can be very much so running away with the entirety of those games. So I park Dueling Beetles in that category of maps now that that if you're the underdog team, you can just cheese Bobby out of Oblivion.
We had a couple of brawlers rise to the top, like Lumi. She received a slight little buff in the last months, or the last month actually, and she and Colette have been the most picked and most banned brawlers so far in the other regions. Now Lumi even as the global ban hero. I think we haven't seen that too often. Edgar, a very common pick here, Naja as well. And then Meeple, also not usually global banned, but he has been picked up so often, has one of the highest win rates across the board. So I don't mind that pick, honestly.
Target banned for FA Bobby, just getting rid of something that's so consistent and I think also like pretty easy to play. You can just sit there with the gadget and repel any aggression that's going their way. I think they want Sans to be able to play something aggressive here without too many like bad counters. They are still going to have to think about Otis here. Still, Chester is going to be a big consideration that will be reserved for those ordinary map bans.
I'm very concerned. They've banned out this Meeple and they've allowed Damien through. They've allowed Mortis through. They've basically allowed all the Boogie monsters except Edgar to get through. And if Edgar had gone through as well, I think it would end up being just traded across both teams. And either way, this is looking like it's going to be a bloodbath. Both teams have to basically consider those two really, really big and scary brawlers and keep them in the closet the entire series. Otherwise, it could just be a runaway series.
Yeah, as you said, Reddy, FA Bobby likes to play those aggressive brawlers, and they do turn out to be some of the best tank counters, both Meeple and Nita. So I will also expect them to either ban Nita in the regular ban phase or pick her up themselves. 88% of the people at home have voted for FA Bobby to win this one, which is the obvious choice. Don't get me wrong here. They are still sitting in that second seed of the region, whereas Vicday, with the least amount of scrims in the history of any Brawl Stars BSC team, I feel, still sitting in the 7th seed, though, in an 8. I don't know what that says about the region, Ready? Cough, cough.
Okay, yeah, whatever. Yeah, you can
Top
call
8
it
team, by the way.
Call it Mickey.
Top
I don't
8
really
team.
care.
Winner
okay,
of Challengers, by the way.
Winner
Yeah,
of Challengers, 5 scrims.
Yeah, well, and also like Legacy
5
Esports.
sets.
5 sets ready.
I don't want to hear it. Hey, why can't we just make this a story about how there's so much potential for new talent to rise up or something like that?
Now that we get you on the desk as well, Spoo, let's talk about predictions again, because how did you predict today?
The coin. Hey, you got it right so far. I mean, FA Bobby is coming up next, so I'm going to get that one right. The coin also had Team Electros coming up next, so that will also be right. I just want to let you know that the logic behind the coin is that yesterday we got 3 out of 7 correct, and we were like, but it's a very small sample size. We need to at least get a statistic for 50%. So we just doubled it, and yeah.
So who do you have winning it all today, Spoo? What does the coin say?
The coin, spoiler alert, says Zulan is going to win it all. Legacy Esports are apparently the coin's favorite. We flipped the coin 7 times, and Legacy won all the way.
Okay, that's bizarre. I mean, you know, shout out to Legacy Esports. I don't know if this is really their month to win. They have gotten a return to form. They're also like looking quite nice in Challengers. They managed to take top 2. That was a bit upsetting that they made it all the way through the upper bracket and didn't get a bracket reset, so they lost 1 match on finals day, and it was also repeat maps, so it's not like they could really conceal anything. But still, they're reframing the rest of the season, so maybe they can achieve something off that. Of course, you know, we ride the script with a coin anyway, so it's just bound to happen.
I don't
know if it's much of a buff, but the coin that we used was it a Canadian dollar?
Yeah, shout out to Square for giving me a loonie from Canada. Yes, that is what we use to predict things. By the way, you owe me a Canadian dollar.
Yeah, 2 now.
Yeah, he has not given me back my coins.
And
I'm very disappointed.
It's mine now. Do you want a Singapore dollar instead?
Can I flip it?
You can.
Okay, yeah, sure.
It's weaker though, and it's not as heavy. Doesn't have as nice audible quality.
You're not really selling this well.
I'm not supposed to.
Why?
Because it's the NA show, man. That's not the East Asian.
Give me a North American piece of currency.
The North American currency?
Yeah, give me my Canadian coin.
Why don't you just get your own coin back? We'll just. Does the US dollar have a coin?
Square, I need your help. Square, I need your help, please. I need a loonie and I need a toonie ASAP. Can you please mail it to Copenhagen, Denmark?
Sure. Yeah, we are in Copenhagen, so why don't you get a kroner? That's probably even less worth than your Singaporean dollar.
I can't be bothered.
Anyway, but yes, on paper, I feel like your coin has done a great job because FA Bobby probably is going to win this one. 88% of you at home voted for him as well. We are currently working on getting all the players situated. Not everybody is here yet, so yeah. We had a lot of Damien yesterday as well. He has his first drawing ever in the BSC. How is he doing so far?
Well, so far he's 0 for 2. He didn't win a single one of the sets in which he was played, though he did get individual games. The only problem with when that Damien was played was he was totally estranged from his team. It seemed like Damien went, okay, I have the super now I get to win the game. And why is the ball at my goal? Yeah, maybe. I think Pinhole Punt is a great map to play him. It's just the team play wasn't there, and it was usually the underdog playing Damien. It was willingly given to him, but the team play exercise was not there.
Can't miss an opportunity to shout out my own region. So far, I think Damien has had the highest win rate in East Asia. It was used to defeat Crazy Raccoon, of course. And yeah, I mean, it's a tank pick. We're good at tanks, so it's a region problem.
We haven't seen it in North America. What are we doing here? You can't be throwing shade at me on behalf of North America.
Without further ado, we now want to kick things off with our quarterfinal number 2, Vatic versus FA Bobby. Let's see what is going to be the most picked brawler in the end in NA. We have a different meta across the globe once more. Yesterday was Lumi, the star of the scene. In EMEA was Mina. And according to Spoo here in East Asia, it's been Damien. Ruffs is going to be the first pick. Always a solid one. You can't go wrong with him on any map currently. During Beatles, you can just open up the map with him. With Pierce banned out, don't know what the plan is there. Potentially a Lu later down the line is always a good option on Hot Zone and brings that range that you want when you open up the map with Ruffs.
I think also Ruffs is a lot of times strong on a 2-3 turn. You can just go ahead and pair him up, or you can set up for your last pick. Disable the ability to break walls. I still think that Griff is a solid option on the table. We have Lu making an appearance here. Gets a lot stronger if you can break those walls, in my opinion, and it is just straight up the best anti-tank on this map, full stop.
They're just denying it as well from the side of FA Bobby, who has decided to pick up a dog, and it's a dog as their logo, mind you. But yeah, Lu Ruffs is a deadly combination. It covers basically all your bases. You open up the map, and then afterwards you essentially have a win condition that is unbeatable. Now Weekday, though, they're doing a similar thing whereby Poco is one of the best answers to Lu. Just basically protective tunes allows you to force your way through that ice rink, and they are denying it. There is a weakness to this, though, which is the team now severely lacks in damage.
They also steal the Lu. I would just mention it as the potential best pick right now for FA Bobby if they want to open up the map with Pierce Gun. By the way, this was the map pick of Weekday, and FA Bobby didn't have the best success on this map, as you can see already as well.
Yeah.
They lost many of their matches in scrims. Finks is a really good brawler on Hot Zone overall. If you open up the map or not, I feel like he offers a lot of utility with that super down in mid. Now against the Poco, not the best option, but Poco also doesn't have the highest damage, so it doesn't matter too much if he covers that zone. Ems is banned out, so maybe Ember could be an option here still to counter that Finks super specifically.
Look at Mina for last pick, I think, here for FA Bobby. They do need something aggressive and some kind of damage. No, they're going to double down and go for that wall break. That is also another way that you can completely outzone the Poco and deny him that. But this comp does leave a big gaping weakness. Something very aggressive from Weekday could certainly punish both the Ruffs and the Griff on this comp.
I do think they were scared of a Draco pick here last. That's why Griff.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. They know that it could really shut things down. I was even thinking maybe they'd pick it up for themselves just because they have Ruffs to give it the hypercharge. It's just so difficult to play into the Lu. You'd be giving them lots and lots of supers. We see Amina out here pretty much to take up space and get up in people's faces. I'm not certain how I feel about it. I think they're really lacking in damage just overall. Mina doesn't really have the greatest reload speed, so it's going to be hard to sustain the attack. Griff is always going to be healing. Finks also stays at range quite effectively. I generally like this FA Bobby composition more. Though I think Mina can absolutely get right on top of the Griff. It's entirely possible. Griff doesn't nuke people in close range anymore, so it's a possible answer.
Well, folks, 5 sets versus 500 here. It would be the embarrassment of the century if FA Bobby doesn't take this one. But let's see if the challengers, that won NA challengers, can cause an uproar here in NA.
Looking at the initial interactions, a bit of a timid approach from FA Bobby. We see Vicday just on the periphery of this point. They'll get the initial kill on Bobby on the left side. Uses a supply drop for additional damage, but it doesn't really go his way. Now that Treat is estranged from the entire team, and they still haven't stepped on the zone even once. Still looking for their initial control. Tacos with a very aggressive gadget. It's getting his team a little bit more position, and we're seeing overall much better synergy from Vicday. It's a total shutout so far.
Dead lost in the center. FA Bobby have no way to break back into the mid. That's the weakness of this Griff pick. It takes so long to come online. They do have a little bit of presence now inside the mid with that right lane being broken up. But with Patchy nowhere close to a hypercharge, now duking at Tacos. That's the third time Patchy has fallen with no value to his name.
Still watching Tacos over here, even with the walls broken open, seems pretty good for him. A hypercharge that goes absolutely nowhere. Maybe a whiff of damage on Vegeta, and Chino's gonna say, hey, look, this is what a real damaging cone does, and probably does more damage with a screeching solo than was even possible by Patchy's hypercharge. You can see that FA Bobby have already packed it up. It's something that I've observed about this team also, is that FA Bobby, when they feel like they're in a losing position, they just completely give up. It doesn't matter if it's like an unlosable scenario. The vast majority of teams will keep fighting till the bitter end to keep their mental, but not FA Bobby. Either they feel like they don't need it, or they're just kind of giving up.
You seem to know them intimately well here, and I hope that they'll be able to come back from this one, because this is a comp that I mean, I don't really agree with too much. I think they draft themselves into a corner here. This Mina last pick just solves all the problems on the side of Victor. He's got damage, he's got pressure, and that's exactly what FA Bobby is weak at. This early game is just tragic from them.
There's a different rollout for FA Bobby, by the way. They put Ruffs on the right lane and Sands on the Sphinx on the left. It's working well so far. A little bit of damage for Patchy there, and a big wall break. That's going to severely injure the sustain of Vicday at mid. They still have a wall to play around on the left side, but it's not going to help them that much. Sands is able to fire around it quite effectively, and here's the pinch in from Bobby on the right. Now, FA Bobby have a lot of control here, but they're only just now eclipsing the amount of percentage Vicday have earned so far.
This is a much better start from the side of FA Bobby, and the hypercharge Ruff Super going over to Patchy. He is now the biggest gun on the team, shreds through Tacos, and going for a second, clips Vegeta on the edge. The ice rink will cool things down a little bit, buying some time, but that's all they're gonna get.
There's a little sliver of space that Patchy can stand on. He's going to go for it. Chino with the hypercharge out here that doesn't really go anywhere, actually. Would have been much better reserved for a more optimal scenario where he could play with the rest of the team. Vegeta on the right side also knows that he can't run at the Sphinx, but goes for it anyway. It would be much better to reset than to get stuck in that corner for the remainder of the game. More aggressive plays from Tacos on the top left, but they're not going to go anywhere. Patchy is so comfortable inside of these indestructibles on the left side, but he may have gotten too comfortable because now FA Bobby don't really have a great way of getting him onto this point. Tacos once more in the forward position will be kind of unsupported as Vegeta dies on the right side and Chino is knocking at death's door.
FA Bobby, 3 buffs from the Ruffs. The entire team now blazing in purple. They do so much damage already. Honestly, this is nigh impossible to break it. FA Bobby doesn't even need to use that last Ruff, just throws it in the back. They're just throwing bodies into a meat grinder as FA Bobby will count up to 100. Very, very two different games. Game number 1, a complete dominant showing from Tacos, and game 2, Patchy just woke up, really.
Yeah, and we also see the conditions under which FA Bobby's composition thrives. Once they're able to play for control, then yeah, it doesn't matter. They can play for staying alive because it keeps these Ruffs powers online. They get 30% more health, 30% more damage. It's so useful, and it outmatched Vicday consistently. Another thing that I will shout out, however, is that wall break over towards mid really hindered what Chino was able to do. And I think we also saw the team play of Vicday start to break apart. We need to see Tacos supported on this Mina, and it absolutely works off the bat. This is the furthest back we've seen FA Bobby in the set so far.
And it's just chasing Patchy down, right? Like, Tacos has been trying desperately to get this Patchy matchup, and you can see on the side of FA Bobby, they're keeping Patchy in the center. They want to block him off left and right. It's still 40% though that Vicday have already garnered now. It's a pretty big lead compared to that game number 2, so this game is not over just yet.
Still need to see a re-push in, a retake for Vic Day, and keeping an eye on these treats for FA Bobby. Bobby's already gotten one for himself. Patchy will probably be up next. We'll see. He's holding on to that super at the moment, and here comes the hypercharge. That one's got to go over to Patchy, and he's going to be able to deal damage through walls now. Immediately goes for Chino, not really the greatest value, and it's repelled by Vic Day, throwing down the loose super on the point. And now it's perfectly placed. No one from FA Bobby can get on that. It's bought a lot of time for Vic Day.
Hypercharge is online there for Chino as well. That could be a massive shielding given to the entire team. Tacos has the best position on the map now behind these unbreakable walls. And there's the Hypercharge Super from Chino to keep Tacos patched up. And Patchy, though, that Hypercharge Super didn't do enough value. Tacos even corners Bobby's. He doesn't even need to die. I mean, he can just die here, honestly. His team has got way enough pressure there. Chino's going to fall here. And it's still back and forth for fair. With Vegeta's Ice Ring coming down, that's going to buy time for Tacos to cycle and get back in the mid.
And how much does it matter, though? FA Bobby have managed to get their second rough street up. It's on Sands, it's on Bobby. Taco's going very aggressive, practically running at Patchy and eating all of the damage. This one looks like a hopeless throwing of his body forward. It was so winnable for them, actually. They have the lead. I don't understand why he was so aggressive.
That might just be game losing. I mean, it's an interaction because of the Ruff's bust. He just overestimated how much health he's going to have, and that's just going to bite them here. You see Sands now with the Hypercharge Super. Tacos barely has one to keep himself alive. 1 split second before Patchy snaps him in half. We've got Chino running in there with the Hypercharge, but it's a desperation play at this point. Throwing bodies once again at FA Bobby, who are at this point a meat grinder of a comp as they count very, very slowly. 5 more % will do it. See a last push coming out there for Vic Day. No, might just be able to stop it, but no! Patchy shuts it down, sends us to 100.
Okay, FA Bobby, we see what you're made of. This wasn't their map pick, and they still managed to pull it through in the end. Game 1 conceded, but they locked it in. It's all about that control play. When you hear about like what Bobby says was his heyday in Brawl Stars, it was about playing control, and he'll talk about this, some good days and how the game has changed so much. It's really interesting to see a player such as himself, one of the oldest players that's still at the professional level, thriving as he is, and still being able to enforce some of those ideas of the olden days.
Yeah, yesterday I kept voting for the old guard like loud, and it bit me at the end. Today I thought I'd go for the underdogs, and honestly, this looked a bit too close for comfort for FA Bobby. Definitely winnable here for Vic Day. They came close. The third set, the first game could have also been theirs, but as you guys put correctly as well, they kind of just started throwing bodies a bit overconfident after they had such a huge lead. Definitely winnable. A bit too many mistakes also from the side of FA Bobby to even allow that, because on paper they are clearly the better team here.
Warm-up game, maybe? Maybe both teams. I mean, they don't have the Wi-Fi sign to blame. I mean, Bobby still can. Maybe that game 1, he's just like, Patchy, can you swap to data? Maybe that, and then that
oh my
together.
gosh.
I don't know, maybe that was what happened.
Wow, what a call-out. What a true hater here on the desk. I thought we left that back in 2023. All the bad memories coming back, even though FA Bobby still did manage to take that very first set. We're going to knockout. This was their map selection.
Let's see if they can win this one as well and make this one a 2-0 already. New Horizons, no surprise here that FA Bobby goes for a open map like this one. They have Bobby on the roster, the Piper back in the day. Now the Pierce, the best Pierce probably from NA. We have Luki in EMEA, but yeah, I think he holds the title over there already.
I think so. Yeah, Pierce, not available. I want to see who our NA Pierce is going to be. I think it's actually Bilal. We'll have to touch base later. Now, what is
1v1? Bobby
I
Bilal?
would love to see it. Yo, content piece.
Can we make that happen? Please, Bobby?
Yeah, I think Bobby's words would be, meet me on LAN.
I want to see old versus new. I want to see Memen up against Bobby.
If this is a LAN match, I'm going to vote FA Bobby any day.
Oh, of course.
Oh, of course.
That team is just so much better offline than they are online. Now, this is an online tournament, so let's see if they can make this one a 2-0 indeed. First pick here for Vic Day. They go with the cheese already. We do see Kit banned out very often. So no surprises that he's picked up. Despite all that, I still feel like it's a bit risky to pick him up so early.
I just want to point out that Vic Day does not want to play mechanics. The bans are just, we're gonna ban everything that opens up the map, and we'll ban Jaeyoung because we don't want to end up just, you know, inside this firefight of a mid, you know, just playing the end game. We want to let this cheese calm get through. They've banned all the wall break, they've picked up this kit. There is technically still Griff available to open up the map, but that's something that on this map you have to wait till the last pick if you really want to pull it out.
Well, the last pick does belong to FA Bobby. It would be a counter selection indeed. Pro finally makes an appearance for FA Bobby, and just in the North American region in general, because in spite of a lack of bans, we've seen it kind of ignored in terms of anti-tank brawlers. Here on New Horizons, I think it's very possible to outrange it. I think you have some walls that you can play around cleverly, however.
The thing is, the more you scream, the more data your opponents have on you. And these have actually been the most picked brawlers for FA Bobby, so Victor just bans those, gets them out of the way. Colt, for example, has been picked up the most, has a solid win rate for them. They really wanted to play this brawler, and Victor, looking at the same stats I do, probably sees this and just bans him out. Very clever. They did their homework, at least in that regard. Charlie coming in here, a good answer, I feel, to that Mina Mortis now. They have two aggressors, and the Mortis kit comp is famous, at least in my ranked and leather matches. I don't know about you two.
Yeah,
I don't mind. I mean,
a refund.
This is what I mean, there's still Griff to deal with it. I was thinking about whether it's bad into the Mortis. The wall break will shut this one down, and then afterwards Bobby will be able to clean up. I expect that FA Bobby should still have this one. New Horizons as a map is one that does take an entire round to shred open, but once that happens, should be alright.
Why Griff over Cordelius, for example? He's such a good counter to the kit because you can take him into Shadow Realm when he's on top of the Mortis.
Yes, it's possible, but I feel like you would just rather break open the walls, play this one safer. Also, you don't have to play for the conditional. Cordelius still has to get super in that scenario, and you got to play up real close in order to make that happen. This is the less risky strategy, and also, look, yeah, they're able to completely nuke things. That is the new reworked Griff gadget that can explode just a massive radius, but they are going to have to play for this left side now. I think they know that even if they lose this first round, then they are guaranteed to explode this one on the left. Also, Bobby should be able to throw the piggy bank like kind of close to the center of that and still explode. We're going to see the damage, and yeah, it's totally nuked except for one bush.
Yeah, good luck clearing around that one bush. Chino and Tacos, they are still going to be a deadly duo, as mentioned by Sunny. This kit Mortis is a way that you can play things out. On the side of Victor, though, they do have this structure back inside the base. They can just kind of hide and wait for the gas to come in. And then that one push might work out. It really just comes down to pure mechanical skill at that point. But they're not going to wait for the gas. It's going straight for it. Now Bobby is the target. Great tap there by Chino.
Yeah, who needs walls? We'll just sink back. You don't really have anything that's great against us in close range. Another one for Chino. The duo with Kit. Well, if it's not your own map pick, you might as well bring out a troll comp to diff your opponents. I feel like FA Bobby should have seen this coming, given that this is what they chose for set number 2. This is what they were supposed to be confident and comfortable on.
We talked about it during the global bans. They had to account for the Mortis in all 5 of these maps. This just might be one that they didn't check in advance. And Victor, brilliant as they are, they found that just by picking up the Charlie as sort of a 6th ban on the roster, that effectively denied the only thing FA Bobby could potentially use to salvage against this Mortis kit.
Still, the same setup phase. FA Bobby is sitting back, going for some more wall break. At least they'll get rid of the mushroom at mid. That will be somewhat useful. They're really going to have to focus fire, however, onto Chino and Tacos. Whoa, this is a decoy. What, are we not aware of where Chino could possibly be? That was ugly right there. How is Taco still alive? That super is going to go completely haywire. Chino thrown up to the sky, make it double. Sands with a finishing 3rd attack. And this one did not go the way that Victor wanted. They wanted to connect the kit with the Mortis, and it completely missed. That's just a failure of team play.
Miscommunication for them. They didn't decide if they just wanted to stun up Patchy, and well, Bobby in this case. And I think they'll just stun up Bobby, take away the burst damage from the Griff, and then just, you know, go and try and team wipe with this Mortis super. That's just one way to win. Vegeta even had super there to just contain Sands if he decided to dive in. He does not have the windmill gadget. He is using the other one that allows to cycle super, so there's no protection against that Charlie super. So now tied up 1-1, Victor, they're just letting Vegeta desperately try and get some utility, and FA Bobby are kind of feeding it.
Yeah, they are. They want their super so badly because that's their defense mechanism. Bobby also isn't going to have that much value in close range. His hypercharge is what he really, really needs here to rebuff Taco's in close range. Does have the super, and now here it comes. When is Bobby going to use his super? I wonder. Everyone also very aware of where these kit bombs are being placed now. Taco's in close range, rather Sans in close range. Oh my goodness, completely shut down. Patchy also on a Chino. It's going to be 1 versus 1 to save everything. Bobby with the hypercharge can confirm, and that's the game.
Huge blunder there from Vegeta. He Charlie supered the Mortis kit target. They were so hungry going in for the kill, and then boop, he becomes a cocoon. It is impermeable. And on the side of FA Bobby, they were like, wait, they screwed up. They just completely saved me. All the DPS is just wasted now. The burst damage was gone, and it allowed for time for this Griff to build up that super and then won them out in the end.
Keeping tabs on the approach from Vicday this time. It's an imperfect wall break on the right side, just something that's going to mess with them a little bit if they want to make everything perfect. That's going to be the early conjoining of Tacos and Chino, these conjoined twins on the right side. Chino wants to win this versus Patchy, needs one more swipe, gets it, and the Cocoon looks good for Vegeta. Going to be camping this Cocoon and making sure that Sans is a pretty bad matchup as he emerges thanks to the spiders.
Good call by Vicday, realizing, honestly guys, do we not just outpace the entirety of FA Poppy? I mean, don't let them tear open the map and grind us down. We can just go. It just works. I mean, and now they are like, okay, you know what? That didn't work out. I need Kid Super. Let's try again later.
Thing is, I don't think it really matters that much. Kit Super is one that you get for free as long as you wait long enough, and they know that FA Bobby are not going to push in needlessly because they could get completely diffed by this Mortis. It's something that you'll gotta know is that Mortis has like a total winning matchup versus Sans. When Mortis gets on top of this meter, you can practically auto-aim and then win the matchup that way because Mortis is so much better. Tacos was thinking about it. He's threatening it, also wants to get some utility out of FA Bobby, but again, it's really just feeding that's happening over here. Vegeta has the only competitive range matchup out of Vicday.
And they can just chill. I mean, now we have the go time. Chino is going to be going in there onto Taka. See a hypercharge out there from Vegeta as well. They have to decide a target though. Bobby almost got stunned up there. You see Sans is the target there for this Mortis kit together. Patchy tries to hold this one back. He's clipped there by the Mortis super, but Bobby, he might have just been the target. Instead, that is better. He just completely saved FA Bobby himself.
Once more, the brawler that you want to trust when it's down to a 1v1, the one that heals himself and seems to always have a super when it's time to move. But now it's go time for Vicday, drive time even. They have the Mortis super, and Patchy pops the hypercharge. It's actually going to go nowhere at all. Really wonderful bait here from Vicday. They are losing cover. It's going to take a little bit of time for Chino to get that super back. I think FA Bobby are all too aware. They got to pinch them now, and even so, they're being so hesitant to do so.
Yeah, they're respecting the fact that this kid just might be inside a box. Chino! Chino, please! Please! Tacos could have also positioned out better. Now it's a massive timing for FA Bobby. They know that there's no Kid Super. So Tacos is feeling the heat. He wants to buy time for his team. It's Vegeta with a P Super there, but Tacos is already in the death round. He's dead, and Patchy's just gonna clean this one up. It's blunder after blunder for Vicday.
So close, though. You saw the mentality for Chino. He went, I'm going to pop my hyper. I'm one swipe away from getting my super. But it must have been some kind of delay diff there because Sans managed to get the first hit out of the Cocoon. It's another set squared away for FA Bobby. They're 2 in the lead, and it smiles all the way around for Patchy.
He's pretty pleased with himself. I would be too after that. It's like, I would be more pleased about the fact that it's like, wait, there's no way we should have won this. We got out-comped here. I mean, you saw the potential of this comp, but this is why, Vicday, you screamed more than 5 sets.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same story as in the set 1 already. It looked winnable for Vicday for sure, and in the end, too many mistakes made during the gameplay, like Chino jumping away from the Mortis instead of on top of him, Charlie cocooning the target of Mortis and Kid when it's already one-shot. Just, yeah, too many communication mistakes, I feel. The team is not playing together, they're playing alone, and to pull off a comp like Kid Mortis, which... Do I really say this now? I'm gonna say it.
Say it.
Which my ranked randoms play together.
Ouch.
You need to be able to play together well.
Yeah, I think it's just like some really essential things that were messed up here. And if you count it, it's just 3 mistakes over the course of a set. It doesn't really seem like that much, but they were critical. You're saying that's a lot.
You saw 3.
Well, I saw 3 mistakes of attaching the kit to the Mortis. I saw far more mistakes than that, but those were the ones that stuck out to me. I feel like it's just the easiest thing. Once you attach the 2, then it's just plug and play. You know exactly what to do.
Well, I mean, there's plug and play and then there's target selection.
It is a hard comp to play.
It is very hard.
Not gonna lie.
I admire their confidence, right? Just bearing in mind that Tacos did just join the team not too long ago. The synergy is not perfect between them, and I think they are definitely trying their best. I mean, they didn't prepare their best. They had to play challengers, and maybe that was, good enough for them. They are done with Mortis. Look at the bans now. They instantly ban it out. They just realized, okay, you know what, guys? Maybe it's just not our brawler.
Might be a Chester first pick here, once again, just going with the safe route is always a good option. Meeple could have also been a good first pick, but he's global banned by FA Bobby, and I feel like that is specifically meant for this map. He's so good here, with regardless of which gadget you want to play. Now, this once again is Vicday's map pick, and I think they take the last 2 sets and see clearly that this is winnable. And they take it as motivation to maybe prolong this one a bit further because, yeah, they come so close every single time. I don't feel like FA Bobby is playing perfectly right now. They do make mistakes themselves, otherwise this wouldn't look so close. So Vicday, you have what it takes to win this one. Believe in yourselves. We have Pierce now picked up by the side of FA Bobby. He finally finds the brawler that was banned out so often today already.
Yeah, I think it'll get just a lot of confidence at range here. I also think, though, that there are great ways to take up space here. You have Ems that has been banned out, but Leon is still going to be able to get them in a mid.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Leon actually hasn't been selected. That is one of the few picks that South America got right. Not many that they didn't. It is still something that has to be respected. It gives a lot of tempo inside the mid, inside pinhole punt. And no, FA Bobby, they don't immediately go for it. I think they don't believe in it on this map. They decide to just pick up the Charlie counter instead.
Whenever I think I'm brutal with my judgment, there's Spoo, and he doubles down. Charlie is picked up on the right-hand side. It's the best answer to the Pierce because of the spiderlings. Pierce can't really deal with those too well. So picking her up, as I said earlier today, picking a counter to the brawler that you need to pop off, always a good option. Jade is going to come in now, and this one is a bit dangerous here to FA Bobby. They don't really have much to address him yet. If the Shade plays well, he just hides behind the wall whenever Charlie has super available. Last pick, Ember. And this is a bit of an NA special, I feel. We don't really see her. I think this is the first time we see her picked up in June overall. And yeah, it's okay. It's good against the spiderlings for the Charlie. Potentially that's why they picked her up. Do you see now the reason here, Spoo?
No.
Yeah.
No. I see that they've lost the trunk.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing too.
And they're not dead lost
Trunk's
the trunk.
such a good counter too.
Yeah.
You know what? If it were me, I'd just go Jackie here. Just bring back the good old days. Just go Jackie. It works. Nah, they're not that spicy. I think this is... I've seen the Stu Shade matchup thanks to SA, and I am convinced that in some circumstances it's decent enough. I still think it requires very precise play, though.
It's going to be a more difficult hold of mid. I think you have a more challenging matchup versus Chester, whose shots fan out, so you can't really dodge them as effectively. Reload speed is going to help you because it's pretty poor for Chester, but Red Chester is enough to back you all the way up. When you look at Chester himself, by the way, not a single great matchup for him. He's just to deter the possibility of an aggro last pick, and instead, FA Bobby default to something that's control-based. What helped them win on Dueling Beetles to see if they could achieve the same success here on Pinhole Punt.
Amber immediately back inside the mid, just runs it down. Donut control is looking good from the side of Vicday, and Tacos runs one down. It's an open goal. There should be no way to stop this. That's a brutally fast goal.
Yeah, in spite of FA Bobby thinking about their firepower here at mid, Vicday were able to slip around the right side even. See ball in their possession, however. They do have possession this time, and Sands is holding on to this cocoon. It's going to be the condition under which they score this goal. Bobby also staying at range. The idea here is for him to get a pick at long range. Patchy trying to pick carefully around this Chester, but it's not going to go well at all. Bobby's here to delete every single person. Once he gets one pick, he's going to take it an entire mile. Wants this kill versus Vegeta, but then decides to about face, not commit at all. Didn't hit the last shot on Vegeta, and wound up being actually a poor interaction in a needlessly aggressive play.
This seems a bit of a miscomp there. I think they cocooned on the right and then didn't want to go for that open lane. That's going to bite them here. And there's another open goal. Vegeta now is the one rushing it, and Bobby with this hypercharge super not going to connect there onto Tacos. Should be able to still walk this one in. And Vicday, they finally got a game.
At last, they look like they found their legs. Vegeta's just taking a sip over here, staying hydrated. It is yet another set. They might be down to... What the... Is that the same clip, or is he just hitting the double sip back-to-back? This man really needs his energy drink, it would appear. We'll see if he's properly revitalized. A match point possibility denied so far. Vicday looking for that initial control. So far, it looks to be pretty good for Vegeta, who's beating all of these shots. I can't believe he pulled that off.
He's gonna get the oh my word, this is sublime from Vicday. Yet another very early goal.
That indeed, but Vicday are lacking their gadgets this time. I wonder if that's going to impact them on the initial take. Tacos inside the wall, looks for yet another crit on his Sands, but the cocoon rings true. Slowed briefly, and Sands finishes the job. It's the power of the slimy star power. Once they emerge from the cocoon, they are still... Whoa, Patchy has the angle all the way to the goal. Perfect positioning.
A bit of a slip up there from Vicday. Why did that? That's the same angle that we saw yesterday.
It is.
Was left unpunished. And yeah, ball control is the name of the game, Vicday. I think you might have missed that lesson in Brawl fundamentals, but they are just consolidating that position. Sands, though, gets a nice cocoon there. Tacos that should be brought down, but it trades out with Sands. Now Patchy inside the back there. Bobby gets another tap there onto Vegeta. Beautifully played there so far by FA Bobby.
Some near shots there for Bobby. Whoa, what a stun there for Chino. And Bobby's like, no. Y'all aren't going to get mid, but Tacos has some dodges on lock. And I take it back. He's getting destroyed. Now reduced to just a fraction of HP, and also has activated the long arms gadget. So FA Bobby are going to play carefully around this. It's not going to shock them at all. Going to go ahead and just waste it so he can get it back on cooldown. He has the hypercharge right now, so it's really spelling out a team wipe if he can nail this properly. A super, a gadget, a hypercharge. It's really all you need. That and a takedown on Sands would be the optimal conditions.
Hypercharge Super is online for Vegeta. Bobby is going to be blown out of the trench here. He's been defending so well this entirety of the game, but it just might not be enough here. They try to force this one through, but Sands is there to stop this. Tacos has the hypercharge, no, just need to pass it to him and walks it in. Vicday close off the set.
Well done, and Vegeta has no reaction at all. It almost looks like he's falling asleep. Isn't that the opposite of what an energy drink is supposed to do? By the way, we didn't see what that was on your screen, Tacos, but I bet it was absolutely hysterical. 1-2, Vicday behind by a single set. No, unless it's a white square, man, we can't see it. Sorry. But there's always next set. You just got to win it is all.
Lower the brightness, Tacos. Lower the brightness. We've got to see it. We've got to find out what that is on his screen.
Well, I'll tell you what, he might have outshone his phone screen here even, because FA Bobby did manage to get like some plays here and there, but overall this was fantastic for Vicday. Really a great display of team play, and I loved the shade.
I think what we've seen so far of this matchup is that FA Bobby is able to outskill Vicday. Better synergy, better team communication. They're pinching when they have to. They're not cocooning the opponent that is already one shot,
Yeah.
And in this one, finally, Vicday seems to have woken up. This was their map pick, and they finally get a win on the board. And once again, this looks so winnable for them. This is a 50-50 if we make a little less mistakes on the side of Vicday, and finally we do get to see that exactly on Brawl Ball.
I'm just going to call it. I don't know much about this Stu pick. I don't think it's good. I think this Stu just didn't really do what it was intended to do. The idea on other maps when you pick Stu up against Shade is that there's enough time on your hand to gradually use Breakaway, open up the map a little bit and kite the Shade around. Not on Pinhole Punt, man. It's a really, really fast map. You don't even have time to set up for Bobby. He did so well. He landed so many shots on Pierce, highest DPS there, but just wasn't enough.
We called out the trunk. Maybe even like a Rift for the third time in a row could have worked to open up the map. I think that's why they picked the Stu in the end. But as you said, this map is very bushy, you need something to scout, and that Griff would have been able to control the opponents a little bit better. But in the end, I feel like we had, not for the first time in these 3 sets, a better draw from the side of Vicday. FA Bobby still managed to win 2 out of 3.
I still think that's kind of expected. Vicday are going to be showing their A game in this quarterfinal. Maybe not the same for FA Bobby. They're really thinking about the long game and what the opponents are observing from them in these early stages, where there's plenty of time to kind of download their strategy. Quarterfinals has a lot more time for people to prep. So now as we move on to Hideout, this is FA Bobby's map pick. First pick goes to Vicday, and
really
observe the selections. Kaze is basically the best way to get the blue star, so it's a total gimme pick for Vic.
Blue Star already taken now with Mortis and Mina out of the way. There's also not really anything to compete with it. Young Band as well. Ellie and Fang, the only two that really come to mind here still as the assassins, at least for me. Now, we have Pierce left open, and that is a must pick, I feel, for FA Bobby on an open map like this one. Ruff's also always something to pair it with the trait. Pierce can two-shot, I think, even
Who's close, punk?
I think so. It has to be the last shot, obviously, but landing 2 shots on the Kaze consecutively is pretty tough.
Yeah.
I think Bobby might be able to do it. Here's Bobby after all, and expectedly they do pick that one up. Will they just immediately follow up the Ruffs though? I don't know if that's a little bit too obvious. As a comp, there are still other things on this map that are, you know, higher in priority, I think.
Okay, we'll see if they rear their ugly head. That's a classic for FA Bobby. The synergy of staying close together. Bell has also been banned by Vicday, so that opens this up for FA Bobby. I think also Vicday just kind of anticipated the Kaze to be banned by FA Bobby, so they're like, well, at least we can get a Gene by banning this Bell, and it didn't go that way at all. FA Bobby decided that they were going to buy it. 4-5 over for Vicday. They know that they're going to get this Blue Star, or at least they feel quite confident that they will. I don't know if there's really much that beats Kaze outside of like Mortis, which has been banned. So now they're planning for the long game. Gene is one of the best defenders on this map. Charlie also takes, I think, a close second place.
Yep, I was expecting Charlie here, as I said previously. Best counter to Pierce in my books because of the Spiderlings. He does not deal with it too well. Now, Spiderlings are also going to be good against Magic Hand from Gene. Usually a definite kill if you have it available, and you do hit the pull, of course, but if you do, then that Blue Star could switch sides very easily. Now with Charlie, she has Spiderlings. With Kaze, they can dodge out of the way. Gene doesn't have too many targets so far. Ruffs could now also be a good pick for the left-hand side for the sandbags for the same purpose as the Spiderlings. Gonna go with Byron instead to back that Kaze. Don't mind it. I wasn't a fan of it on Gem Grab. I feel like on Bounty it has its purpose. We don't have anything aggressive yet on the right-hand side, and something aggressive could be dangerous for Byron though.
Is it just wall break coming in again from FA Bobby? I mean, it just feels like that's like the only thing they can really do to open up this comp and make it viable. You know, just concede that Blue Star, give it over to the Kaze. You know that there's nothing in this game at this point that you can compete with. I mean, what are you going to do? Pick up Carl? Instead they go for Penny.
Unexpected. Good against the Spiderlings though. And the Spiderlings are the problem for both Pierce and Gene.
Yep, and artillery is always a great response to siege warfare, or a great method of enacting it, because you anticipate that Vicday are going to be getting that Blue Star immediately and then sinking back into their spawn. So as long as Penny is able to hit some of these shots, then she'll be able to get the turret up. The only issue, though, is that I don't think there's going to be that much peak play. She's going to have to probably fight a lane versus this Byron where she's outranged and will end up feeding super quite quickly.
I think it's just going to be Tacos looking for pickoffs there, and then FA Bobby are going to be sticking together, pushing as a unit the entire game, and then potentially getting punished there by Chino. You see, the Blue Star interaction goes out, and on Vicday, they are not just turtling in the base. They want to just still try to retain some level of that mid control. Don't want to get spawn prepped too quickly.
Yeah, the only issue, though, is with them being out in the open, it means Patchy is gradually working towards his super. Also looking for anyone inside the bush. Taco's now lurking in that position. Sans gets very aggressive. I think he knows that just once this turret is up, it's going to be so powerful that he's willing to put his life on the line for it. That's quite the vengeful spirit there from Patchy to get additional damage on Chino, and it buys some time for Bobby to get his ammo back and get his HP back. One shot onto Chino is enough to push him back significantly, but Bobby cannot afford to push that hard because he knows he's going to get hit by the super. Could be a kill confirmed, but Chino decided to go for it from the outset, still hit by the piercing shot from Bobby and forced to retreat.
It's a really difficult matchup to go up against as this Byron, but Chino is doing an excellent job holding his own here.
Ooh.
Taco's there. The Fanstorm doesn't do that much damage, just really just use the zone and just equalize this position. It's still a 1-0 in terms of stars, not a single kill for either team.
It's just about that control, and we're still looking for some of these game-winning supers. Want to see Bobby's, want to see Patchy's. He's working on it, but the Spiderlings are getting in the way, and Sans is nowhere to be seen. Finally, we see some action. A kill onto Chino, who's he's totally cornered in the bottom right. And now this turret is going to cover their tracks. Chino's got to evaluate whether it's worth going for it or not. Tacos on the left side is trying to go for this pinch. 20 seconds to go. No backing down now.
FA Bobby on the defense, and Victor is still desperate to try to mount something here. Tacos hasn't even gotten a super, would have really wanted that fan storm from previously. Instead, he's going to pop back into Geisha form here. They've only got 8 seconds left to make something happen. Chino still holding on to this super, could get lots of value here. Managed to clip all 3 of them. Hypercharge goes off, but oh no! They just wish they had more time. That could have been a triple to bring it back.
A fraction of a second there would have confirmed damage for the Kaze super, and they narrowly avoided their demise. Really, really close one here for FA Bobby, but totally nailed the timing on their retreat. They knew that when 20 seconds arrived, they could slowly start to sink back. That is the golden number. Wonderful play for Tacos, by the way, to get that blue star without really being threatened by the enemy. Stays in this forward position expertly, but on the right side, Bobby's been trading some blows with Chino. Ends up having to fall back into this comfortable position, and no major plays really just yet, but we're starting to see the aggression, maybe some impatience out from FA Bobby. Whoa, that's an early pull for Patchy. It rings true, make it 2. Bobby now looking for the kill on Tacos, but look at that, the trigger discipline. He didn't even go for the super because he knew Tacos would dash away.
Oh, and big value that he's going to extract from that as well. I got a shout out for Patchy as well, going for the most unexpected target. Vegito was just slow there on the gadget, could have blocked it there, but I just thought he just didn't expect to be a target there. That was just it. That was more than sufficient for FA Bobby to break through. But it's going to be start of Vicday's turn now to aggress there. The fan storm there cornering the entirety of the team. Tacos starting to rain in with some of these daggers. Nice super there from Chino there, but the pull rings through once again. A successful defense so far, but Chino hasn't backed off. Wow! Kill for him, and a reversal of the stars.
All it takes is one solid Byron super. It's amazing as the kill confirmed, and we saw Chino kind of whiff one earlier, so it's good that he's able to redeem himself. Unfortunately, in all of the melee, we've seen the emergence of this turret. Excellent counterplay by Tacos, just places down that Kaze super to drop it to 300 HP. A little bit more oomph than it would have been good. That's going to be a kill for Byron as well. Vicday continue to compound their lead. It's about to be that 20-second mark. No turning back for FA Bobby. They got to make an impact with their super, but Patchy is being chased all the way to the other side of the map. He will end up falling to the effects of Tacos' super, and we see the Cocoon on the other side. Sans cannot escape.
Just play protect the precedent. Chino is the target on the side of FA Bobby. They need to get him and more, but Tacos just playing disruption here. He knows he can just throw bodies at the side of FA Bobby, and there's nothing that they can do to stop this. My MVP for this one has to go to Chino. He absolutely dominated on his Byron this game.
He seriously stepped up, and then I was also dazzled by Tacos in the end game there with his extremely aggressive Kaze plays, where wound up getting a kill there all the way at the end, managed to, when he respawned, confirm a kill as well. But this all came down to Chino. He got a double kill with the Chug Splash, is what I like to call it, that Byron super. And then everything was pretty much written in advance from there on out. Once again, we'll see the lead go to Vicday. It's just how the game is played. They have Kaze, they got Blue Star. GG go next. But now Bobby is just not relenting on Chino, absolutely punishing him for his insolence in the last game.
He's mad at his ex-teammate, isn't he? He's just looking at Chino and is like, oh, you think you can diff me? I am the best sharpshooter in NA, and I am going to prove it on 70 ping that I am better than you, period. There's nothing you can do. But Chino is, he's holding his own here. The Byron matchup against Piers is absolutely brutal to play up against. And so far, game number 2 showed us certainly that Vicday have what it takes to do it.
Got to see that Vicday offense. Last time, it all came down to Chino making plays. Vegeta does have a super that he can utilize, but who do you really want to use it on? Also, note that Patchy got an early super in the last game, and they don't really want to feed that again either. Here comes the super. Chino nicked by that 3K damage shot from Bobby, but no damage with Bobby's super. Kind of a poor play for Bobby that ends up letting Vicday stay within a 1-star differential.
It's a tense one on the side of FA Bobby. They've got 45 seconds left to defend this. They are holding a minor lead, but Bobby smells blood, just really wants to dominate his ex-teammate. He almost kind of got baited there. Tacos was really, really close there. That's just an opening now that's going to allow them to break in from this right side of the map.
So calculated there by Tacos. He knew he could get one shot. Just wants a super, some assassination with the dash, maybe a fan storm to blind his opponents. 20 seconds to go. And FA Bobby are ahead by 1 star. They have the pull. They're ready to punish, but Tacos is going to see it as his responsibility to evade this pull.
Vegeta now, he's the one that has to be the one to lead the Vanguard here on the right side. But no, he's the first to drop Bobby, and Sans just punishing him here. Tacos is running it down. And FA Bobby, they're gonna prove that they could have qualified even with spotty Wi-Fi. They are the ones that'll be moving on to the semifinals.
Expressionless, however. Just,
a smirk, right?
That's sort of what we were supposed to do. That's step 1 of 3 completed. They want to win yet another monthly final. Nothing really special to them about winning a quarterfinal anymore. This is just another step in the process of making it to land. They were there only 1 month ago, but things were a little bit shaky. Cannot believe that Chino pulled off that super here. He backed everyone into the back right. This was actually after whipping a super, managed to get it back the hard way with 4 entire shots and still managed to profit off of that. I would be similarly frustrated if I were Cash.
See, you're saying that they're expressionless because for them it's just daily business. I actually think they're not happy with that performance.
That too.
And I wouldn't be either. Alone in that game too. There were a lot of mistakes on both sides. I'm not impressed, to be honest. Here we had Vegeta getting picked off the Gene twice, even though he has a gadget specifically made for the Gene to counter it. And then Gino absolutely turned into a rock star for the end of the set, but it was Tacos' ult that pushed back Bobby completely into spawn. They could have played around the super a bit better, I feel. They got picked off one by one, and yeah, just let themselves be pressured a bit too much. Also, Tacos with ult available, completely falling apart, separating, and not playing together anymore. When you play against the Kaze Boo, just stay together with your teammates, and you're gonna be fine.
Yep, that was the theory. I'm also just not impressed in the overall drafting of the whole series. I think for both teams, it was actually Vic Day that had the bolder, more comprehensive drafts that just made sense. Whereas FA Bobby, they looked like they came into this one just with no preparation. And I don't fault them. I mean, there's like 5 sets of data to study. So what do you prep, what do you ban? You're like, oh, I mean, they play this on challenges. Maybe we just ban that or not.
Yeah, I do think that we see which team of the two have scrimmed a bit more often. We do see the better synergy in the end from FA Bobby, but from both sides, just too many mistakes, really. If they want to make it through the semifinals, what we saw from Tribe earlier, FA Bobby has to step up their game in this one. Now we get Uber back. Our prediction has been wrong. I'm not too surprised, but as I said before, with this prediction I could have only won because I want to see FA Bobby face off against Tribe Gaming. They can redeem themselves from Brawl Cup, where Tribe Gaming came out on top. At the same time, I would have liked to see the underdog in this one, Vic Day, who just recently came together with Tacos, perform a bit better than they did today.
It's a quality outfit. I think if I'd had a closer look at the scrim results and noticed a distinct lack of them for Vic Day, that might have, changed my decision making. You can say what you want about this FA Bobby squad, but those guys put in the reps. They do work hard, and I'm sure that coming off a performance, at Brawl Cup that they wouldn't have been satisfied with, they got back and made sure the rubber hit the road pretty quickly. So that's on me. Hands up on that prediction. But they are the kind of team where I thought, like, pound for pound, there were 6 great players in the lobby. Could have gone either way, but the work rate is there for FA Bobby. Let's see if it carries them any further.
Talking about work rate though, the team that has scrimmed the most by far in this region has been Team Electros, and now they're going up against Utopia. A clean breeze through the qualifiers, beating every single team along the way with impeccable draft and even better gameplay to support it, 3-0. Now, they've looked very strong at the beginning of the spring split, immediately winning their first ever BSC monthly final. For all 3 players of those, it has been the first time ever, and they win it immediately. Then, all of a sudden, semi-final finish in the next month, quarter-final finish in the following month, and they were the front runners to go to Brawl Cup. All they needed to do, Spoo, was to not lose the quarterfinals. And what happened?
And they lost to Zula.
A mixed team.
My boy.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't even like a fantastic performance for them. And in the words of Team Electros, they knew they kind of got a bit lazy, a bit sloppy on preparation. After they won month number 1, they were just feeling themselves, stopped really thinking about it. It's the curse of being, 16 rookies, prefrontal cortex not fully developed. I get it.
The amygdala still being developed.
It's still being, the fear's not in there. They thought, Brawl Cup is secured. Zulan, he's an old man. We'll just crush him. And then they got folded in half. That is not happening for the summer split.
I think it's almost like they won a monthly final too easily. And we're like, wait a minute, do we actually not have to work nearly as hard as we do to win? And then the rest of the region put in the work. They've locked in. They've definitely put the scrim time in. And I would too. Like, I think they should have been a Brawl Cup. And the fact that they're not there is their own fault. So now it's time to make sure they feature in the postseason in other ways.
And they definitely locked in. In scrims, they have been performing better than anyone else. Above 70% win rate in scrims. Now, does that say a lot? We don't usually want to go by just scrim rates because some players don't take scrims as serious as the game day. Some don't even scrim at all, as we've just seen. But yeah, in the end, you want to perform as well as possible on the game day. You want to try out different comps that might not really have any purpose or any future. And that's why scrim rates might be not that good. Now, I want to hear from Snowy what the reason was, why they might have not performed as well in the following months.
I haven't really heard any excuses from you guys after y'all missed Brawl Cup, so now I'm going to give you the chance. What went wrong? How are y'all going to correct on it?
I believe just as a team, like, even though, like, I remember the last interview, I said we, like, more focused. It just felt that we weren't, like, as connected as a team. Like, as, like, how when we lose scrimmage or something, like, it wouldn't be, like, as, like, how do I, like, word it? Like, we weren't, like, so much as friends, I would say, before. But I think over the, like, 2 months, we've grown a lot. And we just, like, we've been talking with each other way more after scrims. We've been reviewing way more and all that. I think that was, like, the #1 main issue. And the other one, I think, was draft. But I don't really like to blame draft because that's a part of the game. And we should be better on that on our end.
Well, it's good to hear that y'all are friends, or, you know, more friends than before, perhaps. But are y'all all together and making sacrifices? Because I was trying to DM Dwayne the other day, and I found out that he'd pretty much, like, disabled his social media. Is everyone making sacrifices like that?
He's trying to, like, dopamine detox, so his focus is the best. And then I flew to Texas this week, so I have good ping. And then Memin's just, he's already close to the server. He's just locked in. He's going to be, like, our carry as usual.
Wow, they're taking this so serious. It's so phenomenal to see a roster like this one lock in. They're so young and so committed to this.
I mean, I don't mind watching these guys chill a little bit once they've, like, generally secured mathematically, deterministically a postseason spot. Then you can start working on other aspects of your game. I do kind of enjoy the dopamine detox idea. I do think we're, in this day and age, we're flooded with too much tripe on social media, and I think, like, getting away from that is great, even if it makes it hard for Ready to contact you with these very incisive interview questions.
I love
Are you gonna detox?
No.
I mean,
No?
I want to see you not being on your phone for a day.
Me?
Yeah. I was like,
Forget
take it
about
from
right?
this guy who, right before, you know, in the green room, this guy was the guy glued to his screen while everyone else was prepping, right? I mean,
Such a
so
zoomer.
much
I
for
prepped.
dopamine.
I
beat.
prepped.
You prepped. I mean, there's. Look, the card is half filled, guys.
Yeah,
That is
doesn't
as
it?
much
Exactly,
prep-
because I'm a card half full, not a card half empty kind of guy.
To be fair, it is NA. I mean, there's not much to prep for NA.
Guys,
But-
I'm locked in. I am just
What
as
is
locked in as
this?
Memen is, right? I'm basically at the server. It's all
We
good.
want to have a look at the maps that were picked up by those two teams. Team Electros got
me
to
out
pick
about my phone
if they are team to pick map 1 and 3 or 2 and 4. They decided to go with 1 and 3, which would probably be everybody's choice. Ring of Fire, Golden Gulch, Pinhole, Punt, and Layer Cake have been picked by those two teams. And then Hard Rock Mine is our random decider. So we get to see Ring of Fire once again as our first map. They seem to have the same map favorites as Tribe Gaming. Interesting.
Yeah, I actually think that this is like a great map for teams that draft really well, like a very balanced comp. We were talking about it a couple of sets ago, like get an assassin, pick its counter as well, and have a nice control brawl and kind of win the game. So I like watching great teams on Ring of Fire, especially ones that don't just draft 3 control brawlers and hope that they can outshoot their opponents.
I like watching great Brawl stars overall. Really.
Okay, yep.
Have you been seeing that though? So far in NA?
I'm not going to say anything without my lawyer.
Yeah, I played the 5th.
I have to say though, between Team Electros and Utopia here, I thought it was interesting that Team Electros were picking maps that were enabling their mechanical ability, whereas on the side of Utopia, you know, with this Golden Gulch selection and Layer Cake, those are maps that you are basically saying, I want to pick up the Dark stuff, the Janet stuff, the Kid stuff, and just cheese my opponent. Once again, we're seeing this trend where underdogs, they just kind of just know that if it comes to a flat mechanical fight that, you know, they just can't win. And seems like the community agrees. I just want to say, so far, 96% to 4 has been the highest one-sided. We haven't seen a number above 96% in any BSC tournament this year. Yeah.
I think this team is like really sick. It's disappointing that if they're not fully locked in, they just kind of fall off the radar. I'd kind of like to see you know, Electros walk in on an average day and still dominate everyone. Like, I want to see their mid performance still be like a top 2 showing in this region. Then you can clown about, and then you can lock in when you have to instead of having to do it all the time and just kind of exhausting yourself. I'm looking forward to see what they show us on this map, though. Their drafts are quite interesting on Ring of Fire.
They did manage to knock out Legacy from the upper bracket. They took a set of Tribe Gaming. Now they're here to show what they can do against Team Electros. It's Utopia versus Team Electros. Let's see if they still have what it takes. I actually have Team Electros winning it all today. A little fact on the side, because they won the spring split, the first monthly final of that. So my prediction is going to be that they're going to win the summer split, the first monthly finals, and then follow up again. Let's see if that's going to happen. I hope not for them. They do seem locked in. In the interview, we heard it. They have no more excuses. They moved to places with better ping. They do dopamine withdrawal.
Detoxes, yeah.
Withdrawal.
I mean, honestly, listen.
I mean, I don't know if he has withdrawal, but detox. Naja is going to be the first pick. Makes a lot of sense here. Ring of Fire. As any other map, really, Naja is always going to be good.
You know what? I'm gonna dopamine withdrawal. I'm gonna raw dog my flight home just to show you guys I can. Yep.
Really?
That's right.
You're
Yep,
just
no
going to
screens.
sleep.
Damn it, come on.
Are we all forgetting that playing Brawl Stars gives you dopamine, guys? So I don't
Yeah, no,
get
it does.
this whole detox thing, because he's just taking one form of dopamine and channeling it all into Brawl.
Dude,
so
is scrimming though like dopamine? I understand
Yeah.
like flattening bad randoms might be dopamine inducing, but like when you grind the game and when you're like super locked in, I don't know if that's the purpose of it. Do you know what I mean?
Winning a match against your opponents is definitely also.
So actually, you know what, Mehmet? You're banned from any dopamine. You must throw this game.
Play
because-
Brawl Stars.
But that gives you dopamine.
Wear the Star Parquet and play Brawl Stars.
Okay. You will play Brawl Stars.
will play Brawl Stars. And
We
you
have a
will
pretty good draft now also from the right-hand side. Lumi for the area control, Mina for the aggression. We do like to see a Mina, probably the most solid assassin on a map like this one, because you also have that gadget to save you and to make sure you can collect a couple percentages without even getting hit.
So far, of all the comps I've seen so far, this has been the one from both teams that I have absolutely no issues with. All 5 picks that are coming out, very standard theory. I love what Utopia have done. I mean, I watched them throughout the qualifiers when, you know, they were under a different name then, and even then throughout the path of Ascension, they really impressed me in upsetting, you know, all these teams along the way. They started to come together as more of a top-tier team that's worthy of that mantle of top 8.
Yeah, they reverse swept to actually get to this game. They reverse swept the Gnosis to make it here.
Dragon!
These guys are settling the unknown quantity, though. When I see a team go down 0-2 in the qualifying game, have to like fight their way back, I'm like, okay, so you know, there might just be some maps where they're like much more comfortable than others. That does mean that like the picks of TE, you'd expect them to look quite strong in. This is a very tank-heavy comp that we're seeing from Utopia. They're certainly going to be able to throw themselves at the point here and run it down. I do think it might be a little stressful for Electros to juggle both the Draco and the Mina aspects. They've both got ways of like mitigating damage or preventing it entirely in the case of that last stand gadget.
Naja is unchecked though.
Yeah.
There's gonna be a ton of poison on the ground, tons of danger noodles. It's a big gamble play that the Utopians are making, and they certainly think that they can just by pure stalwart force break through inside the mid. They've already picked up first Bloody and Memen. He gets a position there in the back, but no real staying power just yet.
That is super nice up there from the thing, which is Doin? Doin. Yeah, there we go. It's a 10-10. All right. Put his name in Japanese. Fair enough. Snowy here. Comfortable up on this right-hand side of the map. It should be in katakana because that's not a Japanese word, I think, originally, but that's fine. Let it go. Drilling with that wind wall here is Memen trying to make this wrap around. Again, they've got their hands full, these two tanks.
There's no way to get them out inside the center. The problem is the lack of damage on this team, and Memen is gonna finally get down one, and there's some staying power, but they've already yielded an entire 61%.
Honestly, they get through that Draco super pretty effectively, doing with a decent super. It does slow things down. Blast speed almost catches on the Snowy, but there is no route. Junior now going to try and hide inside that wind wall. If possible, Wink gets flattened. I mean, again, that's one of the weakest components of this Utopia comp. They do need to watch out getting run down by this Kenji.
the way for them to win, they need to cycle it out. But with Draco just throwing away supers like that, Nerf, that is not something that they really want to do. One of the supers takes so long to charge. He's going to die another 3 times to get it. Yeah, he's got a hypercharge online, but without that super online, there's just no way to break back into the mid.
Johnny here, used the gadget very early, not even out on the point, which means staying power is going to be limited. Team Electros have now got themselves into the lead, and this control comp is starting to choke the life out of Utopia. Wink's getting dropped very low. Memen comes forward. His intended target had already fallen, but a hypercharge to hold Nerf 7 in place, and now they'll walk up with last stand active. You can see at least the Sphinx Super mitigates the speed of that super, and that's a hypercharge. Larger super is not much you can do about that one. This is Electros now getting to 92, and they should be able to get it home from here.
I just want to point out they were down by 61%, and then they were just grinded out by this Naja and this Kenji. Memen just juggled this this Draco, as you mentioned, just so perfectly, just created this zoning pressure away from his team. And then Nerf, I think honestly it was just no trigger discipline on that super. It's okay to die, respawn with full health, and then running with a more coordinated assault on the team.
I think also it's tough for Lumi to go up against the Kenji. You know, Memen controlling its space very effectively. Even the Mina struggling at times. Nice little early Grim and Frostbitten from Wink here to get that control. But Memen seems comfortable in this kind of matchup. Oh, I like that Slashini. In fact, he could have gotten some space away, but Nerf gets broken down even though he had that gadget in play. And Wink is surely next on the menu.
I just want to point out for viewers that don't know, the Draco versus Kenji matchup is one that's supposed to be closer to 50-50, but with Memen on this Kenji, he just understands the mechanics so well, he's crushing him. That said, though, Utopia are finally pushing back the side of Team Electros. Yeah, but Memen's gonna clip a win in the back and continuing to pressure here in the mid.
Okay. Definitely going to come up with a super now. Gadget popped at a pretty decent time, doing deals with them though, and there it is. This Pink super on the point. Those Morning Stars are slowed down drastically if they even clip that zone. Johnny's still a bit of an issue though, in a comfortable spot tucked in this L shape of barrels, and with a super at the ready, even Memen has to respect them.
Memen's got a hypercharge super. He's gonna have to land a big one there. Clips, wins one slash over there, and then cycles on a second onto Nerf, gets another slash there. How is this Kenji still alive?
That's pretty nasty stuff from Memen. Only one slash of each of those supers connecting, but it was more than enough. The invulnerability frames, important. See, that's star power soaking up a lot of that first hit from Draco's lands, and now Memen is going to go hell for leather, trying to force that gadget out early from Nerf 7. Not a darn thing he could have done, and Electros are looking to catch up.
Utopia doing their best here. They've got a big secret weapon that Nerf has the hypercharge ready, but you can see Sirius already pummeling in. Nerf can't even leave the base. He's got a hypercharge ready, but he's got no time to use it. What are you doing?
Using that gadget inside your own half of the map is a death sentence for your team's success. Nerf is going to come forward now, but I don't think that gadget's off cooldown yet, and he's leaning on the power of this hypercharge. Memen lazily sends a slash in his direction if he must, and Electros are here to close this out. Solid showing on Ring of Fire. A massive comeback in game number 1, and game number 2, they look like they were born for it.
Team Electros just look like they're cheating here. Rock, paper, scissors, but they just understand. They know what their opponent's going to throw every single time. You've got Draco Super online. Serious? The Sphinx has already got his hypercharge online to just deal with it, be the umbrella for the team. And then when they don't have that online, they're just like, hey, Memen, go, stop him. Make sure he doesn't leave the base. And they just do it beautifully.
I mean, what I'm seeing is that there's just not enough space. There's not enough breathing room for Utopia to actually get their Draco onto the hot zone with a gadget and a super. It's usually one of those two, never both. And say nothing about hypercharge. It was shut down pretty early. The amount of attention that Nerf had to put on, 2 out of 3 members of this Electros team, while Memen simply carved a bloody swathe through their backline, should be studied. Dominant showing here with a Kenji performance that frankly ran away with the game.
Just incredible. I think Junie needed to do so much more on this Mina. I didn't even feel the presence of either of them. I just saw them just get spawn trapped in the base by one player or another. And that didn't feel like a total outdraft to me, but it certainly played like one. That just felt like the highest skill level difference between the two teams that I've seen in all of NA.
I do think that Mina and Draco was potentially a pretty greedy draft. Like, you leave yourself with only the Lumi for control, and when you've got one brawler that is so easily run over by the Kenji, you are then hoping your 2 tanks can go to work, which is tough against Finks, who almost always seems to have that super available. Feel like it was a bit more of a conservative draft from Electros that had that tank element, but also had 2 very robust control brawlers that had staying power on the point.
Yeah, Brady's theorems rings true. I mean, Naja plus 1 control plus 1 assassin, just the way to go, right?
Good.
And that's the way the Team Electros drafted. Utopia didn't respect it. They allowed this Naja through all of the vans, and clearly they had a plan to it, right? They allowed the Naja as the first pick. They answered with the Loom immediately, and then maybe in the second pick, that's kind of where they got a bit confused.
Golem Gold we're heading over towards next, and Leon is just a broadly very powerful brawler to take here. Gene actually gets a ban here out of Utopia. Naja also dealt with. Ruffs, Charlie, and of course Byron are banned away here by Team Electros. So there's a lot still on the table. I've seen Electros with some more old school drafts on this map recently. They've wanted to play like Daryl and Spike on occasion here, oddly enough. They do like trying to play Ollie when they can get him. He's still very much open.
Is one of the best last pick they can get on this map. Ollie has been just so versatile into all kinds of brawlers. If you run the gadget allows you to jump, that's an end game nuke they can use to get the super to guarantee kills. And then if you run the other one, whereby it's a free hypnosis, it's an easy catch. You're combining with the speed star power to just get early presence inside the mid. It's always a threat that has to be accounted for. And you combine that with this new Buffy lollipop drop, you basically get halfway across the map before the opponents even got in the bush.
Yeah, and they don't know. You have that assistant stealth coming out of the lollipop drop that can actually allow you to jump into adjacent bushes without being detected. Now there's wall break here, so this makes you start to think twice about tick, makes you start to think maybe it's worth looking at Angelo, who has escaped the ban so far, just like a sharpshooter that tends to outrange someone like a Meeple here, or do you lean a bit more into like trying to gap close? That Ollie idea may be still in the back of your mind. You're thinking about something that can support him, but you've already banned the Byron, for example, so killing from hard to come by. And here's a Daryl I sort of mentioned earlier, so yeah, might end up seeing this comp just throw itself at Utopia.
They just see the Brock and they're convinced that that's sufficient to pull the trigger on the Darrow. It's a blast from the past, an old school idea. There's the Angelo that you mentioned as well. Just the strongest sharpshooter even when the map is open. So this is a super balanced comp. They're basically telling Utopia, you open the map, Memmen's gonna snipe you.
Yeah.
You keep the map closed, Doin's gonna roll you over in the end game, and you've just got this Meeple rage quit to prevent against the roll. That's just not remotely enough.
And I can't tell if this is just like a Jaeyong last pick, something pretty boring. I would have liked to have seen them take it first, but they might just be prioritizing getting the Brock, especially, and the Meeple is, again, quite powerful if the map doesn't get broken up. So it's not just, okay, even more boring, fair enough. It's not just Electros that have gone for whether the map is broken up or not, they have a valid composition. The RT here, obviously, great defensive brawler, good at dissuading that all-in that Daryl often tries to throw at you.
It's going to come down to target selection and Team Electros. I mean, I'm assuming Memmen's going to be playing the Daryl. And so far, his target selections has been completely off the charts. He's just not missed a beat in that first game. And I expect that he will be able to find it. No, it's not. He's going to go the Leon. That's even scarier, actually, on that Leon selection. I kind of forgot to mention that with this Leon, they've just got 2 ways to go after people. And you can't block both at once. I mean, the RT can babysit one person on the team, but just not 2 at the same time if they're coming from directions.
A pretty assertive positioning early in the round here for Team Electros. Snowy making sure he actually has a really good line here. Yep, rocket lasers had to be used pretty much straight away to keep the Brock out of trouble, but now you can scout these bushes with Memmen. I kind of wonder what Daryl's up to here, off screen right now, probably coming in from that south side. Constant pressure being applied. Johnny getting tapped down as well. There's a nice hit from Snowy Nerf. Also experiencing the pointy end of the arrow, so to speak. And imagine some people might put Snowy in a bit of an isolated position, but he's ready to fight for a nice little gadget away. Wink fell, and out of nowhere, Doin turns up.
Can I just point out, Team Electros just played 2 versus 3. They frankly didn't need Doin to come in there. They were crushing them, absolutely bottlenecking them inside the base. I don't know why Win is on this Mansions of Meeple, and I don't know why Junior's even running rocket lasers.
Yeah, I mean, that is an interesting question. The map is not being broken up at all. But again, Snowy's just playing in such an aggressive position that it doesn't matter that the map's not broken. He is playing out in the open one way or another. Around the super as well, he doesn't have to stop firing to heal up. Got to respect this a little bit, but now Utopia's been boxed into a corner. The gas isn't too far away, and Doin is happy to keep them here. He knows he can't commit into an RT with a super up, but he doesn't have to.
He tried to bait it and trigger discipline on the side of Nerve. I mean, credit where it's due. He realized that, yeah, this guy comes in, it's going to be a free kill, but both players holding back on those utilities. You imagine some people coming out here just buying some breathing room.
We'll get you back into the map.
Yeah, I'll come back into the map, but it's Junie that really needs to get these rocket rains online and start opening up more terrain and enable this RT.
I mean, he doesn't want to do that. That's the reality. Otherwise, he would have taken a different gadget for sure. Seven there taking a bunch of damage. Here comes the hypercharge Dell in, and wow. Well, Seven ceased to exist, but the damage trade is decent. Snowy, though, has a hypercharge and is more than willing to make use of it offensively. Johnny now on his own. It's a matter of surviving the gas, as Snowy is going to make that a difficult prospect. I like Johnny's attempt at dodging the arrow to stay alive in that endgame longer, but it was not to be.
Snowy. Oh man, that's a dirty Angelo that he's playing here. The amount of pressure the team Electros are exerting, just the aura of their team, just pushing back the entirety of Utopia here. I mean, I don't even know if they agreed on the way the comp is meant to be played, because the point of picking up the RT is versatility. As you mentioned, you can open up the map, you land 2 taps, you land the Brock, you can push back Snowy, but they're just not confident. They felt if we open the map, Snowy will crush us.
But I like here Utopia are playing the left side of the map, which at the north side is more guarded by some of this, like, you know, higher terrain. So Snowy actually has to take sharper and sharper angles to get shots, and RT can match the range of Angelo in many of these cases. So it's a pretty reasonable matchup for Nerf 7 to take. Journey here as well, a rocket that's a little wayward. Snowy 1v2ing right now, and honestly showing us a quick step to dodge these projectiles.
Memen is going to make the rotation there. It's Duin that is flashing the super here. He sees the target, goes straight onto WinQ. He should be a dead man here. No rage quit to save him. And meanwhile, Nerf is being pinched to oblivion there by Snowy. Oh man, there's nothing Nerf can do. Can't even walk into smoke here to deny this. This is just Team Electros showing us a masterclass.
The fact is, Lollipop drop means that Utopia don't have enough time to react to this Daryl coming in. Daryl gets a second or so of persistent invisibility walking out of it. When he moves across the map so quickly with that super, you don't have enough time to react. You need to have that gadget available. We don't have Rage Quit. We have Mantis of Meeple. It's not good at defending these upfront pushes from the Daryl.
Oh man, Utopia's comp here. I just don't know what to do. I mean, you lose in vision, you lose in timing, you lose late game, you lose early game, you lose in skill, you lose in dopamine at this point, and you're just feeding snack there to this team who is basically treating you as a warm-up for the next set.
Yeah, that does seem to be the case here. Here's Memen. Oh, nasty stuff. That hypercharge means those shurikens are hitting at full damage, even at max range, or close to at least, which almost turns Leon into a sharpshooter for a time. Nerf is not going to have any opportunity to make use of that super. He knows it, and so Utopia simply say, right, we'll be the launch here again. That's fine.
Complete outdraft there for me. I think they had to gamble. They had to just go with Rocket Fuel, not Rocket Laces. Open up the map, take the Rage Quit, use it as the way to stop the Daryl from coming in. They have to accept the fact that you can't have everything, right? You can't have this, you know, miraculous situation where we don't open the map, we pick the RT, but we run the second gadget instead of hacks, and then now somehow we will turtle until the end game. RT's gonna get a hypercharge. Sorry, guys. I don't know what kind of fantasy world you're living in. Snowy will crush you before you get there.
Yeah, and Dwayne is not going to die at the RT. He had the chance to do that in that first game and does it. But I actually don't know if this is even an outdraft. I think the loadout is incorrect for Utopia.
Yeah.
If those gadgets are different and they decide to open up the map and like, okay, yes, you're going to be empowering your opposing Angelo by opening the map up. But then you put pressure on the Lollipop drop locations.
Yes.
First of all, those don't last nearly as long. You get free damage on the Daryl, and you're able to see this coming. All of a sudden, the Electros' plan seems that much more telegraphed. You actually have time to respond, and yes, you're going to bring Rage Quit, so you don't get dove on.
Like, I thought that was the plan, you know, and I guess they couldn't agree on it. Even WinQ wasn't running Rage Quit. He was running Mansions of People, and what's the point?
I mean, I guess you can rocket rain someone inside of it. That's nice. Or you can even drop legs and splash damage through the wall. It's, I mean, I think the use cases are a bit more niche.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean,
I'm coping.
Could have, yeah, maybe, I don't know. These things happen. These are rookies after all, and they're down backs against the wall. They've been dominated, not just in drafts, in loadouts, but in just pure gameplay as well. I mean, Team Electros, they are fired up. I mean, this is the most locked in that I've seen. This is the strength of NA. It's honestly getting me really excited. I haven't seen a single mistake from them so far.
Yeah. And honestly, in the qualifier run, they were also flawless. So these guys took not being a part of Brawl Cup very hard. Because, like I said at the start of the show, and it sounded controversial, but I said NA could have sent 2 completely different teams. They could have literally sent Vatic and this team. Based on like where a snapshot of where those teams are right now, or at the time of Brawl Cup, that could have been a better choice, and who knows. It's just nice to see a region with like 4 potential like really heavy hitters, but I expect to see this Electros team in the grand final today.
Indeed, I think this form Team Electros, they look like the favorites to go go all the way here in today's monthly final. But I don't want to speak too soon. I mean, Utopia, they are still in this one out of respect for them. And looking at these bans inside Pinopan, they do understand a little bit about what Team Electros kind of want to play here. They're respecting Mem and Shade here. They're banning out the Naja, learning from some of their mistakes here. I don't really know about this Glowy ban though.
I don't have scrim data for Utopia over the last 2 months on this map.
What?
Yeah, you heard me. It could be because they were forced to have a name change, but it might also be that it's just not there. So we'll see. The approach for Electros, though, is to try and secure Poco in as many games as they possibly can. They also play a ton of Gale. They play Gale, Poco, Naja in some comps, which is kind of sick, but obviously something you want to try and probably use against the tankier setups. They see a Crow early, so already kind of put off this idea, and Naja was banned, so...
Poco to still come in though. I mean, it's fantastic up against the Crow if you enable some kind of aggressive there. But there's the gear that you mentioned.
Happening, dude.
It's happening. This is the Team Electros special, as you mentioned. And they're basically telling Utopia, good luck picking any tanks into this. We're basically forcing you to have to play control on a map that is designed for tanks.
So they could... Okay, so they have played Frank sometimes a long time to scale as well. That's not a bad idea.
That's spicy.
You can play some healing, obviously, with this Poco. Potentially. They've tried BB in some of these comps as well. So I'm looking over at Utopia and I'm asking, okay, you don't have great gap close opportunities here. Stu is decent. He can sort of try and toe the line between a brawler who wants to get up in your face. He also gives you, opportunities to break open the map if that's where you want to go. Otherwise, speed zone is pretty reasonable just to, allow you to dodge some of these projectiles a bit more effectively. But I'm just seeing a big red mark, a big red target on any tank's back in this comp.
I think Griff here could be an excellent last pick there for Utopia. If they really want to lean in on that wall break, enable this oppression of the Crow, they do completely outrange the side of Team Electros at the moment. But no, they're going to go back for this Ems and run in for a more simpler solution to the Donut. This, though, I mean, it's a big statement, right? You're running a brawler that's outranged, and even further outranged by the side Team Electros. They're just saying you're never going to even walk in the bush. We're going to run triple vision gear. Good luck staying in the mid for more than 2 seconds. The Zems is going to die in 3 seconds.
And we don't get to see it, but if we do get pinhole punt again from this Electros team today, I want you to look out for Chuck. They have played him 3 times recently in scrims on this map, and they've won all of them. So I don't know what that is. There's some secret sauce potentially, but it's a very robust composition here from Team Electros. And honestly, it's pretty well behaved. Gale, Ruffs, Otis. You've got a heavy hitter in Otis. You've got stopping power with 2 of your brawlers. And Ruffs is obviously going to open up the map if that's the direction you want to take this game.
The hardest M's game possible for Utopia and the last chance that they have here, but already just some mistakes there. Utopia do manage to stop this one just barely in the nick of time there, but they are pushed back by 2 rungs inside the base. Not a good position to start off this game in.
Okay, well, Join is going to become empowered here. Anointed to be dealing with this Gale, who certainly can be very disruptive and has displacement baked in. There's the gadget there from the Crow with their sort of percentage damage reduction for a short time. It actually adds up to a lot of effective health depending on the circumstance. They're getting tapped down, bro.
Every single shot, every piece of utility from Team Electros just always lands the mark. Even these sandbags are just getting max value. Team Electros, this is like an inevitable thing for them. They're just farming more and more of these supers, opening up the map. They know that there's no need to rush it. This is the discipline from a tier 1 team. And I just want to remind you guys, these guys are supposed to be rookies.
Yeah, I mean, Utopia are getting shot up a lot across this map. I mean, yes, Electros are rookies in theory, but they've played so many match arenas. They've had so much time to gel as a roster, and they take the game very seriously, as evidenced by that interview we got earlier on from Snowy. Still, no goal quite yet to be scored. Wink, healthy enough to try to get across the map. The ball's been snatched out from his purview, and eventually he'll be taken down. Snowy, though, Hyper. Good catch on the nerve. That is max range. Mute button with Hypercharge upside. And there'll be time for Electros to get into the map.
He's just playing with fire there. I mean, he's got so little health and just so confident in his mechanical skill to stay inside the mid. Team Electros, the finesse that this team is displaying for us today. Mehmet crushes Junie on his face. That his Gale is going to blow right through Nerf. I mean, the Zems is an impossible game for them. And they're just counting down. They don't even want to... They're not going to score here. They're just going to wait for overtime and they'll be like, haha, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, it's not a game state that really favors Utopia. This is obviously a control comp here from Electros that want to choke you out of the map and then strike during that phase of the game. Wouldn't mind seeing them maybe take a couple of risks and look to score, but up against a Crow, sometimes the game can get away from you, especially Stu, as you can race across the map. So it can be punishing to errors. for now, they'll hold Utopia under the thumb.
So clinical, right? So clinical. They're just basically playing very methodically. They know that they have the win condition. They're like, haha, nerf. You got 3, 2, 1, and you are a worthless brawler. You can't do anything now on the map. Good luck with nice hypercharge, Wink. You can't even run up the map. Okay, you did like 2 things. You got a super boo-hoo. You're dead now. Gonna pass this ball over to Snowy. They're gonna chain it over there to Man. There's a hypercharge there from Joey. And not even an immediate score. Just throwing up the foot win pin. Respecting EMEA, saying we can play as well as you guys.
You know, I don't do this often, but I know a lot of people that like to watch movies that they've already seen. Like, they kind of know how it's gonna end, but they still enjoy the ride. That feels like...
Yeah.
I had already I'd received the telegram. I knew how this result was going to be. I still sat and watched like a good boy and got excited. But I felt like as soon as these guys loaded in, the result had been decided.
And it just comes to, you know, all things that considered like the draft, the team play difference. Nerf is getting ping-pong here in the right. He's the first to go down here. Ball is going to be passed up there to Snowy onto the left. And it's not a slow grind this game. Looking like this could just be fourth in. Snowy passes over there. The man some mistakes and pew pew pew. It's an open goal. Should be an easy walk in. And it is.
No, with the Crow stopping power though, surely.
Oh, surely the Crow could do it.
Easy goal there for Team Electros now. And again, that's just a matter of taking that map control sequentially and being able to walk it in comfortably. Now, Theo trying to play more aggressive that right-hand side. Spin zone obviously going to help Johnny dodge some of these shots, but no, is not able to benefit from those. He perishes on the right flank.
That's the last pick M's, by the way. It's the last pick on your team. It's supposed to have the most impact.
Yep.
And game, set, and score. There we go. Let's run into a glow. Team Electros, just as foretold. The script says they get a 3-0 and
oh, childhood friends.
Oh, come on.
Childhood friends, right? Is that a Vatic jersey? Okay. Nice.
That's who they want to meet, right? In the semifinals?
Yes, I imagine so.
I imagine that's what they're trying to say. They say, hey, Vatic, we'll see you there.
I mean, I don't know why they're wearing the propeller hats as well. That's quite pleasant. Yes, I mean, they would be facing Vatic. Were Vatic able to prevail over Legacy in our 4th quarterfinal? Okay, I mean, how do we sum up this set? Basically, we really expected maybe something a little different from this last pick from Utopia. Now, something I noticed in the qualifiers is that Utopia had to reverse sweep because it's pretty suspect drafts and execution that didn't quite live up. And here, I don't know what the answer is supposed to be, right? Because you're looking at like 2 solid tank counters plus a really good control brawler. Maybe someone that can be a bit more oppressive at range. Like, can we not live in a Chester world or some brawler that can actually handle or put pressure? Can you punish this pick of the Gale? Surely.
You can. You go wall break, which they didn't spot.
Okay.
It's all right. I'm available for hire, guys. I know I'm casting now, but I used to coach, guys. So, hey, I mean, if I'm at the level that even I can see it, surely you can. But I'm not going to flame these rookies any longer. Honestly, they were up against the toughest team here. I flamed Vic there harder than I flamed them because, honestly, Team Electros, they played so insanely well.
Yeah, they don't really leave any gaps in their gameplay. I think their drafts are pretty unassailable.
All right, game 3, they kind of got a bit sloppy. You could tell, like, they were like, ha, 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 we're going to win this one. They have a bad draft. But, nah, you know, aside from that, I didn't see any mistakes.
Yeah, I think this team is going to punish you for your mistakes, and they don't leave a lot of gaps to be exploited.
And as you two mentioned before, we just had 6 rookies on the field, yet still Team Electros, the much more experienced team, more Metrinos under the belt, and a monthly final win so far. Still, Utopia, I love these 3 boys. They're just so genuine people. I hope they're still celebrating tonight because, just like I said before, they still made it into the top 8 of the North American region, and they still get some points on the board. So no hope is lost just yet. We do have 1.5x multiplier here in the summer split. So if they do end up winning the next 2 monthly finals, they still have a chance, you know?
Okay, sure. I mean, I do think that this is important experience for them. They probably would have wished to get a couple more sets under their belt, I think, under these kind of conditions. But look, they made a qualification. They reverse swept to get here, so it won't take anything away from them. But obviously, I think in the drafting, there's definitely some work to be done, the coordination as well. But this is the ideal arena to hone those exact skills.
Now, Reddy, you watched that from the sidelines. Anything that stood out to you?
Not really. I think this was just business as usual. I expect Team Electros to make a beeline all the way to the finals, and 3-0 is just how exactly I expect them to show up today.
And they continued what they did already in the qualifiers, where they 3-0'd every single team that put up something against them. Now we head into our quarterfinal number 4, and one of these 2 teams will have to face Electros in the semi-finals. Either Vatic or Legacy Esports gets to have that rematch, and this is a rematch itself. Vatic Vatic and Legacy Esports have faced off against each other in the semi-finals last monthly final in April. Legacy ended up losing, disappointing for them, but Vatic ended up winning it all, so they can still say we only lost to the winner of the monthly finals in the end.
Bizarre month because Legacy actually beat Electros in that quarterfinal in order to get to this game, which functionally kept Electros out of Brawl Cup. That's the only result that could have allowed that to occur. So this Legacy team obviously quite capable. They've got some veterans on this squad as well, but they also lost to Utopia in this month's qualifiers, a team that we saw that frankly has a game plan that is riddled with more holes than cheese from your country. So I'm not over the moon about their prospects coming into this game. I expect good things from Vatic. That doesn't mean I'm going to get it, but they are our reigning champions in this region. It's been a little minute though, so hopefully they've made use of the time.
So Rafiki has been playing on that roster before, and then they replaced him with Ducky. He's also still seeking revenge, as I mentioned before. In the April monthly finals, he didn't get it.
Yeah, unfortunate for him there. I still think that he's got some metal there. I think also Legacy Esports had to have some fire behind their eyes here because they missed their chance of making a postseason through Challengers. They came second place in Challengers, unfortunately. Yeah, went all the way through the upper bracket, but couldn't afford a bracket reset there in the double elimination stage, even though they'd played perfectly up until that point. So they're still keeping their eyes set on the postseason over here. They just got to make it to LCQ, which is infinitely harder than making it through Challengers.
Legacy upset many teams in the qualifiers. Now we want to find out if they can continue upsetting major teams in this North American monthly finals. And we sat down with Rafiki to talk Vatic specifically.
After month one, as Livy and Bilal dropped you for Ducky, is that going to make this first quarterfinal extra personal?
I don't think it will be personal because they're still my friends, but they are a very good team, and I don't think it'll be a personal match. I'm just really excited to face them, and hopefully I can win, but they're very good though.
All right. Now, another question for you. After Challengers, y'all came second. You had one match to play on the final day. There was no bracket reset. Have you guys had to reframe your expectations for the season after coming so close to qualifying?
To be honest, we lost to a really good team, so I'm not too upset, but we have to always move forward despite the loss, and of course we have to do good in the monthly finals, so yeah, I won't let it affect me too much.
Good.
Still friends outside of the game, that's really good to see, but now they're enemies, at least for today, and one of them wants to move into the semi-finals to face off against Electros. In Challengers, you mentioned it in your interview already, it was really unfortunate. They were meant to win, many people thought they would, but without the bracket reset, they ended up being second in the Challengers. Now, do you think that was really where they put their money on? Did they want to make it through Challengers, or are they still hoping to just make LCQ through BSC?
I think they basically hedged their bets over here. Like, look, Challengers is an option for us to get to the end of the year. And if you think about it, just going straight to LCQ, it takes one of those steps out of the way. Though I think being able to go to Turkey, play against some pretty good tier 2 teams from around the world would have been better preparation than they could get in their home region. So really stinks that they missed out on that. But to be fair, as Rafiki said, they did lose to a pretty good team. Yeah.
Now, in the BSC, so far, Vatic is looking like the better team, at least on paper. So the three of us are all voting for it. Spoo said Legacy is going to take this one.
It's spicy. I'm okay with it. I'll allow it, so to speak. I think this team is really quality. I just think it's a big question of do Zeus and Zulan still have it? Because when I seen Zulan sort of shop around a little bit in this region, I did feel like he just kind of inserted himself in a team and was trying to do the most in order to, put the game and team on his back, and those were moments that fell flat. But the guy is a really good tank player. I think those are hot prospects right now, especially on maps like Ring of Fire, for example, where, that Draco Mina play is definitely coveted. So I think he's got a lot to offer the game in the region at the moment.
You're talking about maps, so let's have a look at which maps those two teams have picked, because yes, we have map draft now in June. In the summer split, it's gonna stay. Hard Rock Mine is gonna be our first map here. Pinhole Pond picked by Legacy. So far, very open maps. Hideout, also pretty open. A Bounty map as our third. And then if we get to see a fourth, we also get to see Durling Beetles and Goldarm Gulch as our random decider. Now, a team like Vatic, why are they picking maps like Hard Rock Mine and Hideout?
I suppose they just feel confident on these maps that have been in the game for a while. Hideout, I think, is fairly consistent. I see like some diversity in play over here, like maybe a few different tricky things you can go for in the lanes, but they feel like they have that locked down. Hard Rock Mine, you also have diversity. I think like horizontal thinking is going to be one of your best assets here, and I think Vatic have a pretty diverse brawler pool that they can work with.
They play a lot of control brawlers, like a lot of them. They love mid-range brawlers with disruption or utility. That is kind of their bread and butter. So you should expect to see like, Chester's, Otis, like Janet, Lumi, for example. He's your global ban. So when Kit is... wow, Kit's getting banned. Okay.
Are we going to talk about the propeller hat in the room?
I guess, is this a bid?
Does he have a lollipop also?
Maybe doesn't want a sugar rush one.
If he wins, I just want to see it.
You want to see it spin?
Yes. I bet it spins if he wins.
I mean, it does look a little... It certainly looks like he's been greased up. I reckon it'll do a bit. Maybe we should run around the house first a little bit. Okay, so kit ban is pretty interesting. I think that's something that is pretty map specific. Normally you can just expend a ban then, but they might be concerned about it across a couple of game types. It can be a menace in gem grab. Its ability, obviously, to be the dive outside of a Lily, for example. Go after the gems is pretty big. There's your boy Big Z, still looking for glory here in the BSC. Has stood on some of the biggest stages with Tribe Gaming et al. In the past, but has not really seen those heights since then.
And 17% of the people at home are still believing in him. Let's see if he can take the win in this one. We're starting on Hard Rock Mine. Vatic versus Legacy Esports. A fated match, the second time they face each other already. In April, it was Vatic taking the win. Bilal Ducky and Islivi run away and take the whole win over the monthly finals. Zuzulan and Rafiki on the other side. We do have the Chester here, as Uber shouted it out already. We see some control brawlers, some safe picks to begin with.
They're banning Nita, which tells me they want to try and get Lily or something similar here.
I think it's fairly consistent also. Also, you see this Sandy sneaking through, no Mortis ban. I feel like that opens things up a lot. You also have Chester as a first selection. So I wonder why we're getting rid of some of the things that are so effective into the Mortis. Mo also makes an appearance that should be able to shut down some of the mid-range stuff on lane. Also, it's one of Rafiki's best brawlers in the entire game, so makes sense that he would default to something comfortable, but also very meta.
Let's see if we get to see something aggressive from either side here. A lot of options are open. The Fang, the Ellie, the Mortis.
Yeah, that is kind of
crazy
that Mortis is. I mean, honestly, is it that risky? Go, he's so good. I mean, he's actually been banned in a couple of crucial maps. We saw it in the Electros series. He was banned on Ring of Fire, one of Electro's favorite picks on that map. I like that here, but you do have a number of ways to break that line of sight, providing the map isn't broken up. But yeah, I mean, Mortis is a windmill slam of a pick here. Seems insane. And Janet, safe mid, fair enough.
Damien? I mean, it's open. We have a glowy on here. We can really empower a tank out here. I think it should be able to deal a respectable amount of damage to Mortis. The Mortis hypercharge is always going to be a game win condition, but at least you have some CC to deal with the guy. I think you have this Mo that's going to be able to dive people, but I don't think he really has a great target out here. Janet's going to be flying away. So what you need to do is overwhelm Janet on that damage. Griff is the final one. I've observed this to be a comfort pick for Zulon, actually. Zulon really thrives on playing control. As skilled as he is at playing tanks, I feel like he was sort of fit into that role as the team had sort of lost their tank player for a while. And he's much more comfortable just being the mid.
These global bans are actually insane. It's very rare that we get to see both Edgar and Damien completely open. Not only sliding through the global bans, also through the regular ones, and they don't even get picked up in this one. First match here, or first map for Vatic versus Legacy. Who will make it through to the semis? We're gonna find out in the next 3, maybe more maps.
I can't believe, again, look at like that Looming and Ruff's a global band? That is bizarre. So like you pointed out, that means we're going to see a lot of those really oppressive, super, quote-unquote OP brawlers over the course of the series. Eyes on the Mortis. It's the centerpiece of this comp, as Livy and Bilal here are here to secure gems and make sure map control doesn't fall too much out of favor.
looking at the strat from Legacy, for Glowy, it's all about who he is tethered to, and it's got to be Zulon, but if they would rather be out in the open, Ducky doesn't seem to have any qualms about dashing right onto Zeus. Going to take some pretty serious damage and has to get some distance, but with all of these indestructibles to work with, it gets more reasonable. Zulon wins the interaction in close range, as Mo, you're able to, I think, hit a 4K shot if you just nail it right. And look at the retreat from Izlivi. Now that the walls are breaking down, the Glowy gets so much stronger because he needs direct line of sight with his allies, and I think every one of these brawlers thrives in open spaces, particularly Rafiki, who can dodge all of these shots. Here's another push in from Ducky, and actually it goes correctly for Vatic.
Izlivi gadget? Question mark? Yeah, has it. He's able to get back to safety. Ducky, good response there. Yeah, Mortis is just that good. Bilal's not even in a particularly good matchup against this Griff, but doesn't really have to be. Now he can simply run interference and force that gadget out of Zeus. 7 seconds left, but as Livy is sitting on a super, it's Ducky's single gem that needs to be maintained, and I think Vatic are chilling here. Yeah, Janet, safe as a house out there. And a nice little first game picked up for the big boys in V.
Yeah, well done for Vatic. Here's the thing, they got to win this really, really quickly. That's why they're winning this with only a few gems on the field in excess of the 10 that they need to begin that countdown, because once the walls are broken open, that's when everything starts to break loose. The Glowy gets so much stronger and everything. Also, gotta commend the aggression from Mortis to get some takedowns out here. I know it was quite difficult for him. So well done. Ducky's going to be sitting behind this Indestructible once again, just looking for a path over to Zulon, waiting for the gadget to expire. Before getting into the back lines and forcing a lane swap of Rafiki actually wastes a lot of time for Legacy, and Ducky doesn't care at all. He can lane swap super quickly, just with the nature of Mortis's kit being that he dashes with every single attack.
Oh no, that's a super from Zeus that frankly doesn't hit, as Livy looks the correct direction, which is away. And Ducky against Zulon, this is, it's hardly even a game here. The Mo needs to not be running into the Mortis, but Ducky is hiding his presence constantly. Look at now how he switches sides.
He's looking for a Zeus, knows that he has a favorable interaction in close range, knows that he can get it done in 3 shots, and then a gadget. Yep, that's just how the cookie crumbles. Even if you dash away, Ducky can auto-aim on you, and it takes you to your ultimate destination, which is, by the way, your respawn point. Here comes a bit of wall break, by the way, from Rafiki. Yeah, it's going to deal with one of these areas that Ducky's been so troublesome around, but Ducky's still going to get this. He has a hypercharge as well. It appears to be a hard outdraft for Vatic.
Yeah, this is sick. The Mortis is such a difference maker. Ducky's able to tie up 2 or more players on Legacy, force gadgets and all the rest. Rafiki, unfortunately, just hasn't been able to do too much of the things that make Squid good outside of blowing up the map. Up we go, beam me up, Scotty says as Livy, and that's the deterministic result here for Vatic. A comfortable first set.
You can get good advice, but sometimes you just need to learn things yourself the hard way. That if you leave Mortis open and it is taken, then you can't really deal with it. And by the way, you're not going to be able to deal with it if you don't pick a single thing that is good into it. Glowy's super is not a reliable way. If your enemy is facing away from you, then they're not going to get hit by that fear. They have to be facing towards you. And repeatedly, Ducky not only actually kept a gap between himself and the Glowy, but just like found him off cycle of the super.
Well, when you dash through the Glowy, you're facing away from him.
Exactly.
He can't catch you with his super.
Yeah, it's the same methodology of why Mortis is able to get so much supercharge off of Frank, for example, because you don't really have the combo and the DPS to take down a Frank, but you're going to get super really easily, and you can avoid his shots by going through.
He can't hit you, exactly. Just dash back and forth through him. Nice showing here from Vatic's composition. They've got, the Chester, which would dissuade any potential tank pick, and then they have a Mortis that runs roughshod over these Legacy guys. Tough game, I think, like for Zulon. Can't match up against the Mortis at all. Ducky makes a beeline for the Rodent, and basically Zulon is in a position where he can never make the play. He never gets to set the tone because he's constantly on the back foot.
It's been really difficult to draft. You have so many things open just in the air. Damien's open. You have the Mortis open. How do we address this? And also, one of the best ways of dealing with Mortis was taken out early on in the draft. I'm a little surprised that we didn't see Otis picked at any point, since it would be a decent way of responding to the Mortis. You have the mute. That's a great way of doing it. You have the stun with the hypercharge. Tons and tons of damage. But this one just slipped their minds, or perhaps they were confident in a strategy that ultimately ended up not working.
Yeah, I'm not thrilled about the draft there from Legacy. The idea, I suppose, is there. We're going to move on, though. We're going to be getting ready for our next set. We're heading over to Pinhole Punt for Brawl Ball here again. So certainly a bit of a different environment, and the kind of map where we get to see a lot of Vatic's preferences still shine, right? They are Otis pickers on this map. They like to bring that Chester in when they possibly can. This is a game style that we've actually seen from them translate over multiple maps. Glowy's also quite good here because of the open nature of the middle of the map.
Yeah, you know, you could pair him up with who isn't banned, who we've only seen on Pinhole Punt. It is the main character of the global bans, Damien, who's totally open here, and I think kind of demands a ban. It's honestly even first pickable here, though you can give it a pretty terrible game if you decide to commit to it so early. So, with it being deliberately left open by both teams, they've no doubt accounted for it as we head into Pinhole Punt. Now, as we've observed throughout the weekend, with this being one of the most popularly picked maps, is that it's all about getting into mid first, and this is one of the most central drivers of the meta here. Charlie, the spiders, Leon getting in with the speed of his lollipop, all of that stuff, and getting the initial mid control is the first objective.
Surprise!
I'm looking for Chestamo, Nina, Pierce, potentially. We actually see Otis banned out here, so that might give us some inkling. Is once again, there is like a tank ban made by Vatic that is a little obvious, does tell us that they might be going that direction. Stu and Mo are also banned out, so we do see Legacy kind of targeting some of the more problematic brawlers that Vatic have been known to play here. They're undefeated in scrims with Stu, for example. That strategy, though, of Glowy plus a tank is very much still open. It just might be that the Chester dissuades that to a degree. But a last pick tank here for Vatic is right where they want to be.
Not exactly traditional here. Like, Glowy does make a lot of sense. It's something that you pointed out, Mitch. And the Ems is amazing in mid. The only deal is, how are you going to get her there? Do you take Leon as a way of taking something out of Vatic's toolkit? Because a lot of times we see Ems and Leon picked as a duo on this 2-3 turn, but this time it's been a priority to get Glowy out and perhaps enforce a Leon on the opposing side.
Something that bursts Glowy down quickly is going to be needed. You need something to contend with the burst heal of the gadget. I don't think Gale necessarily does this, but this definitely feels like it's preemptive. Glowy does not mean you need to play a tank. The Otis ban does not mean you need to play a tank either. You can play something with wall break, with range, that still can make life really hard. The problem is that Legacy have to take the Gale here. It makes them exploitable, so I kind of like to see a pick to round this out that allows them to benefit in an open map, maybe in some of these ranged matchups. I don't know if it's crazy here to go for a sharpshooter for this last pick.
Here comes Griff again. They have to address the possibility, even though mid is pretty open, the possibility of a thrower is just a lot. This is a really comfortable selection for Bilal, by the way. I wonder if we'll see him on the Pierce this time. And again, Legacy defaulting to this Griff that has been pretty comfortable for them as well. In the past, I've seen Zulon on it a lot. That last map actually looked like sort of Freaky Friday because we saw some of those brawlers swap up onto different players than I was really anticipating. I like Vatic's more. I think they entirely outrange Legacy. While they could be missing some of the initial mid positioning, like possibly, I still think that they, if they lose that initial battle, they should still win the war overall. We'll see how it goes. I think Gale is going to be sort of a hamper to this composition for Legacy, given that he's a hard tank counter. There's not a single tank here on the map. I don't think he wins a single one of these matchups.
Yep, see the Gale, and your Vatic, you can pivot away from any sort of tank idea and play the opposite of that. A sharpshooter that will punish Gale's presence. Still, these boxes are unbreakable, so Zeus is going to have some safety playing around them, but it's tough to step into the middle of the map because of both the Glowy and the Pierce. So map control by default goes to Vatic. It's really a matter if they can transition out of the center into an attacking position.
We're watching as Livy carefully, also watching to see when Ducky gets that first super. That's the red Chester for Rafiki, but it doesn't seem like he's able to really do much with it. That's the most valuable gadget for Rafiki, by the way, is the reload boost. This should be a pinch for Bilal, by the way, but he doesn't seem to want to risk it. Just fall back into this comfortable position because they know they have winning matchups at mid, so pushing forward without getting a pick initially would be needlessly aggressive.
Overtime also looks pretty good for them.
Yeah.
If we get to that phase of the game. The super here on Zulan, dangerous. He's able to step out of it, but the shots through the wall are always threatening some pressure. Hypercharge here for Livy, which means that super will no longer be in an arc, but will be all around the Glowy. Hard to dodge that one. Ducky just biding his time here. Doesn't need to overextend. That's big damage into Rafiki, though, who took one step too far, and Zeus will eventually collapse. Now, there is a shot you can line up here, ignoring the Twister, and Livy has the tech.
I want to shout out that Rafiki has gotten all of the right gadgets and supers. Like, the man's RNG is on steroids today because he's gotten 2 red chesters so far. He got the bomb earlier. Now it's got the hypercharge, and Ducky completely shrugs it off, but he is trapped between pop rocks in a hard place. Rafiki won't be able to take him down, and mid-control belongs to Vatic. It's an emergency blast away for Zeus, and Vatic can't confirm this offense, so guess what they'll do? Same thing that they've done repeatedly throughout this game so far. Just stay in a stable position until they can get 1 kill, then punish it severely.
Interesting that Zeus is taking the slowing star power and not the stun knock, the super, by the looks of things. Bilal was not knocked up when he, or rather not stunned when he hit that wall earlier on. Zusi is forced to tuck in his corner. Ducky just needs one break and it would be a goal. Hypercharge here. Zulan just peppered with shots from Bilal. Flasks all over the middle part of the map, but there is that Hypercharge. Caustic Charisma. Neslivi slots a quick winner.
I think a clear victor in terms of draft here. Vatic shut things down early on, and the wall break really didn't do any favors for Legacy, just made Bilal's job even easier.
Makes Piece better.
Yeah, so it's a double-edged sword. I think it's going to get rid of some of those bushes that the Glowy and the M's rely on so much, but at a point you got to acknowledge that, hey, they don't really need the bushes that much because of the constant healing. Another red Chester for Rafiki. This man is getting so lucky, but even still, fighting the 1v2 is too much of a challenge for him. He's also at range, just got this really bad matchup versus Ems.
Yeah, he's getting flattened. Ducky has him right where he wants him. I just like the Vatic draft. It stayed open. With Ems Glowy, you could have gone in any direction. You could go to the tank, or you could go to something like this to punish, you know, the Gale pick. Basically walked Legacy straight down the garden path, right where they wanted them.
Wow, and I also just observed some crazy dodges from Islivi to avoid all of the damage there from Zula. It just seems like Vatic are also on a different level mechanically than Legacy. It's what you'd expect from the April victors. Waiting for a kill to open things up. Ducky trying to clear the goal, but it's not going to go anywhere. As Livy with the super that doesn't go anywhere. And now that's how they get punished for their over-aggression. Zula going to try and clear this and attempt at passing it around him. Doesn't really work, and this is a successful defense of the goal for Legacy.
Yeah, I mean, Zula unable to clear the ball with that super shot. Fair enough. That's going to keep Legacy out of harm's reach, but Ducky has that super ready to go. This is a problem for Zulan, who will be slowed up as he tries to step forward here. Is regenning enough, but Rafiki is down. Bilal is dominating. He's got some nice little diagonals here that he can work with a hypercharged super that basically guarantees a kill.
Again, though, they just need to get a valuable pick here. Zeus is going to be the most important one. They can run through Rafiki, but they cannot afford to run through Zeus, and they nearly got him down below, still searching for this angle. If he could just get some piercing damage through there, then it would be very valuable. It's going to be a kill on the left side. Islivi finds the angle all the way from downtown to get the advantage here in game 2.
I mean, geez, he got caught sleeping there as Livy was waiting for an opportunity to slot that goal. Beautiful super shot, and now Legacy are peeved. They are not happy at all. Rafiki trying to close the gap on Bilal, but it is just suicidal.
Hypercharge available for Ducky, decides not to go for it, instead going to go for the slow. Wonderful team play here from Vatic. It's a 3v2. They can't really afford to walk it through. Ducky's trying to bait the gadget, and it's wonderful. Oh, perfect timing from Rafiki to receive the Jawbreaker super. It's like the RNG is on his side, but the matchups really aren't.
Yeah, exactly. It feels like it is brutal outside of him just rolling good supers and good gadget activations. Here comes Rafiki. Time is short, but Zeus could set something up here. Remember, he does not have the stun star power on his super, so setting up those goals is tougher. Zulan, you hate to see it, don't you? Pulls up short, not able to get the ball under possession and slot a goal.
Seconds away from tying up the game and potentially sending things to a much longer series than we anticipated. But this is a second set for Vatic. Things are looking wonderful for them. It's a couple of winning sets in a row in a really, really hard outdraft, I would say, here on set number 2. This was not their map selection. This is where Legacy felt more comfortable, and they looked a little bit lost. They were perplexed. This Gale pick was really, really not it. I feel bad for Zeus because he just didn't really have much he could play here at all.
I dislike that, yeah, that draft idea. Like, you really hedge yourself into a corner picking Gale, and you don't have last pick on this map. You don't have the flexibility, I think, to pivot and respond, and you get punished badly. Bilal comes in and drops 357 DPS. Looks dominant, as Livy with some sneaky goals slotted through here in general. Yeah, Vatic, I'd say dominant in every part of the game that matters.
Yeah.
I was surprised a little bit, at least, about the Glowy pick. Not usually a pick you see often on Brawl Ball because it lacked the burst damage. But in the end, the heal is what it takes to win this one. Ducky and Bilal just barely ever died because of the heals they had from Islivi, and he did a phenomenal job at also keeping himself out through it. Usually with the Glowy, you struggle to, also target some opponents, so you make sure you stay alive thanks to the star power. On the other side, as you mentioned already, Gale didn't really have a lot to say, and then Griff, who wants to open up the map, usually can't really do that into a Pierce. The comp just didn't make sense in itself. They were trying to react to what Vatic showed up against them, tried to pick away some picks that Vatic would have liked to have themselves, but with that they leave themselves with a comp that doesn't really work. We're heading now over to, once again, Vatic's map pick. Does that mean they take this one 3-0?
I mean, I just think they look better in every phase right now. I think even if we see a good draft from Legacy, like Readyset pointed out, on the mechanical aspect, Vatic also seem to be much stronger right now. This is the team that I thought that at the time of Brawl Cup were a top 2 team in NA. Things just didn't fall their way. They didn't get enough circuit points to make themselves eligible to compete at that tournament. But we knew, especially after that April monthly final, that they were a quality outfit, deserving of being on the international stage. It's just something they're going to have to wait a bit longer for.
Keep in mind here, Legacy was responsible for Team Electros not making Brawl Cup. They are a really strong team, and I expected this quarterfinal number 4 to be one of the closest ones of the day, actually. Now, it looks like it might be cut short here. The journey for Legacy 3-0 would hurt a lot. Kaze is going to be a first pick here for Hideout. You want something to pick up. Blue Star with Mortis out of the way. Kaze and also Edgar are amongst the fastest too. And so far in this matchup, again, Damien and Edgar are open, usually global banned, and they haven't been picked up.
Which is interesting because Vatic are undefeated on it during scrims, but don't like to play it too much. They've actually got a lot of like sharpshooter data on this map. They'll play the Nani. They're one of the teams that will, every time they see a whiff of a sharpshooter that's not Nani, they'll pick that themselves and try and play that into this. Gus is an interesting pick that doesn't give away too much about what this team's overarching plan is. There's still a ton of options. I will note that Leon is waiting in the wings.
I think this is too generic for my taste. Legacy, they've played just really, I don't know, decent stuff so far that doesn't come together to make something that strong. Yeah, like pick and Griff 2 times in a row. Like, I understand you want to open up the map. Sure, that can be useful, but it just doesn't have a coherent direction a lot of times. Nanny is going to be wonderful at holding down one of these lanes. It has a winning matchup versus Gus, so that's going to be quite difficult for him. They're also going to have the Blue Star. Keep in mind, Glowy again.
Oh my god.
And now they're in the presence of a lot of walls here on Hideout. One of the key features of many bounty maps is that you have a lot of walls near your spawn, and so you can play defense around it. They have the best way of getting to the Blue Star. So what's going to happen here? Legacy can put this Mina forward, maybe try and get some value off of Bilal, but I just really don't see it happening. I see this being a full defense for Vatic. We need to see something that can properly crack through that defense from Legacy. I don't think Mina is going to be enough.
Glowy finally in the BSC, and we don't get many showings of him in the last 2 months, 3 actually, because it was April, the last monthly finals. And now Vatic and Legacy, they whip him out 3 times in a row. They put so much value on this brawler, and I rate it, honestly. It's okay. With Byron banned out, they needed a healer still for Kaze, and Glowy is a good option for it. Now with Pro on the other side though, that heal is going to be cut short a little bit. At least he diminishes the healing power of it. Gus to support the Mina. I believe Kaze will still get that Blue Star first though. She's that tad bit faster. And once again, Edgar and Damien, where are they?
Nowhere to be seen.
Nope.
All right, jump into this one, folks. It's Vatic up 2-0 right now. Legacy fighting for their tournament lives. Glowy is really annoying to play on these open maps, as Livy is not too bothered about keeping Bilal topped up for the time being and would like to try and limit Rafiki, but I wouldn't say it's a favorable matchup for a brawler who is very focused on healing throughput in general.
Yeah, I'm also, though, looking at this Crow, and I'm so puzzled. I just don't really like it here. I think you need to be able to fire around walls effectively to the defense from Vatic, and it's not what I see at all for Crow. I feel like even Ducky could take this down, but I think this Gus is going to be even easier for him. Bilal needs to get out of here on the left side. Expertly dodges all of the damage, and now Vatic find themselves, yes, heavily defended and out of room, but still alive. It's important that they stay in the lead over here because I don't really trust in their ability to get this back. You see Ducky also has that Tempered Steel on, going to get some damage on Zeus. Heavy damage, but still out of range as Livy is finally going to be taken down, and Bilal's a dead man too, and that's what Legacy needed. Now they get to play deep.
Yeah, I don't want to see Vatic giving up the map like that. I know that they were losing out in trades, but they've got a healer, right? The whole point is that you have enough healing to stay in the middle and not get forced into a corner. It does not favor you, especially once Mina starts to get in range to use that super, catch you out. I think I saw a peep used by Ducky earlier to try and make that space. That's nice here. Bilal needs a bit of healing. Is Livy super? Yeah. Okay, it does have the gadget at least, but Bilal's traded out. So it's still a 2-star deficit here, ready.
Yeah, some respectable damage onto Mina at least. Also, looking at the lane swaps, Ducky has moved over to the right where he has things way more open because he just wants this Gus. Rafiki's really tough for him to hit because he's so fast. He's tied for most movement speed in the game. It's drive time, gotta go. Hypercharge pop for Ducky, just wants the stats, and Zeus says the same. could be a super utilized by Ducky's going to get all the healing in the world, but he's got to find someone. Rafiki in the corner. Need to see some damage on him. Oh, comes in at just the last second, but no kill, no stars, and Legacy finally get a game.
Okay, not too bad here for Legacy. Again, it's a last pick that's questionable for us. We're not really sure about what the role is of the Crow in this matchup. And honestly, I'm still not sure. I'm still not sure. I think the Gus is obviously going to empower the Mina. Looked pretty good as well, supering himself, being able to stay nice and healthy on that left side of the map. But again, we saw Vatic give up a lot of ground, get caught in their own back corner, caught out by a Mina super. Things went bad from bad to worse when they tried to trade. Maybe we need to see like more value out of this burst heal of the Glowy. Maybe a super that on offense we can see that more often. That was a hypercharged super. We might need to see some normal supers get that level of value though for this Glowy to really make sense.
Yeah, the difficulty really for Vatic is just that they only have 2 brawlers that deal serious damage when they're playing defense. And then you have Crow over here on the right side, who's kind of difficult for Ducky to hit, and also should be as Libby in the interaction. Also, Bilal would be way amiss to aggress this Crow, who's one of the best anti-tanks in the game. The most consistent anti-tank that's reliably not banned out globally. Still waiting to see some kills here. Vatic playing a pretty aggressive defense, honestly, behind the walls, and you see the lane swaps accordingly. Crow now going over to the left side versus Bilal, which is not really favorable for the Kaze.
Okay, start to open the map up here with these peeps. That might be a part of the game plan now, as Zeus doesn't really have a safe spot to hide. He just might not be looking for one either. Does pop that super. He'll be respected. We won't see Vatic try and focus the Gus down for the time being, but eventually that bubble is going to dissipate. And here's where I get concerned. When Vatic start to give up the map like this, I get a little nervous for them.
Yeah, it's exactly where they lost the lead last time, and then they weren't able to recover in the final few seconds. They don't, honestly, if they lose this, have much time, but Ducky's got it. And he has a super to show for his efforts as well. Wants to bump Zeus into a bad position. Oh, okay. Rafiki. Well, no one's there to take advantage of it, so I'm not sure if I really get it. It's some damage. It keeps Rafiki back for all of about 8 seconds, so it didn't really give him the most tremendous value, but Hypercharge is Hypercharge. Here comes a combo. No steal on Feared, and it's an entire Gus push completely rebuffed. It is still going to end up being a kill on the left side, predictably the Crow beating the Kaze, but still a 2-star lead for Vatic. No possession of the blue star, though. Any kill would bring it back for Legacy.
Rafiki back with the blue star now, 2 stars in it. Here comes Zeus with a hypercharge just for raw stats for the time being, and Peep's going to try and knock the Gus away. There's his super though. It's Livy coming forward. Hyper ready. Rafiki caught out. Is it going to be enough? 5 plays 5, but it's the blue star difference. And Bilal pulls up short. Legacy stay in the series with a win here on Bounty.
Oh, that was yucky right there. That was so winnable for Bilal, but he missed like a couple shots in a row. It was a really complicated interaction for him. Obviously, he doesn't want to be right under Crow when he lands, but he still needs to be able to kill a Crow. And he knows that it's a total losing matchup for him in close range. A lot of demanding stuff there in the final few seconds. We'll get to look at it once more. This is where Vatic initially lost the lead in game number 1. They managed to repel a push, and then all of a sudden they lost control and weren't able to bring it back for the remainder of the game. They did come within, I think, 1 kill towards the end of game number 1, and this was also the first game victory for Legacy. You saw Zeus was feeling pretty happy about that.
Now, you teased that there isn't like a ton on Vatic's side that does real damage when they're playing defensively. They actually don't have the way to regain that map control once they start to lose it. I don't think anyone's really going to be writing home about the damage that you can put out as Glowy, for example, as Livy did a ton of healing, but yeah, some...
You two were doubting the Crow.
I was doubting the Crow, and I gotta say, shout out to Salavi, because they set up like an amazing Kaze first. That was actually terrible for them, right? Because Jean's banned out, they can't defend at all, and then completely countered it.
Have you heard of the French phrase "c'est la vie," by the way?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, c'est la vie. Oh, good.
C'est la vie.
We're now heading over to Dueling Beetles. The Crow was good because you have Glowy, and Glowy heals a lot less when your teammates are poisoned. Rafiki also did a phenomenal job at just keep putting some damage out there and then hiding and let his poison do the work, basically, which is how you want to play Crow. Just a little bit of poke damage every now and then. Now we're heading over to Dueling Beetles. We only saw this map once so far today, and it is a much more closed up map than the ones we've seen so far in this between these two teams. Now we have still Edgar and Damien open. I want to point that out once more. And they haven't been good on open maps that we've seen so far, but they will be super good on a closed map like this one.
Okay.
4 for 4.
Glowy gets better as the map gets opened up, so I do wonder if this is going to be combined with like a Griff or something like that.
Totally. It absolutely is.
That's when he gets really quite annoying. And you, as Vatic, are the ones that ban the Crow. So, you know, having that anti-heal, a little bit harder to come by now.
It's going to be challenging. I feel like Vatic can see this Griff coming from a mile away, and Legacy just drafting for comfort here because they know that Zulon is going to do a great job on a Griff. It's been one of his most comfortable things. And so, hey, guess what? We're also going to break walls. We're going to repel things that get in close range with the Chester. That's just like nice and consistent. But Bilal on this Pierce is going to find a good amount of comfortability. Also, like no real hard commit on a different wall break. So they're just going to play around this Chester bomb. I think a 1 in 5 chance of getting it. They only need one wall break to open up the left side of the map quite well for themselves.
So they play Byron here and just have a way of mitigating some of the healing for Legacy.
It's possible, but I just wonder if like Malaise is really the move here. They would probably just rather play something that holds its own well enough or something tanky that stays in the zone.
I mean, right now they're betting on Legacy opening up the map because of the glowy. Picking up the Pierce needs a wall break as well, and they still have the last pick to do so if Legacy now decides to go against it. With the Stu, we do have some wall break potential here in their comp. Now we need something with a bit more range or something aggressive to deal with that Pierce, please. We see a lot of Penny from them in the past, but in an open map, probably not the best. Finally, see him, yes. Now, again, those two brawlers, probably the strongest in the meta at the moment. At least they are the most globally banned brawlers. Also in NA, those two teams left both him and Edgar open. I feel like Edgar would also have a good matchup here. They decide to go with Fang instead. And on a map like Dueling Beetles, I rate Damien a lot higher than, for example, on Hideout. So I'm not too surprised that we haven't seen him in this matchup so far. Fang as an answer. The stun for the glowy, it's fine against the Damien as well if he has that gadget available. Stu obviously can just dash out of harm's way. I feel like both comps could win this one. We have not too much wall break on the side of Vatic, so on the right we could still decide to just leave the wall standing.
I think whoever's playing this Pierce, Bilal probably needs like over 400 DPS to win this game. Bro needs to be spitting bullets. It's going to be a lot of health to try and get through here as Legacy fight to stay alive in the series. Dueling Beetles is going to be a hot zone battlefield, and it's a speed zone already put in place.
We already see the wall placed down on Livy's lane. He's the one to take up the mantle of Pierce this time. Very interesting. We see Bilal on the Chester instead. Speaking with Luffy about who plays Chester for this roster, he seems to believe that Bilal always gets the correct gadget, so we'll see if that rings true over here. Ducky's thinking about using his super on the right side. Whoa! Just beat the Damien in close range. I suppose Damien didn't have his super yet, but after all of that, he's got to be pretty close.
I mean, that Damien gadget is actually messed up on this map, completely blocking the line of sight for the Pierce, and then Rafiki's able to chase Livy down, but the damage is there for Livy. Beautifully done, and there's Ducky charging on in. Nice connection with the kick, and this will help Vatic get back into the game.
Vatic in a super forward position. You have Zulon on the left side taking some damage. Yeah, the speed zone was not the move there at all. It's going to take additional damage. It's piercing damage. On the right side, another dismissal of Damien and Zeus on the right, looking for victory versus Ducky. Actually, it looks like he's going to get it pretty low. Really brought him down to, what, 3k HP? Rafiki on the right side has a hypercharge, but what are we doing, man? Why are we charging forward solo? We need to be doing this. We need to be waiting for our team to catch up. Looks like he got a little carried away, but now here comes the big move. Whoa, Ducky in, it immediately takes him down.
That interesting star power picked up the burn inside that region. Interesting decision there for the Damien. There's Ducky trying to go forward. Rafiki and Zulon coming back in, but 90% here for Vatic, and his Livy's just going to try and stay safe behind that wall. Earl his team sub percentage as well. Nice hyper super there from the Chester, and Vatic are a stone throw from victory in this first round.
It's match point coming in for Vatic. It's Damien picked as the last thing in the draft once more, and Vatic seemed to have completely planned for it. I really expected this to be more effective against the Pierce, but really, I think Vatic are playing so well as a team. They're focus firing this Damien. Rafiki, who's a decently new addition to this roster that is newly formed this year between two Puerto Ricans and Rafiki, who is booted from this Vatic roster after the very first month. They underperformed and weren't too happy with it. He's going in solo. He needs more assistance, and he needs to wait for this Glowy to get online before he tries to make a move.
Rafiki positioning pretty far forward, but Ducky can take the fight. Knocked back eventually by that third hit, but still found a roundhouse kick stun on the Damien. That's Zeus now in trouble. Hypercharge, or rather Super, they didn't really catch on to anyone in particular, and Bilal is able to play forward now, dominating the matchup against the Glowy and happy to put some free damage on the Damien.
Brawl taken down after going super aggressive. Ducky, what are we doing here, man? What are we doing? No stuns, no nothing. Now that's on a really long cooldown. He has no super, and so much control has been forfeited. Vatic had to assess that they were in a losing position, and now they're going to lose even harder. That is the wrath of Damien.
That's strong Damien super there. Bilal just staying safe for the time being. Knocked back, but not stunned. Going to be biding his time. Ducky flattened, though, as he ends up touching the point yet again. Is Livy, though, in a position to start to put some damage out. It's going to be a hypercharge from Zula. Going to dodge many of these pierce shots coming in. The guy is a blur out there on the field, but Ducky's making his way up the right-hand side. Looking to contest the point.
Rafiki still has his hypercharge and just looks shocked. Ducky can try and do something, gonna go for it through the wall. Feared by Zeus, wonderfully played. And no takedowns just yet. Bilal's gonna barely nick Zeus, but it's not gonna be enough. A hypercharge Chester bomb in, and even that cannot keep Legacy back. Zulan just needs to sit on this zone for a fraction of a second, and he's thinking about it. Come on, man, let's just heal up and push up with the team. We have this one in the bag. Here comes the heal from the Glowy as well, and a little bomb onto Rafiki. There's no way they keep these guys off the point, not for another 60%. Damien's going to take enough damage to get his super, and then it'll all be over. Here comes the super, everyone's dead, GG, pack it up, go next. We got another match point.
Not too shabby there from Legacy, I'm not going to lie. This time we see the other side of the coin where Damien's able to push up, get that map control, and also just take the Pierce down. There was a situation where he ends up in the first round trying to 1v1 Fang. Doesn't really play well for him because he's dealing with that sort of stun. But yeah, interesting gadget and star power selection for the Damien. Both are really obnoxious to deal with on this map.
Yeah, and honestly, Damien in any form is going to be so difficult to deal with when he's constantly being healed by this Glowy. And note this also, incomplete choking of that left side. Here comes the initial bomb, just perfect. Bilal rolled a 20% chance and literally got a jackpot immediately. This is the best setup that his Livy could ask for.
Right, Zeus going to find that elimination. That's a very important kill to pick up as the Glowy because Bilal is too low to move out onto the point. Missed super here for Rafiki. Now, these don't come often. Definitely not what you want to see for the Damien, but this does translate to some percentage as the lead is increasing.
Now, explain to me how we get the amazing wall break to start things off, and yet Legacy are still in the lead. We need to see these kills. Ducky would love to go for a super here, but decided it wasn't worth it at all. They're going to just get Rafiki down with his Livy super. He's still hanging on to that hypercharge. I see several methods of dominating the enemy team from Vatic. The utility that they have here, a couple hypercharges and a super look wonderful, but that was ugly from Ducky. Please never do that again.
Ducky trying to fight Rafiki, stun hit, and there's the super to finish off that elimination. Zeus going to go in there, hypercharge, super catches on the Bilal. He's forced to run on away. Legacy now looking to extend their lead, and Ducky needs some time to get some health back, but he won't be permitted to. Rafiki walks in with a hypercharge, and you know that Legacy are going to go from strength to strength as soon as this gets popped. It's scary. Is Livy knocked up initially? Bilal somehow staying alive, but will burn down within that field.
Much better team play from Legacy this time. They've really figured it out. Oh, and total airball from Ducky on the hypercharge. Falling apart over here. Legacy only need 10% more, but they have fully lost control. One issue, though, is that Vatic are down one member. They're going to be facing Legacy simultaneously respawning, and Rafiki's ready to jump in.
Damien super. It's going to be a problem. Rafiki can walk back up here and basically turn the game around. Here's the knock-up. Ducky punished, and wow, that burn damage is no joke. Here come Legacy, taking us all the way to a decisive set.
It was about time that we saw that Damien succeed. Glowy has made so many appearances. Very interesting. And this time, it's enough to keep Damien alive. No amount of focus fire was able to take him down. And now Legacy are really feeling it. They're here to pull off yet another upset. Last time, it was denying a team the chance to go to Brawl Cup. It was versus Team Electros. This time, it's versus Vatic, who seem to have finally gotten their sea legs. They pulled off a victory in April after everything. And yet, now that they've focused on a postseason, it seems like Legacy are ready to shut them down.
Yeah, looking really good. That was a solid draft where Damien comes right towards the end. They get themselves the Glowy. That seems to be the hot topic in this region so far. And even with, I think I said how much damage his Livy would have to put out here. I think Damien being able to break up the map, obviously use that gadget, severely mitigates Pierce's ability to impact the game. There's wall break and then there's wall creation. Vatic here have to lock it in right now, and his Livy actually got over the threshold I needed from him, and it still wasn't enough.
Reverse sweep.
Please no. Please no.
My Preds though. No, I don't want that.
Well, they are already doing better. Last time those two teams faced up against each other, it was a 3-1 for Vatic. Now we're already there 2-2. Already doing better for the side of Legacy. And they outdrafted them here, frankly, looking like the stronger team simply because they picked up Damien, and Rafiki gets 13 kills on him. We also had a couple of airballs from Ducky, I'm not gonna lie. I think if Feng would have connected a bit more of his supers, it would have worked out fine.
Yeah, and look, I've been way too hard on the guy in the past. I think at his monthly final debut, I was very, very harsh. But Ducky's a phenomenal player. I think just the nerves are getting to him. And then once you've messed up once, it's hard to take yourself out of that mental space. I would, at this moment, be depending on as Livy, right, to be the leadership for the team and calm everyone's nerves. I know that Ducky and Bilal really wanted to play together at the beginning of the season. In fact, I actually got some insider intel that Ducky was ready to stop playing Brawl Stars if he were not able to team with Bilal after month 1. So it's very crucial that they've teamed with each other. Hopefully, they're able to bring each other back down to earth.
Now, Vatic loves Meeple on this map, and they actually get to pick him up, slit through the bans in this one. On the right side now, Legacy. Angelo is usually their pick. They want to go with Golden Gulch. Can be played with a lot of snipers if you have something to break open the map as well. But Vatic already knows D'Angelo needs a Brock, for example, and they just ban him.
These are both like Ollie teams as well. I think both of these rosters like to try and pick that brawler and get in on there and have a deterministic late game win scenario.
Watching this RT carefully.
Oh,
it is the end game. It's all about it. Angelo also can really, really profit there. He's also going to have just like decent control in the beginning. I don't think RT is conducive at all to something that wins in the early game, but Angelo can totally upset people at some of these off angles. I look at Meeple as a way of getting some of that control with the box. Also, maybe you can blast something away that gets aggressive as a last pick. So just a wonderful draft brawler, Meeple, because you have different ways that you can flex about playing it.
So
Angelo and RT, both very reasonable for this map. It looks like Ollie goes over towards Vatic. Now, I'm not going to get excited about the team that picks Ollie. What I'm interested in is how they build around that. Meeple, obviously, great combo here. They've also gone with the Bell and Ollie combo before. That's been quite successful for them in the past for Vatic. They like to be defensive until it's time to sort of go in and keep your opponents at arm's length. You just may not want to play that into an Angelo. Gus instead. Hey, more empowerment for your Ollie to make it harder to bring him down. And honestly, if you can get the Ollie super timed up with the Meeple super, you're in very good shape.
With the RT, you usually like to pair something that can hit your opponents no matter what. Once you have that mark on your opponent, Jean would be what Legacy usually likes to play alongside it, but Jean is banned by themselves. Maybe Tick is going to come in here as a thrower of choice. Not the best though into Ollie. I really like that comp on the left-hand side. Ollie can just jump over the mansions of Meeple. So even if Meeple doesn't have a super available, the Ollie can still confirm that kill inside the box. Griff is coming out on the right-hand side. Something against the box, maybe if you get that piggy bank to explode fast enough. Otherwise, just the wall break they wanted for the Angelo with the Brock banned out. I think Colt would have been better, but I'm not from NA, so what do I know?
Okay, yeah. Well, look,
Sorry,
look I like Colt here, but do we really want to play that into the RT and into the Angelo? You'd have to run Magnum Special. Yeah, and
no, on the right side instead of Griff.
I see. I mean,
understood.
They wanted wall break.
Yeah,
so
this is probably more consistent wall break because by the time we get to round 3, there will be no bricks on the map.
It's true. Well, here comes the initial one. It's an assortment of walls that have been broken, but still, I think a lot of terrain for Vatic to play around. Here comes the initial box. It's just going to block off the retreat. And now Vatic want to cage everyone into this left side. It's not entirely successful in getting the damage because they are outranged. Bilal's the first one to be marked up. And here comes the next wall break. It's not going to be a big one, really. It's going to leave one box behind. Not really the biggest deal. Actually quite well played by Legacy, but they have not been able to find their way out of this position. Right now, as Livy is tapping them with this Gus.
Okay, that's a pretty good mentions. There is a gap in it, though, owing to that water body, and Bilal has been getting hit by some of these RT marks periodically. You do need to be quite careful. So the maps are opened up. I mean, big quality of life change. Now Griff can actually eat that gadget as opposed to placing it directly where he's standing, which is how it used to be. So now you don't really have to work too hard to break over the map. Duck is going in, big time. Gas is there, and there's Rafiki falling. It looks like Zulam was also caught out by that hypnosis. That was pretty cleanly executed.
Yeah, really well done there by Ducky. And return to form, obviously he's gotten his nerves under control since that last set. see if he's able to replicate that success now that Legacy have swapped the sides. They're ready to break open more walls. I just wonder why, really. Master Fletcher out from Zeus, backs up Ducky a lot. Okay, so now the MO is break all of the walls. They weren't satisfied with having open terrain on the left side. They're going to reinvent things on the right.
Vatic and Legacy locked here at 2 sets apiece. Legacy have that mid-control, but Vatic is sitting on some pretty darn big supers, including a Gus Hyper, which basically means Ducky's going to be unkillable when it's time to go in. The RT legs are definitely a little bit concerning. Obviously, you can jump away if you're Zeus, so you've got to go for the grief, probably, first and foremost.
Round number 2, Zulon already has his hypercharge. It's going to be amazing for the end game. If they can get an early pick on him, that would be vital. Or if they could box him, that would make things even easier. We'll see how Vatic play around. They have some CC. They have also the Hypnosis. Who are they going to box? Absolutely no one. Does this mean that we have an easier match for the top side? Ducky goes for the Hypnosis, and it goes absolutely nowhere. As Livy even popped a hypercharge. Should win this versus Zeus, but versus Rafiki and Zulon doesn't have the DPS, and Bilal knows better than to use his hypercharge and his super just for the stats, just for the reload. They're going to try and win this in the last one. And now that RT is pretty darn far away from his hypercharge, that should no longer be a concern.
Like I said, it's round 3. Now there's no real cover on the map. Very much favoring D'Angelo here, and somehow the Meeple's being caught out alone at the bottom of the map. Nice catch on Bilal here. Now, you don't want to get too close because obviously a hypercharged super will allow this Meeple to step through that terrain as well as his teammates. But Vatic are not in a power position. They have not won this game quickly enough.
No, they haven't. And Legacy, look, they're only playing for the end game. Angela hypercharge is going to be wonderful. Same for Zulon's hyper. The only thing really going for Vatic right now is that Zulon's pretty darn far away from his hyper after having used it at the end of round 2. So we're going to keep a watchful eye on Bilal. It's just heavy play around walls from Vatic. Bilal wants to be able to walk through this, and yet it might cease to exist in just a moment here. For the time being, the priority for Legacy has been breaking open the bushes so that there are fewer places for Vatic to hide. Looking for an early game pick as Livy almost pulled it off, but now the hyper from Zeus, they know it's go time.
Okay, here is that super from the Meeple. Zulan's got to be careful. Get tapped up by his Livy now. Ducky tries to go in and caught inside. The cashback still alive somehow, but for not much longer. Zulan has legs dropped, so he has to walk up with them. And Bilal with the super means that Vatic can convert the game.
Started to look a little bit sketchy, though, for Bilal because he was shooting a couple of Meeple shots, and Angelo actually managed to evade them. It is possible for Angelo, do that mid-range. For a sniper, I think he's the only one to actually have fast speed, so it's quite useful for him. This puts Vatic at match point. Set number 5, they don't want to get upset by Legacy. If you're Legacy also, maybe you're wondering, hey, is this the only way that we get a win in the quarterfinals? Do we have to go to set number 5? I swear, I've seen more double match points in Knockout than any other mode. It doesn't matter how dominant the match is for either side up until that point. It always seems like both teams will get some sauce in.
Again, with two teams, or both teams rather getting 2 map picks, I feel like we're going to see a little bit more of this in the future. These series that kind of go all the way. Zulan, lucky to be alive, and no Cooper Popper there for his Livy. Does almost catch on Rafiki, and yeah, just go for it. You basically have it here. Ducky didn't even have to use a super there.
This is just the dream scenario for Vatic. This round is already done and dusted for Legacy. They've got Zulon bot.
Super.
Yeah, it's just free hypercharge Ducky's actually going to come around behind knowing that he can pretty much face tank everything Zeus throws at him. This is a perfect setup for Vatic right now. Legacy, not even close to any of the valuable winning conditions like hypercharges, and Vatic in the perfect position to run things down once again.
Map being opened up, but not quickly enough, I suspect. Legacy once again forced to play through the grass, but Zeus has to hit the shots here. And so far, that has not been playing out. Nasty Kooky Popper hit there. Look at how low Legacy are. And Bilal behind this Mantis of Meeple can start to get aggressive with his super. Rafiki's not even safe really anywhere. And legs were dropped by Zulon. He's a little bit nervous about being taken down, but there are other plans here for Vatic. Ducky, nice free damage, made the use of the last tick of that Meeple super to knock Zeus low, but he's mindful of the jump gadget from the Angelo. Can't fully commit yet. Ducky, he'll have a hypnosis through the wall. This is a very safe way to basically guarantee your win here.
2 brawlers left for Legacy with their backs against the wall. Just 1 round, 1 more life in all likelihood. They have nothing, really, no utility. Zeus, just a gust of wind away from being knocked over. And Zulon with no hypercharge to speak of. And even then, as Livy has the hypercharge for Ducky, it's the box down, splits everyone apart. Zulon gonna get some hefty damage dealt to him as Livy's here to finish the job, and Zeus falls. It's Vatic on to the next stage, and an upset denied. for Legacy.
The fakest of fake comebacks for Legacy Esports. That one has got a sting, almost turning this into a reverse sweep. They stumbled at the last hurdle. Both teams love the Ollie, but Legacy don't value it highly enough to take it earlier in the draft. Give it over to Vatic. They've got the Gus to combine with it, and the Meeple honestly was a nice pick. Again, honest Brawl Stars, this draft here from Vatic. Nothing too crazy. And I'm left wondering here as well, this Griff last pick to open up the map. There are other options. I think Colt was raised as an option by Sunny. I think Brock is banned out, so that wasn't a go-to. But yeah, maybe some tweaks could have been made to make that draft a little more successful.
I want to give a quick shout out again to Salavi for being an incredible drafter. I think Legacy had a chance to win this, and I think they're really playing to the respective strengths of the individual players here. Griff is obviously a comfortable one for them, and efforts were made to ensure it for them. Look at that for Ducky. Even the propeller hat came off. It was getting really serious, BTW. And a big shout out to Duncan in the background, a Vatic creator, who's a cool guy and is here for the vibes, apparently.
Okay. I mean, some cuckoo poppers there were pretty devastating, as all of the side of Legacy wanted to group up against this Gus, which is a little bit of a scary option as well against the Ollie. But that's the way the cookie crumbles here, and frustrating for Legacy, who have had great games in quarterfinals and advanced further. This, though, is going to be as far as they go, and will certainly throw any prospects of a postseason into a doubtful place.
No reverse sweep here today. In the end, it's still Vatic taking this one. They were 2-0 up there, and already at that point I said, kind of surprised to see this. I expected this quarterfinal number 4 to be the closest one on the board. Well, I guess I got what I asked for.
Yeah, well, you got a set number 5. That's something important to speak of. I did not anticipate Legacy Esports making it this far, but I gotta say again, I doubted Salavi for no reason at all. That guy is awesome, and he's put those brawlers into the hands of amazing players. But Vatic are just on the come up right now. Absolutely stunks. I would heavily recommend investing, especially in the second semifinal. Only issue is they're going to be facing Team Electros, but I guess we'll circle back to that when the time's right.
I mean, Vatic did already win in the April monthly finals. They're not only up and coming, they can keep it on that plateau, and the plateau is winning it all, basically, if they can make it through the semis. Now, Legacy, I did expect it to be close, unlike you, but I didn't expect them to win it all. They did do better in the end this time than last time. Again, last time it was a 3-1, now it's a 3-2, and they did go all the way to the last set. You expected them to win it all, Spoo. How are you feeling after this performance?
Whoa. I want to clarify it. The Canadian dollar...
Take some accountability.
The Canadian dollar voted it, and guys, it's been doing pretty well. It's kind of 3 for 4 inside the quarterfinals, so... And honestly, Legacy might have just done it. I think they had just gone Colt instead of Griff. They would have a much better, showing there, but didn't really work out. And now the coin has humbly said that FA Bobby will defeat Tribe, and none of y'all are believers in that.
The coin is really going strong for Team Electros, though. You're sticking to them as well. I do have to say, this month I have predicted the favorites to win every single time. Today I finally was like, you know what, the underdogs are going to win this one. Vic, they have what it takes. And NA is the first region in June who the favorites, or the ones that are doing better in seeding so far, the ones that higher in the leaderboard, are actually winning. NA is the only region that has happened.
Look, there's something to be said about consistency in North America, and if you vote for consistency, then you got to vote for Tribe, because I think they've made it to a grand finals twice. They've made top 4 once in the very first month. They just haven't won yet, and we've seen a different winner every single month up until now. I'm going to manifest it now. Hopefully I don't curse these guys, but I think it's about time.
You talk about consistency, and you have a team that almost went to Brawl Cup, that was not consistent and didn't go to Brawl Cup, and you have a team like Tribe that consistently goes to Brawl Cup and then consistently underperforms. So I guess NA is nothing but consistent.
All right, man. All right. Yeah, I didn't need to hear this. Can we get rid of him? Can we get Mitch back in?
Honestly, when you said consistency, we looked at each other and we were like, do you want to say it or do I?
Someone's got to tell the truth around here, and Sunny's been alone on the desk for quite a fair bit about truth.
Well, now I get Spoo back, and we are finally in our semi-final of the day. It has been a quick breeze through the quarterfinals. We had way too many 3-0s in that one. Let's see if this is gonna be a little bit closer. And I'm looking forward to this one because it is, a grudge match between the two. Tribe Gaming and FA Bobby, the two top seeds in NA. Both of them fell to Humble in the end. And we all talk about how Tribe Gaming had the better finish at Brawl Cup because they faced Humble in the semis and not in the quarterfinal. So FA Bobby now has the chance to prove that they are actually the better NA team.
Yeah, but did they beat Foot? Like, Tribe Gaming beat Foot that took second overall. Like, I feel like there's a very... What's going on here? I feel like there's a very fair comparison just to say, like, oh, but they face Humble later, so they're basically on the same level, but they beat number 2 overall.
EMEA would like to have a word of you. Guesty did not play.
That's fine. They beat
played-
everyone else. They beat all of East
played-
Asia. Does East Asia want a word with you?
They played, I mean, I was playing East Asia too about this, but they played against a weakened Foot that didn't even field their best player, and they went 3-2. And then that team went on to basically go all the way. So, I mean, to be honest, I mean, only Sunny gets to actually talk about, like, who's the best team here because she's actually from EMEA. We just suck, to be honest.
That doesn't matter. Causes are unbiased completely. It is so funny actually because
Totally.
you two are just arguing and I'm trying to actually progress the show. This is an insane desk setup we have.
You can progress it.
You can progress it.
Talking
yeah.
about progression, yes, Tribe Gaming, super consistent, as Reddy has already stated. They are actually, and they made it to the grand final so far consistently, and that's why they're the #1 seed, despite never even having won a one-clue final this year.
Following Brawl Cup, y'all are now the #1 team in the region, but you still haven't won a monthly final yet. Is it enough for you guys to be the most consistent team in the region, or do you really need that win?
It's not enough. We are working really hard to win this monthly final. This is like our main goal this month, and yeah, we're planning to win.
Now, coming back from Brawl Cup, is there anything that you've learned that you think you can apply here at home?
Yeah, we learned a lot on Brawl Cup. Like we learned how to work properly, like how to prepare better the matches, and how to like strategize. So yeah, we learned some things about preparation.
They got to play on the international stage and they take what they learned there now into that domestic region. I feel like that's going to help them here on domestic soil as well. And we get to see it now in semi-final #1 potentially. FA Bobby on the other side also has had that Brawl Cup experience though. So both of them had the opportunity to learn from other regions and maybe bring in a fresh meta as well.
So they both got spanked by Humble, so they both got to learn from Humble. But Tribe got spanked by 2 EMEA teams. They lost to, I mean, they got to beat Foot.
More spankings.
So technically they should have learned more, so I guess the better team here?
I didn't think you were going to be an advocate for corporal punishment out here for North America, but maybe it will whip them into shape. I mean, it's really the thing that I think is difficult for North America. Like, you know, EU is so interconnected, right? And North America has to have its own meta completely separated. I feel like we always learn things from the regions that perform better at LAN, but now these two are going to be pit head-to-head.
And we have another map draft here on the board. Tribe Gaming gets to pick first as they are the upper seed for these 2 teams. Pitstop, Hideout, Pinball Dreams and Hard Rock Mine are the picks. And the New Horizons is the random decider. Actually a previous pick from FA Bobby. So if we do go all the way to set 5, it's one of their favorite maps. Pitstop, have we seen this map before today?
Not yet.
Nope.
So I'm
Whose idea
excited.
was this? To put pit stop in rotation.
With the global bans coming in now, we do see Edgar and Damien are not going to be seen in the series, and that is something that we're used to. I still don't know how they both slid through the bans from Vatic and Legacy, also in the regular stage, and they've never really been picked up. Ruffs and Kit on the side of Tribe Gaming. Is that a targeted ban?
I think so. I think that FA Bobby really like to play both of these. Bobby is both their Ruffs and their Kit player. I think Patchy's also very capable of playing the Ruffs, so takes away a couple of comfortable brawlers from them, and it's been prioritized to other things that are at the forefront of the meta, like Mortis or Naja, which has actually escaped a lot of the global bans, interestingly enough. But Damien is not a surprise at all,
Wow.
and Edgar, when you're facing Luffy, is not a shocker either. This is the closest vote that we have seen on North America yet.
Not only North America, I think. 53% to 47. That is super close, especially when you have an org like Tribe Gaming on one side of this board. The global bans for me are a bit surprising from the side of Tribe Gaming. FA Bobby has played Pierce in 3 of their 4 sets played in the quarterfinals, and they were pretty infamous with their Griff pick that transported then also into the Legacy Esports draft. Those 2 potentially would have been my bans against them.
I mean, I wasn't that impressed with the execution of those brawlers, so, I mean, deserving
They
of global
won, though.
bans. I mean, they won, but it was big day.
Wow.
Fair point.
Brutally honest as always. Boo and ready now on the mic for our semi-final number 1. Tribe versus FA Bobby, a match that could be our grand finals, as these two are the number 1 and number 2 seed of North America. We're in the tournament finals. We have 1.5x multiplier on points, so you now get 90 points instead of 60 if you win the grand finals. Both of these teams want to extend their lead even further, since both of those got 40, respectively 30 points on the board from Brawl Cup, and have a pretty hefty lead compared to the rest of the season, or the region right now. Lumi is going to be the first pick here on the right-hand side, has been banned out very often, and is decent on pit stop for both control and damage.
Seeing the double code healers ban
really
does
your
bring
best?
a smile to my face. It is the most brain-dead brawler to ever play on pit stop ever. It's the best defender you can get on this map. One of the few very, very versatile things that just, you know, I just never want to see it slip out of the ban phase, and I think both teams are respecting it. Now, Tribe Gaming though, Luffy gets his signature Kaze. This is something that FA Bobby definitely planned for.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have started this Lumi pick.
Completely. It's one of the best brawlers on this map also. You don't have that much distance to cover, and you have plenty of walls to conceal your approach when you place a fan storm on the opposing side. Whoa! Okay. Now, are we thinking about holding on to mid control? Are we keeping up the possibility of running it all the way down? I know that we will want that berry gadget on top of the safe to ensure additional damage. I like that there are a lot of ways to play this, but I feel like this could be reserved for a last pick to not reveal your hand too much.
Tribe is unbeaten with this duo on pit stop in scrims. Berry and Kaze for the win for them. Now on the right-hand side, Lumi didn't really show up in scrims for FA Bobby, to be honest. I still feel like it's a solid pick, but we're a lot more used to seeing something aggressive for them, and there she is. BB, they often pair it with Colt or Nita. Colt would still be left open, and we are yet to see a good Colt from NA today. I want to see it.
They don't have Guesty, right?
But they have Sans. Sans is a really good Colt. I think they could totally pull this off if they really want to. They have a wonderful BB game here with the Bull and Nita eliminated, so I trust in this one to perform quite well.
And up into this berry, right? I mean, opening up the map is never a bad idea. Colt and also just run it down, but Maisie, this one was shown up quite a lot in the scrims. It's the highest win rate, I think, with 86% there. It's an FA Bobby special here. I think it's going to be Patchy, I believe, is the designated Maisie player.
Yeah, I think so. That's what I've personally observed too, and it comes up a lot in their gameplay. So we'll see if it's another Freaky Friday situation. It's like what we saw with Legacy Esports. Sometimes the roles get switched around just a little bit. Now, into this Maisie. It's a pretty hard defender. It's not really easy for Kaze to deal with. If Luffy is on that brawler, then I trust in them there. And now the Buzz makes an appearance. This is an RBM signature, and I think it should be able to do quite well into the BB, at least for getting stuns. Also, just like navigating over towards the Lumi, it should be quite good. You have a lot of walls to utilize. You have a hypercharge that can get you all the way to the enemy side. So this is a real classic brawler here on pit stop, but so far has sort of been left in the past by the rest of the meta.
Colt must have been in FA Bobby's mind, as they see the berry on their side. Opening up the map is good, but with Tribe having the last pick, a potential like Buzz is still coming out. Colt might have been a bit too risky in their eyes. Maisie's going to be the pick instead to defend both these aggressive picks, Kaze and Buzz.
Seed 1 and Seed 2 of North America have a statement to make. Who is going to be going over to the grand finals here? Only one can make it through. And Bobby leads the charge here on the offense. He's going to be allowed to slip through there as this Maisie now on to the safe. It's Kaze on defense, but on the other side, a base race has already emerged. A lot of damage being piled in there by Diego Gamer, but both teams break through the first layer of shielding.
It's a little unintuitive because Maisie seems like a hard defensive brawler, but you put her on offense with the star power, she gets lots of damage at max range. She's doing 4.3k right now with the damage damage gear. Now Tribe Gaming mounting yet another offense. Diego Gamer is permitted to exist on top of the safe. He'll bring it down to 50%, giving them a brief lead. And now the defense of Buzz. RBM right on top of Patchy, cycles his super, and is just a full combo for this guy.
Last layer of shield left for FA. Bobby and Luffy is absolutely tearing it through here. Diego Gamer continues to pile up damage here. Pops that last gadget. Mathematically could be enough, but somehow not ticking down to say just okay. Are we there? Oh no,
1%.
Oh, and it's over.
Now, it was a bit of a guessing game there, a test of your game knowledge. While we were focused on the bottom safe, though, I was looking at the interaction between RBM and this Maisie over here. RBM did an incredible job of juking out those Maisie shots. It's just, look, you have Buzz, he has fast speed. He's going to be able to bait these. One of the biggest things holding Maisie back is that her main attack is just so slow when it's initially fired, and it telegraphs where it's going to go. When she locks onto the safe, it's awesome, but versus RBM, he's once again dodging these shots quite effectively.
It really surprises me that it is making an appearance here. Vatic tried to run it down there against Diego Gamer, just so greedy, ends up just feeding an entire super. And Diego Gamer is going to come in there, a bit greedy himself, pop this gadget there onto the safe. It's going to do a nice amount of damage, but it allows this Maisie to just step forward. Bobby going to be finding clean house here, and it's a full base race. You've got the entirety of FA Bobby on one side, and a lonesome Luffy on the other.
Is RBM going to be able to do this solo? If he goes for the super and he's at risk of getting stunned by Bobby, but no! It doesn't happen at all. There's not enough time to react, and that's a proper defense on the right side. Now this safe has been left wide open. Luffy gets a fan storm down, but wow, that's a little unlikely to see from Luffy. The fan storm position is just off. It would have brought things down to 25%. Hopefully this ice cream, at least for the sake of Tribe Gaming, gets it, and it rings true. A missed hypercharge for Bobby, but he does snap up a defensive kill, and Patchy with a hypercharge obliterates this forward push.
Excellent defense there from FA Bobby, but they are so far behind here in terms of safe. This push must go absolutely perfectly for them, but with RBM on one side, tearing through Spider-Mans across the field, there is nothing FA Bobby can do to stop this one. Tribe seal the set.
They call it lightning offense, and so much flexibility in how they play this. There were two different attempts from FA Bobby in terms of how to approach this map. Firstly, they had Bobby flex from what was usually, I think, supposed to be defense for this Maisie onto offense. He was getting critical damage there with the use of the star power to get max range damage.
Oh man, and that was Tribe's map. I understand now why they like pit stop. I mean, that the theory was just perfect, and the Sunny said there was a 100% win rate with this Kaze and the Berry picked up. Don't know if FA Bobby did their homework on this. I think they had a pretty stellar win rate with their Maisie selection as well. But context is really important. I think this Maisie, it didn't really impress me, if I'm going to be honest.
I thought it was like kind of cool to watch because it feels quite unorthodox, but that's just because Pitstop's been out of rotation for a while. I think she really thrives in this environment. It was satisfying also to see how well Buzz performed. Again, it's a heads-up pick. It's an absolute classic for RBM. This is a rivalry between number 1 and number 2 in the region. I think also getting readjusted to what everyone's specialties are here, because I feel like Luffy and RBM were allowed onto some of their most famous brawlers here. Diego Gamer, of course, the latest addition of the squad, provided indispensable support.
And the most amount of damage to the safe that you will see, 6 digits in numbers. It's completely, yeah, even the overlay can't contain that digit. It can't contain it, man. 106,000 damage to this very unassuming small Diego Gamer.
Yeah, this is true. Yeah, he is a unlikely suspect. If you saw him IRL, you would not suspect that this guy is going to absolutely clear you in Brawl Stars. He's been a smart addition to the team. He was looked at as a key pickup after the dissolution of that Elevate roster last year. He would have qualified directly to Worlds and unfortunately did not make it there, but he's on a path to do it once again, contending only Realm for number 1 spot in the region. And they've also got other people to fight if they make it to the Grand Finals. They're well on their way now as we move over to Hideout.
As we continue to examine the semi-final one on an older side of the bracket, with the two old gods of North America going head-to-head, we open up Hideout with this Mortis pick by Tribe. And looking at the stats, this is not something that they really practiced that much. I mean, they've got 1 game on record on it, and they did win with it, but it just goes to show that it probably didn't make it through the ban phase for most of their preparation, but they understand theoretically that it's just too good to pass up, and you have to account for it here in Hideout.
I think that's absolutely true. Punk. Just things that people will say, it's kind of not worth scrimming because there's no way it's going to be open. Wait, hold up. Hold up. They banned Damien and Edgar instead. Okay, yeah, let's go for the Mortis. Get some Blue Star first, by the way. Now, they did ban out Jean, which I think is quite interesting. I think it reveals that they wanted like a Kaze first or something like that. They didn't want to risk things heading over to the opposing side. So, you know, that's all fine and dandy. That's cool. This Pierce is also going to be able to lock down things at long range. I think it should be able to break open the enemy spawn also. You can get some piercing damage for free with the use of a gadget, but I think Pierce is probably going to be preferring blasting people away, so the different gadget.
Mina Pierce picked up there by FA Bobby. This is two of the most played brawlers, but they have a 50-50 win rate so far in scrims with it, and even paired up, it's not looking as fantastic. I mean, it just goes to show that they are comfortable with this pickup, but I am starting to see a trend here with FA Bobby is that they kind of are not really looking at what Tribe is picking, right? There's these two brawlers don't really address the Mortis directly. I think you were the one who shared with me that Mina is one of those brawlers that you think that he clears Mortis.
Totally.
No, Mortis at this point spams auto aim, and apparently even the Mina can't dodge those attacks.
I have watched Luffy just like play 1v1s for fun, Mortis versus Amina, and I have watched him repeatedly tap the screen, auto aim, and defeat Amina that way. Now, we are at the professional level of play, but look, Occam's razor, right? The simplest solution is usually the best one, and I feel like Mortis should be able to shut down this Mina. I still think it's quite essential to get Amina in here at some point because it gets you a lot of position and you're able to push up to the enemy side. Given that, things are going to retreat quite quickly into Tribe Gaming spawn. Meeple also is going to lock things down really, really nicely. I think FA Bobby have a tall task here, and I just don't know how they're going to break it open. We've seen Penny used for this in the past. I think Meeple should be able to deal with that quite well because his super is going to make walls penetrable.
We've still got a Kaze open for them, but they've got a pretty abysmal record playing it. They could opt to go for it and just double up on that assassin potential. Maybe hunt down Byron here could be the play. Just kind of leave the Mortis bit open, but nah. Okay. This is something that they didn't prepare. In fact, I don't think it's ever been played by them. I mean, they've got one game on record. They never won with it, but the wall break seems to be the strategy up against the Mortis. Just shred open the entire map, and Bobby's just basically saying, guys, I'll carry this.
I mean, all right. And we'll see if he actually stays on that brawler as well once all of our swaps come in. But I'm fairly confident that Luffy will play this, Mortis. I think Diego is also able to play that. Really, I think there's so much flexibility with the Tribe Gaming roster in terms of what brawlers they can play since they're all so talented on aggression. No swaps in here. Very interesting. So it will be Bobby on the Colt. Will it be enough to rein back control of this map? We have the Blue Star headed over to Luffy, going to use the long dash to get all the way back while taking minimal damage and now enforcing this defense.
Allowing Patchy's Colt to go on to this Byron on the right side, while Bobby takes complete dominance here on the left. You see the lane swap comes out immediately. RBM Byron versus Pierce. This is a matchup that we did see in previous matchups. It's a pretty 50-50 one. It just comes down to pure skill. That's one way that they can address this. They're going to allow Sans to be on Mortis duty, but we've already explained that that's not entirely the easiest of matchups for the Mina either.
No, not at all. Sans is going to have to basically keep his distance so that he doesn't get long dashed on by Luffy. That's the perfect setup for the combo. If Luffy can get the long dash right onto Sans, find him sort of towards the middle of the dash, then it's completely over. And the only way you're going to be able to do that if Sans is backed against the wall, and especially if he doesn't have all of his attacks charged up. A bit of aggression towards Diego Gamer, and now we see the wind wall that Sans needs to defend against a push-in from a Mortis.
Diego Gamer trying to aggress forward there, but just caught out there by one or two shots there from Bobby. Just more than enough to just completely push them, and now Patchy just overextends a little bit. Eats a shot there, and the combo spinner was a submission. Sans there tried to get one back with a wind wall, but Luffy was just way too high on health to deal with. FA Bobby just one step behind there.
Whoa, that's going to be a lot of damage. RBM face tanks all of it. Didn't want to risk the Blue Star heading to the other side, but in the end, does it even really matter? It's a one-star lead headed over to FA Bobby. This Blue Star still belongs to Tribe Gaming, so they have that to play around, but Luffy needs to be the executioner. He's the one with the best odds of getting in and getting aggressive. Diego Gamer also is going to be a solid method of this. Luffy, that's what I'm talking about. Once you get the long dash, it's over for Mina.
Bobby, that next one to go down there. Diego Gamer soaked up damage, allowed for Luffy to just swoop in there and do what Mortises do, which is ruin your ranked games and apparently ruin FA Bobby's game number one. Unless last second kill, not gonna be enough. The Blue Star was still with Tribe.
Real nail biter there. A tiebreaker victory for Tribe to kick off this set. The Mortis, it's everything that we wanted to see as a way of dealing with Mina. Mina is so indispensable right now, but Mortis has to be out of the mix. He's just so effective against her. And Luffy, what, did he even really have to try to get that, by the way? It was one long dash, a couple more attacks, and a combo spinner to guarantee the kill. And Sans is really doing his best to win this interaction. He's even like running a shield gear here, which is naturally the meta on Bounty in general, but he needs everything that he can reach for in his toolkit to deal with this one specific brawler.
I think FA Bobby's best chance here, honestly, is just, you know, they have to just not focus on this Mortis at this point. I think they need to realize that Luffy is unchecked and Diego Gamer is the bigger weakness, right? That's what they've been trying to do. Open up the map, expose this Meeple's range advantage, but unfortunately, that's not how Hideout plays. You can get pushed back to the last rung of the map, and that's what we see Tribe doing. Ebb and flow inside the enemy base.
FA Bobby, they're such a wonderful team, but if I had to point out one core weakness that I see for them is they go for really aggressive kills where it just doesn't exist. And maybe there's a mirage, you know, a sort of oasis that they see in this desert of matchups, but there's nothing after all. They only end up crawling to their, you know, desiccated demise. See RBM in, pushing, whoa, Luffy with a double kill with the combo spinner. They just got to play D now, and they have everything that they need. Diego Gamer is able to rage quit and push everyone away. RBM also has a hypercharge ready. He is ultimately taken down. The same fate awaits Diego Gamer. Tribe are only ahead by 4 stars. Kill on Luffy would mean everything.
Trying to pull in Diego Gamer here, a second windmill, but he goes down to the Meepo anyway. Sans miscalculated, and now it's Luffy on the hunt, pushing back the entirety of FA Bobby. Luffy's thinking about it. He's got 5 stars. He doesn't really have to go for display, but he smells blood. Kind of wants to end this game a little bit earlier. RBM's taking quite a bit of damage here. 15 seconds left. Will Luffy take the pounce?
Okay, he's thinking about it. Diego Gamer is going to now come in with a hypercharge to just keep everyone away, and Luffy running for the hills. 5 seconds to go. Diego Gamer picks up yet another. The reload speed and the dodges to stay away from Bobby. Defeat is starting to settle in. The fist bumps are going around on Tribe, and I imagine it's getting a little icy on the side of FA Bobby. They're down a couple of sets, but the one time this year that FA Bobby managed to win a monthly final, it came off of the back of 3 consecutive reverse sweeps.
They're gonna need it here.
Oh, it's the only way.
It's the only way forward, right? I mean, with this kind of a performance as well, I think another weakness I'm starting to see from FA Bobby is just this over-reliance on familiarity. I mean, we looked at the stats, and they are picking things that, yes, they are very much so familiar with, and this is supposedly their map. Yet, for a map that they've scrimmed, they don't seem to do much very well. I mean, they have a 50% win rate of the map, and I'm surprised it ended up being their map selection then, because Tribe are actually, this is one of their best maps.
It's curious. Maybe they thought they could catch Tribe off guard. If Tribe had this as one of their best maps, then it could perhaps be true that Tribe have solved the way to play this map, and then there's a sort of a attempt at dissecting how Tribe wins this map, and then a counter strategy from FA Bobby. It's not what we saw at all, unfortunately. Consistent outranging, outmatching. Luffy here with 4 kills was just a hard counter to the Mina, and he actually had the lowest damage in the lobby. It goes to show that, like, in a literal game sense, aura is a thing. You have this invisible radius around you that guarantees death. And you saw, even when he had 5 stars, he was staying in a forward position. We're here on Pinball Dreams now, where it's all about getting that initial control, and Tribe Gaming chose this one.
Yeah, it's a scary one to go into among the 3 Brawl maps of selection now. This is a very volatile one, right? I mean, I made the joke to say that Pinball Dreams is a map where everybody dies in the first second. And the reason why that happens is you don't want to end up playing a passivity fest, right? Like, the way that the map is designed with the L brackets on the left and right is that, yeah, I mean, if you end up with, like, double thrower matchups, you could play very passively. But in today's day and age, with Mortises, Shades, more Mortises, Damien, well, you know, that's not how it plays out. Lumi is going to be the first selection there from FA Bobby. Once again, they're just leaning on comfort picks at this point.
Look, dude, if you hate Shade and Mortis, then you're going to love these bans, because neither of them are in play. I do see some thrower possibilities are available here. Could creep in as a last selection by Tribe Gaming. And we've seen wall break approaches so far. FA Bobby decided that they were going to pick up Colt for that matter, but it didn't really work out for them. They had to keep their distance so much, and You just really, I think, have to be careful about playing that here. Otis is really, really consistent over here. And interestingly, Tribe Gaming actually have a 100% win rate throughout the 6 times that they've played this in scrims.
That's a pretty scary statistic.
100%, by the way.
Yeah. And it's often paired up. I mean, Cordelia's, Bull, Chester, these are some things that they are still completely available, and they could just pick this up. I mean, I understand the vision. I think we've seen Cordelia's played here, even in the other regions. You take one entire brawler away from there and, pair it up with a Willow.
Okay.
And suddenly you have a double controller comp that can really just allow for so many cheeky goal-scoring opportunities. It also just covers all your bases. I mean, you've got control, you've got anti-tank, you've got everything.
It's also a favorite for Patchy, so it's a nice one to take out of the toolkit. I've seen Diego play a really nice Willow, and it's just great on this map. It's one of the main things that comes to mind when I think about pinball dreams is how prevalent Willow can be here in the presence of all the walls. So, do we start breaking down walls? Is that the method for FA Bobby? It sort of led them to their demise earlier. It just ended up not really being the correct strategy. That was on Bounty. Okay, Serious coming in as a counter thrower. And I think this sort of screws up some of the last pick possibilities for Tribe Gaming, because now if you push in, then you're risking getting hit by a bunch of serious shades. Also, he has a gadget that'll spawn a shade immediately when you push in. So really great way of dealing with an enemy thrower and also the aggression. Though I think he's lacking on damage. Okay, if you get run down right off the beginning, then that's a serious issue.
A serious issue, yeah. They're also, I was going to say they're missing an anti-tank as well, but they will lean in on their Kenji. Instead, they do need some kind of an aggressive option just for ball control in general, and also to run at this Willow. I mean, Willow will still do fairly okay up against the Kenji, so all fairness, I think Sirius is likely just going to be that pseudo-thrower to deal with the Willow, and they're just looking at this Kenji as something to deter things like maybe Mo coming in. But Tribe, I mean, Cordelius is still wide open, and it could be the pick for them.
It's true, actually. I would be interested to see that one. I think he risks beating some shades right off the bat. Well, it's going to be Cordelius' twin in the Shadow Realm, Lily making an appearance, and that should be some immediate running up of mid. It's going to mean that Patchy can't really stay there to stand guard. He will get the Grim and Frostbitten down, okay? That's going to mess up some of the other entrances to mid around the left and right flanks, or, could get some ice down at the beginning to screw things up. However, Patchy won't be able to stand guard over there. This is really interesting. I like this from both sides, honestly. I think the series could be quite fearsome.
Indeed, and I think it has to be the most fearsome series that we've seriously seen, because they're already down by 2 entire sets.
Yeah.
The win rates are not looking good for the side of FA Bobby on this map. Tribe could close this one out fairly simply, but Sans seems to have something to say about it. Grim and Frostbitten not committed just yet by Bobby, just being really patient now. Now he commits it, but doesn't catch anybody out. It does allow Sans, though, to aggress forward here on this interaction there with Luffy, who's falling low. Diego Gamer on the left manages to trade out a positive trade with Patchy.
Nicely done for Tribe Gaming so far, though they are heavily on defense and they haven't managed to break past Bobby. They don't really have a great method of doing it unless they get Lily over on this lane. Might have to be a vanish first type of approach, and that's not really where you want to be. Expertly aimed by Luffy into the Shadow Realm, nearly confirmed the kill, but now he's going to have to finish the job. Whoa, near position of the super there near the goal. Patchy wants to pass over to Sans, and Diego Gamer really isn't able to. Whoa, never mind, got the super just in the nick of time. Gonna get the kill as well on the Patchy. If only Sans had been a little bit closer to RBM at the end of that mind control, actually could have been double kill.
Oh man, I mean, that was such a nice opportunity there, but this is the strength of the Willow. I mean, it's not only just a strong, cheeky offense thing here, but hold that thought here. Luffy, though, is going to be going into hypercharge, sends half of FA Bobby's squad to the realm there. Sans is going to be trying for the He finds the needle, gets it through, and that could be a Hail Mary that FA Bobby desperately needed.
Oh, it's looking so good for them now. Luffy in for the push. Can't get the kill on to the Lumi, and Sans is thinking about a play. What's it going to be? Has the hypercharge, wants his kill onto RBM, and waits for the team to catch up. Just under a minute on the clock. There's actually plenty of time for Tribe to get this ball to the enemy side, but we haven't seen them approach the enemy as a team yet this entire game so far. RBM still, this lone defender, cannot take down Bobby. He's so untouchable as this Lumi.
And Sans has been popping off as well on this Kenji. Bobby positioning himself really nicely. This is the most telegraphed, Lily Soup I've ever seen it. Sans once again denied by the Willow. Could have closed out this game there, but at the very least, they're still in it.
And here come the sashimi slices in. A double hypercharge stun. Diego was beneath the earth, but it doesn't even matter. Sand's gonna go for the bank shot. Finally, something for the FA Bobby squad on the board. And a match point denied. This is looking quite good for them. The Lumi has really been the star of the show for me because it's been impossible to eliminate. You see Luffy getting actually good plays on this Lily, but he has to bail. He has to vanish into the Shadow Realm before he can get that last hit onto Lumi. And then no one else is really able to touch her. It's just playing so surgically for FA Bobby.
Yeah, he's been the target of all of these Lily assaults here. I gotta give props to Sans as well. Luffy this time does get both of the members of the Bobby down. Killings one, the change targets now onto Patchy. That's been working out for them. And Diego Gamer, he's got a cheeky super here. Might just commit it. No. Okay, there we go. That's the Willow's meant to be played. And that's the first goal in for Tribe Gaming.
Really wonderful for Luffy. Completely changed targets. He went for Patchy right off the bat first, and then for Bobby, and then Sans completely misjudged the interaction. Wasn't able to get the kill. Now, Diego Gamer and RBM towards the enemy side. Could be a kill for Patchy, but he didn't have enough ammo. The mute onto Bobby, though, guarantees a position for Diego Gamer, who's bound to be close to his super. Could be a pass up, forward, and into the Shadow Realm. Diego gets to walk this one right on through, and baby, we're headed to match point.
The small of adjustments that Luffy just made, he just put a death mark on Patchy instead. He said, you know what, you guys have been playing Protect the President, FA Bobby protecting Bobby the entire time. Maybe you should change it to FA Patchy instead, because he's the one that is death marked now by Luffy. Let's see if Patchy makes the adjustment, realizing that, you know, his life is being threatened. Okay, Luffy changing targets once again, mixing it up, going straight for Bobby. Can't close the distance, he gets it down, but the ball control is on the other side here. It's a total open goal. Luffy gambled and he lost.
Was this the method, though? Because Diego Gamer could have thrown the ball away using his super. Would have bought them enough time to defend. Hopefully the super is valuable enough. I'll tell you this much, though. I don't think they're going to get that aggression. Luffy couldn't even get a kill there in the Shadow Realm. He expires at the hands of Patchy. And RBM and Diego are the lone defenders. It's passed forward, but Sans wasn't able to grasp it. And a gadget underground for Diego Gamer. He has all the defense in the world, the hardest CC in the game, but still he's eliminated by a Bobby that was positioned, I think, in an unexpected place. Luffy wants it so badly, and RBM's able to throw it away, but Patchy gets him. A hypercharge pop for Diego Gamer. They're at a deficit of utility, but at least they haven't lost.
He just kind of popped it. He was a bit fearful for his life there, thinking that, you know, he had to desperately clear the ball there. A bit of a wasted hypercharge, not gonna lie, but respect the usage, and Patchy just summons the entire army here. 3 Otisai going straight inside the mid. Sans, his target is set. He trades it out there with half of the tribe roster. It's just Diego Gamer left on the defense, but this Willow is just so annoying to push into when Sans is dead.
That's fine, though. I mean, as long as they're able to kill the rest of the team, they don't really need to kill the Willow. She's not going to make a play all on her own. Wonderful hypercharge there. Guarantees a kill for... Oh, no angle once again, but it looks quite open. Luffy wants to kill, gets it, but can't defend the goal. Oh, it's not over yet. And it's not time to get comfortable either. That was a match point in the back pocket of Tribe Gaming. It really could have been their game within only 3 sets. And that would have been a terrible showing for a roster number 2 in the region.
I'm glad it's not a 3-0. I think that would have been terrible for the region.
And the coin flip.
And the coin flip. But as much as I make fun of the region and I make fun of how they got destroyed at the Brawl Cup, back here in NA, these are number 1 and number 2. We don't expect the gap between that to be that massive. We don't expect this kind of a result where it's a 3-0. So I'm glad that FA Bobby in the final hour on a map that they barely practice with 2 picks that are the only 2 picks that actually work with this Kenji in the series, they actually pull it off.
Well, it was damn close for them, too, because, wow, Luffy's plays there in game number 2 made that one go by in a flash. He led the team in terms of kills, which is, you know, completely understandable. I wonder what could have been improved on here. I think we looked at Tribe and saw that they had a 100% win rate on this Otis. Make it just a little bit less now that they have not been able to muster one here. Also, I think that makes it completely expected by FA Bobby. And they played it really well because, look, the Otis actually got the least value out of anyone. It was the thrower, it was also Bobby on this Lumi that consistently survived the Otis attacks.
In the end, it was Kenji being able to close the gap between himself and the goal. 4 goals for him. On the other side, the only goals were scored whenever Willow had super, and you just don't get as many supers as Kenji gets dashes.
Sure.
That's just the thing. I think in the end, the comp was just better to actually score as even though we had so many kills on the Lily, they weren't really going towards the goal of this specific mode. Now, this one is now back to FA Bobby's map pick. So if they can keep this momentum and actually get this one rolling, we will get to see a set 5 in this one. I did say it should be a close one. As you said, it's nice to see that they've finally woken up.
And I want to see set 5. I want to see them go to our tiebreaker map and, you know, we can reflect about how it's going on. And starting off this Naja, really, really nice. And it's the theorem that you mentioned, right? Honestly, in this current patch, you pick Naja, you pick an assassin, you pick a little bit of control, you're done. It's an easy, clean draft that works into anything. That is just down to the gameplay. I like the bans as well. They're respecting the mortars this time. That's the one that I'm like, please, just ban it out, ban out the shade, and let's play a nice, clean game of Brawl Stars.
Still, plenty that Tribe Gaming can play here. They have the last pick. They can still aggress the Naja in close range. I don't think it would be the greatest idea to play control at this rate, so they kind of have to go for it. Nita already as a preemptive way of responding to something aggressive, and it also just guarantees that this one is going to be taken away from FA Bobby, so it makes it a little bit cleaner to get that one as a final pick.
This screams to me that they want to play something aggressive here. If not now in pick 3, then later on as last pick. Nita, one of the best counters at the moment towards any aggression. Now, what we usually see from Tribe Gaming is something like a notice gesture, which both of them are still open, and I wouldn't mind it if they go for 2-3 safe picks here. Never mind, it is the aggression that I talked about. Kenji once more this time around, it switches sides and goes over to Tribe Gaming, and Kenji would have been countered by the Nita, so it makes a lot of sense to me. We still need something with range and mid for Tribe Gaming now. The Gem Carrier, I mean, unless you want to go double aggression, what we have seen quite often this month actually is just Mina as the Gem Carrier and then Kenji as the aggressor.
That's something that could work out, but gotta say, not that big of a fan of just picking a naked Nita pick here. I mean, there's no tank that has shown up on FA Bobby's side as well. They could lean into something like pure control there, get an anti-tank, get something to open up the map here. Definitely something that is certainly viable for them. We don't see the most common picks here from the side of FA Bobby. I mean, you've got this Sandy Chester pairing that they did try, and it's not one of the best things they're going to go for, but it does do fairly decent into both this Kenji and the Nita.
Okay, yeah, we'll keep an eye for it. I think really this Chester, more than anything else, is just to take away the primary way of dealing with their last pick. That's the Mo. There we go. I really think that Chester is one of the best ways of dealing with Mo. I think it also defeats other things in close range. It should be a decently respectable way of like farming super off of Nita. I think they have like very similar range here, but I don't really look at the Nita as being the primary target of the Mo. It's here for the Gem Carrier. We'll see how safe Tribe Gaming play it. The complete safest part of the spectrum would have to be the Janet. Yeah. And do you think this is the method here with the threat of a Mo Hyper?
Probably. I mean, it's good against danger noodles as well.
Is this really your best?
Whoa!
They do go double aggression. I love to see it.
No Gem Carrier husband and wife duo and an adopted child on the side of Tribe Gaming. I mean, I didn't think this would be the map, but this is starting to throw back to, you know, the new age of Gem Grab, right? Which is, we don't need a Gem Carrier. We're just gonna hunt that Naja to death in the end game, and then we will cheese out this 3-1.
As someone who has been watching and participating as a host or caster in Brawl Stars for so many years, it's so exciting to see whenever the meta shifts. We don't need the Gem Carrier anymore. We used to always say, oh, you don't want any of your tanks or assassins to have the gems on you. Well, now is the area where you want to have 2 aggressors, even on Gem Grab, and potentially one of them being the Gem Carrier just dodging out of harm's way.
It's not really working out though. I mean, they tried to punish this Mo matchup. That's the one that is most prone to losing to assassins. And you can already see, like, Patchy is the designated Gem Carrier for whatever reason. This is one of the rare instances where FA Bobby, I think, are they intentionally splitting their Gem Carrying duties? Because they're like, you can't get one target down if we just decide to split all of our gems, right?
Yeah, I wonder. I feel like for FA Bobby, they might actually rather have the gems on Patchy. It's just that he's not always the closest to the gems. We won't see him forcing him to shift out of position to take this. And he's got a pretty solid matchup versus the Nita on the left side. There's a defense versus RBM. But Luffy's dashing in and out with these gems. Patchy's going to get the upper hand on the left side. So what's the end game exactly of a couple of assassins? And only one of them is consistently going for the back lines. Not even really going for Sands, interestingly. Luffy's going to go for it, though, into the pot, and could be taken down in time to get him stunned outside of the pot. RBM now looking for the escape, and with the assistance of Nita, will find it, only if he can get away with from Bobby. Oh my gosh, he got the kill, but Patchy still takes down Kaze.
And RBM in the back that's been doing so well to stay alive here, but the outplays have come to an end. All 10 gems are going to be going inside Patchy's pockets. Tribe Gaming, they've at least got one more push left in them. It's going to be led by Luffy here, just going on Sands at the moment, but Bobby's got to nuke the zone, the entire side of it. Danger Noodle's going to be going down. RBM just gets one there, but so much poison damage onto him. Sands just needs to tickle him to bring him down. Luffy desperately scoops up half the gems and robs them, gets out in due time, and all of a sudden we've got 8 to 8 gems.
Okay, well, one gem dropped on the ground. It's going to be collected by Sands, and here comes a super in for Patchy. Hypercharge super for RBM, but no kill confirmed. Caught out by Bobby. It's gem number 9 for Luffy, and the secret weapon, Diego Gamer, with his hypercharge. He's waiting for Bobby to get close, just get a little bit impatient on the scouting mission. Cannot get in range, unfortunately, but will find Sands. He's just out of range, looks for the peak shots, and with Bear With Me, he should be able to stay alive here. Could be a pinch onto Sands. Diego Gamer looking for it just for the defense and trying to keep another aggressive brawler out of there. It's good! Luffy, high and dry with 11 gems, goes on to yet another match point.
I'm so mad, actually. I can't take this kind of gem grab. You play this well the entire game, and your opponent just pops 3 hypercharges, runs it down, gets a nice Sashimi slash here and there, and all of a sudden, you got the wife coming in to rob half your gems and you lose the game. I mean, I give credit to Tribe though. This kinds of comp, you might think this is some like mythic level ranked comp thing and they're just skill dipping. No, pure aggression takes skill, takes finesse, and RBM is kicking things off now with just absolutely that. Going in onto Sands, taking down Patchy. It's a spawn trap, just built on aggression.
You know how they say, you know, whatever is not real, it can't hurt you, but the Hard Rock Mine spawn trap is very real, and FA Bobby could pretty much be spending their last minute of this tournament trapped in their own spawn. RBM and Diego are trying to enforce that at the moment. Here come the snakes down, easily cleaned up by RBM, and he has no business surviving this, but it looks like he actually might. Looks for the kill on Sands, but he's blasted away. He was just inside of the range. Patchy also risking demise on the left side. Wonderful play there from Bobby to get 1 and 2 kills. Luffy's running away with 8 gems. It's a really nice count from... Oh, did you see him? He was thinking about number 9. He was a little bit hungry, but he needs the support of his team to get it safely.
1 life from RBM nets them 8 gems. Now he's on a hunt. They're going for Sands once again, who's holding on to the last 2 gems. Bobby, though, has something to say about that. Please, RBM, can you stop doing this? I've not seen Kenji performances that illegal. Patchy's going to bring him down here, but Luffy, literally, Kaze gem carrier is the map. I don't know what I'm watching or what I'm saying.
10 seconds to go. Bobby needs to save the day. It's versus Luffy. He's ready to dash away, make it 5. Diego Gamer now trying to block his path. Bobby saving every single attack. Actually gets the interruption. Now everything's in possession of RBM. The next best option because he's just a little bit less movement-based than Luffy, who also has the fan storm ready to throw down. No visibility for you. No, actually goes into the assassin form. RBM sneaking to the opposing side, and they've absolutely been blindsided. Back to the spawn. That's where you're getting trapped for the whole game. Number 1 defeats number 2 as they go on to their 3rd grand finals this year.
Humiliation is what Diego Gamer and the boys here have tried. They've accomplished there over FA Bobby, showing dominance over them inside their own map. That was one of the most disgusting Kenji performances I have ever seen, period. I mean, he hunted down relentlessly. The entirety of the FA Bobby roster made so much space that Luffy didn't even need to play the game. He just stood back like, okay guys, I'm just gonna take gems, okay?
This is really Tribe Gaming's meta to win. They have a couple of the best aggro players in North America. RBM, I think, has attracted a lot of attention, but the rise of Luffy also has diverted some attention from the other top teams in the region. And guess what? They're actually able to morph a comp to specialize their talents. Diego Gamer also is a really stable lane player, found his use here as a Nita, and also got some aggression in too.
We're watching history being made here. If I would have told you guys 3 years ago, imagine a Kaze or a Mortis back then gem carrier, what would you have said?
I say you're from the future, because
Kaze doesn't exist yet. What's Kenji?
That's why I said,
what's a
or a Mortis back then.
Oh, understandable.
But
Yeah, I would have been
think you would have
mystified.
said it's crazy.
Hey,
You don't
hey.
want your assassin or tank to have any gems because that's usually what you want to have to go in aggressively, to make room for your team. RBM did that. Luffy still can be the gem carrier even though he is also an assassin. And as you called it so nicely, Spoo, we have husband and wife with their adopted child taking the win of FA Bobby's heads, not only in the set but also in the series. They move on into the grand finals for the 3rd time already. Now they say 3rd time's the charm, right?
I mean, I just think it's time for them to win a grand final. Tribe Gaming have been, they're goofing off a little bit too much for my liking, even if they've represented this team internationally. It's time to lock in that post-season berth, get them 90 points, do you know what I'm saying? And make sure that they are going to be a part of the incredible tournaments that are still to come in the Brawl Stars calendar.
and redeem themselves for Brawl Cup, right?
I mean,
You wanted to
top
say
four.
it. You wanted to say it. You wanted to say something, you know, but
I mean, this team is probably better than top 4 at Brawl Cup, honestly.
They
I think
are. That ceiling is
That's why I felt like it was kind of mid-showing. Everyone's like, oh, it's the best performance from NA in 2 years. And I'm like, yeah, that's not a good thing. You know what I mean? I want to see
We're
more from this team in this
hyping it up,
region.
but yeah, top 4,
Come on.
it's good. You're top 4 of the entire world.
But the whole
That
world
doesn't
is not
sound
at
too
Brawl
bad.
Cup though as well. Like I think it's more prestigious to top 4 at Worlds, right? Because there's more MEA teams at Worlds. There's more East Asia teams at Worlds. Like, that's the one you really want to place highly for. I think top 2 is what Tribe should have been aiming for at Brawl Cup. That's the kind of team I think they can be.
Now, after the match between seed 1 and 2, we're looking at seed 3 and 4 also facing off against each other. With just 14 points behind Team Electros, Vatic wants to take that slot off their hands. They want to qualify for LCQ and they would be on their way if they only knock out Team Electros. FA Bobby is now out of the way as well, so whoever wins this one is also crawling closer. FA Bobby has that little buffer because of the Brawl Cup points, but next month they could overtake even them.
Yep, it's going to be an excellent setup for them for either of these teams. Team Electros, who was robbed of Brawl Cup, I must say. I think they're
Robbed themselves.
itching to go to a grand final and just really show that, honestly, guys, like, the old guard, forget about them. The new boys are here and they should be dominating. Vatic have a similar kind of poise there, I think, in the way that they performed in the April monthly finals. They're bringing that here today to show the world that they can match up against these new kids as well.
And Vatic comes fresh off an April monthly final win. They have the momentum still, and we got the chance to sit down with Livy to talk about that.
Livy, when you and I last spoke, you were just a few hours away from winning your first monthly final of the year. How has that affected the way that y'all frame the year ahead?
Well, I mean, winning one means that we can do it again. Like, we know we can win it. So if we could get another one under the belts, it would set us up for a good position to make it to Worlds.
Mm-hmm. Well, the only issue now is that we're on the other side of Brawl Cup, and you're playing against teams who competed at Brawl Cup. So do you feel like you guys have kept pace with them?
Yeah, I think so. I know we don't have that they got an extra month of prep time versus the top teams in the world, but I think in our respective region, we're still at the top and that we can win against anybody if we play our best.
They proved that they can win against anybody if they play their best in April when they won the grand finals. Now, in the qualification this month in June, they cleaved through their opponents 3-0 against everyone, not dropped a single set. Today it looked a bit different, almost a reverse sweep from Legacy Esports against them.
Looked a bit shaky there in the end against Legacy, not going to lie there. I thought that they might have just dropped the ball there, but then they picked it up in the last second inside the knockout set. It was beautifully drafted, beautifully played from them. I mean, I thought it should have been a 3-0, but...
I think Vatic were losing control of that series, and Legacy actually were the ones I think got the jitters, the yips in that last set. But I think if Legacy played like they had from set 3 and 4, that would have been a win for them. That's concerning for Vatic. I think they started really well. Their stamina is definitely going to be a concern, and they're going up against a team who's going to give them a lot less openings than Legacy did. This Electros team have scrimmed the most. They've been on the grind. They are extremely serious. They are furious, obviously, at having missed Brawl Cup. These are all things that make them fearsome opponents. And yeah, Electros have been waiting for this opportunity to take Bilal and Ducky on.
The dynamic duo, Vibes 6-7, hey, Hats 2, and I guess I don't know what the 100 is here, really, honestly, but I guess this propeller hat thing there for them might just give them an extra buff. Maybe it's sufficient to beat the youngins there on Team Electros, that I wouldn't count on it to be the only weapon that they have.
Well, they wanted to play together. They were really serious about being on a squad, and obviously, as Livy it's crazy to think of him as the veteran, right? But this guy's played on Tribe. He's definitely, been amongst that old guard, and he seems like he's guiding them quite well. For someone who himself is not old, like he is very young as
not
well.
That old.
So I don't want to look at this Vatic squad as being like part of that old guard whatsoever.
No,
but
they're new to me too. Yeah.
Electro's even more young and fresh-faced, potentially even hungrier. They've been cleaner today.
From Vatic, we also got to see a lot of Glowy today. A super exciting one, 4 times picked up in that series versus Legacy. And that is double the amount of times we got to see Glowy in any other region. We had 2 Glowy picks in EMEA, and that's it. That's insane. So let's see if they will show us another crazy draft in this one. Team Electros went a bit more with what is meta. We saw a lot of aggression from them with the Daryl, with the Kenji, and around that, very solid picks overall. Not really too many surprises, and another 3-0 for them. They had the same qualifier run as Vatic as well, just 3-0 throughout the board, and continued that run today as well. These are the maps that we're going to see in this series, picked first by Team Electros as they are seed 3. They got to choose over seed 4 if they want to pick up the first or the second map. So Layer Cake, Pinball, Dreams, Golden Gulch, Crystal Arcade, and then Safe Zone as the random decider, which would actually be the first time we see Safe Zone today.
Do we get much Crystal Arcade lately as well? I feel like that's also another map that's just not been picked very much. So it's super interesting pickup for Vatic here.
Once again, I think I'll highlight, they are not repeating their maps from the quarterfinals. And then both teams are kind of denying it from the other side as well. I think they're drafting from the other team's modes as well. That's an interesting way to look at this map draft as well. Is if you've seen them play a really scary bounty map and you just don't want to do that, just pick one of it yourself.
Now, from Vatic's side, we have seen a super interesting series, not only because of that Glowy pick, but also because they left Edgar and Damien open, and they never really picked them up, even though they slid through even the regular bans. Now, Edgar is going to be banned out by the side of Team Electros. They banned both him and Mortis, and Vatic just goes with the same. Mina and Naja banned out. Damien slips through. Colette is open. Some of the meta brawlers are still in the room, and that's going to be dangerous.
Oh yeah, this Mina ban, by the way, complete respect then ban out of Memen. I think we've seen so much of that before. Seriously, it's one of the most dominant Mina players I think any had. In my opinion, I think Memen plays the best Mina I've ever seen. If you guys have seen him on YouTube, you've seen him make so many guides and so much tech on this brawler. 93% to 7%. Not really that much in agreement on this. I think everyone at home probably thinks the Team Electros have the better stats there on the page and just voted it blindly. But to me, this is actually a much closer affair than kind of like 60-40. Still favoring Team Electros, but Vatic definitely have a shot in this one.
Mina wasn't banned out even a single time against Team Electros in the previous game, neither in the global bans nor in the regular ones. Why do they ban the Mina here exactly?
I honestly think that Vatic are paying more attention to what these guys are doing. I think you should be trying to ban it, but you notice that like Doyen is also playing like Daryl randomly, a bunch of other tanks. The Kenji play also from Electros has been pretty fire. So I don't know if banning the Mina is the answer, but I do think globaling her is a good start.
Well, I think with that, we want to get semi-final number 2 unrolling because we want to find out who will face Elf against Tribe Gaming in the grand finals of today. We're starting on Layer Cake, 14 points apart only. Both of these teams are trying to lock in that LCQ slot today.
Is this really
First
your
pick here
best?
for the side of Vatic. Kaze once more on Layer Cake. Just like on any other bounty map, really. You want to pick up Blue Star first. Now, with Edgar out of the way, Kaze and Mortis are the fastest two. Mortis also out of the way, so that leaves you with Kaze.
This Willow ban is so heads up from Vatic. They have the data as well. Yeah, it's just something that we've seen Electros try and lean into a whole lot. The Shade also. They've just gone after some of the best performing brawlers on the side of Electros and just made them unpickable for the time being. Kaze is one pick. You expect maybe Kenji be on the other side. Lumi obviously can play really well into these chokes. Grim and Frostbitten is probably at its best on Layer Cake.
I think Kenji is still in contention there from the side of Team Electros if they still want to compete for the blue star. But honestly, sometimes it's just better to just yield it and just opt for another brawler like an anti-tank that can just, you know, go in there and control the map. I think Lily is not a bad shout there in the end game if they need it. Ali is definitely still available for them if they want to go in for the assassin. That's what they're gonna be going for here. So they're not entirely giving up the blue star there, and it does cover the double assassin angle that Vatic may be thinking about.
Ellie's the only one who can contest Kaze in this situation because she can also jump over walls. She might even be faster on layer cake. But Ellie didn't have the great win rate yesterday. I don't feel like she's overall as well-rounded and strong on this map specifically as Kaze is. So even though they might get the blue star, they still need a strong backing. Lumi definitely offers that so far. Right side now with Vuffs. They have something solid, give some treats out to your teammates, and they're gonna do even more damage, or a bit tankier last pick now. They usually love to play Crow on a map like this one, also banned out from their opponents. We can see clearly that both of these teams have done their homework.
Yeah. They're just drafting from each other's pools. They're banning each other's brawlers. This is high quality. This is what we expect to see at the level of monthly finals. You can tell that both these teams are really, really hungry here. You see the classic Otis Ruffs pairing coming in here from Vatic. It just, as I've said before, gives you everything. I mean, you got wall break, you got anti-tank, you got fat splatter the zone, and with this Kaze, it already gives you that blue star. That's exactly what they want. This does allow Team Electros to maybe sneak in some kind of thrower idea that can come in, and there it is. The berry is going to make it the one for them. I thought they might be a bit more cheeky, maybe think about Juju and then just break in, but they want a more direct solution here. Maybe they're just feeling that this berry is just a better one against the Kaze as well.
I think it gives them some nice all-in potential. They played the berry with the Kaze. I also think it can function fairly well against it. And it does help set up this alley a little bit more. You have a lot of map control between the berry, fields, and of course what Lumi can provide. And that gives you a lot of room to get your alley in position. She can access more of the map than anyone else on layer cake. Bushes, no problem. Walls, she jumps over them. Waterways, she lives in them.
Well, folks, Seed 3 and Seed 4 are going to duke it out here in the semifinal to find out who will go and contest the throne of NA. And kicking things off here, the blue star does go onto the side of Vatic. That Kaze potential is indeed very quickly, but a lot of discipline coming in from the side of Team Electros. None of them actually making a move just yet.
I like this from Memen sneaking through here over towards that body of water at the back of the map. Bilal not able to spot Memen out in advance. Staying on the move though. Bilal looking to try and move into any of the space that is given up by the alley. Memen constantly looking for something. It's a good matchup against the Ruffs, as long as you respect the Otis. But Memen can go anywhere here. Here's the Grim and Frostbitten set up to lock Vatic inside the map. Now, you've got to be careful if you're Electros. Do not overextend. There's a lot of damage available to the defending side.
There's a lot of value there that this berry can extract that the healing. He managed to get that super out just barely in time. But with the last rung of defense being penetrated there on the side of Team Electros, Memen once again threatens to go in, but just so much discipline on the side of Team Electros. They're waiting for Doin to get maybe a hypercharge or super before they commit for this final push.
This is somewhere where Juju is probably a bit more oppressive than the Berry, who needs to expose himself a little bit to this poke damage in order to land any of these shots. Memen almost gets flattened by Bilal. Now it's going to require a hypercharge super out from Doin, and Ducky has fallen. Snowy needs to not step out of this fan storm. He would go down immediately and has to linger, and ultimately he's picked off. Memen, nicely done. Good target acquisition as Libby picked up, but now it's scary. The heal from the gadget from Doin is not enough, and so Vatic maintained the lead.
Just barely by a hair's width there. Ducky then out with 4 stars going to be the key target inside of Team Electros. Snowy tried to catch him there. There's no way he gets out here. Ducky is so low there. Memen just needs to sneeze on him to bring him down. Snowy goes in. Ducky is still somehow alive. You see Bilal leaving the base. Memen escaped there just with all the stars, but now he's in the back. Bilal's like, I got the blue star, guys. I'm supposed to be the one that's alive. Why is everyone dead? Now I'm dead too. There's nothing that I can do here.
Memen just wiped them all, Spoo. They really needed that Kaze to help defend against the alley, who simply ran straight through their entire squad.
Bilal was the only one that could have stopped it there. I think the entire game he was doing fairly well, being the zoning potential away from Memen. And the last second he just ditched him. He's like, guys, I've got the blue star. We won, right? That's the win con. Wait, what? We're behind in stars? Oh, my bad.
You're all dead? That's rough. Yep. Good patience there from Electros. And still the blue stars fought for. Memen will simply take some free supercharge as Bilal takes hits.
The Frostbitten doesn't get the connection here. Memen continues to just tease Bilal here. I mean, he's now chasing him down there inside this ninja form. A little bit of damage being contributed there by Doin. You can see he's just flashing the super. He just wants to keep his team topped up here. Snowy's just playing so aggressively here on the Lumi. Honestly, guys, these aren't tanks that Team Electros are playing, but with this, stalwart amount of healing that's coming out there from this berry, they're just allowed to just continue to just soak up so much pressure, so much damage. Already got hypercharge ready on the berry as well. And 2 stars now. They can opt to play defensive for the rest of this one.
I think this comp looks pretty good, but nice little mute button there from Ducky to catch the berry out. This now gives Vatic that lead, but it's a slim one. Any elimination for Electros would put them back into the league with that blue star buffer.
What? Doin is just, he's kind of feeling himself there. He stood in the fat splatter thinking he could out-heal it, just desperately wanting to charge up another super so he can make plays, but it's Man that is smelling bloodier. Below there, though, he's got ice, gets out there just barely in time there, but the entire team just pushed back into a similar position. I'm not feeling too good about this Uber.
Okay, we have a hypercharge fan storm coming. No, right, just a normal fan storm at least coming down. That's something the Electros have to respect. It immediately buys Vatic a bit more space. Time is beginning to run short here on Team Electros. 34 seconds left in this round, and his berry hypercharge might necessitate an all-in. Memen certainly is going to have to go that way. It's something he's priced into on Ali, but he gets caught out. Surely a trade here. Bilal is able to walk away from the field of ice cream, this time splitting himself not entirely from the team, remaining in case Vatic need him called back to fight.
Going now, trying to get the kill onto there, sets up there for Memen to get the blue star, but it's Livy and Ducky just paged him out of there. They've got the blue star now. This should be an easy 8-second defense from them. There's nothing on the side of Team Electros they can really do here. Bilal now making the proper play there, gets the suicide at Memen. Oh, he was staring right at them, but no time on the clock. So Vatic even out the set.
Yeah, stressful games for Vatic. They know that they are going to get locked into their corner of the map with that Lumi utility, and then have to worry about going too low to the berry fields and be dived on by the alley. There's a lot to keep track of here. Requires some pretty fancy footwork, and obviously being able to trade damage back frequently.
Memen there. Once again, gets 2 taps there onto Bilal, just retreats back. Both teams now, I mean, Doin, he's intentionally taking shots, by the way, to charge super here. And there's twice that he's done that. Snowy's now doing the same. Both members of Team Electros there, they know they're mechanically gifted. They know that they're young. They know they can react fast enough, but this is just an insane amount of disrespect that they're showing here to Vatic.
Vatic still starting to move up the map, though, while there's Livy, somehow the oldest in the server, who's going to respect what Electros are throwing at them. Ducky would like to find a way in on the left-hand side, but Women Frostbitten makes that tough, and there's Doin on a solo mission as Livy stays him off pretty comfortably. Got to get up early morning. He's going to take on the King. Memen's able to back away. That exchange still has Electros behind, but has them in possession now of the blue star.
The map's being torn apart as well. As the longer this keeps up, the more Vatic have an easier time. More space on the map just means it's so much better for them. Memen's basically got no more bushes there to jump around, and you can tell that he's already retreated back to this bottom left-hand corner. It's actually going to be Doin that has to try to open up this charge there. He gives Memen another more rung in front to aggress towards, just sets them up for the late game, but this right side of the map just completely opened up. It's so easy for his Livy and Ducky just to hold that position down.
There's Memen, couple jumps on towards Bilal. There's a hypercharged fan storm waiting in the wings, so that is going to stop Electros in their tracks, and they are short on time. Memen has to be mindful of this. Surely realizes that there's kind of a clock on him and his team right now to go forward. Bilal, though, is not really being incentivized to force that super out. He's going to sit tight, throw that down in the middle, but it's time to go. Memen then misses his dash, 13 seconds left. Still a lead for Vatic now as the hypercharged fan storm comes down. Doin sitting inside of it. Is he blindly going to charge out? No. Takes damage by walking through the barrier. Here's Electros. They've got 4 seconds to make something happen, but I don't think they really know where to begin. Now they've lost Snowy, and it's a set that goes the way of Vatic.
It was a cheeky idea to go for this barrier, honestly, and yet at the end, I mean, they just lost to the fact that this Ruffs is just capable of shutting down this thrower so well. And honestly, they're soaking so many shots to the Ruffs, and they're like, yeah, we get super, but that feeds so many supply drops that just basically feeds Vatic the win condition.
Yeah, they are obviously in a pretty safe position, even though they've given up so much of the map. And maybe a longer range thrower might have been a little bit easier for Doin to make use of. He also wanted to go aggressive on occasion and all in with that super. It worked in the first round, but Vatic figured this out pretty quickly. And they had a great defensive comp. They had the Otis and the Ruffs, and a Kaze who could throw down that fan storm and make it kind of impossible for Electros to find where they were.
That's what I was saying. Even if the Ellie gets the blue star, Kaze overall just offers a lot more utility for his team. Every single time that Fanstorm came down, they had immediate map control. The last time those two teams actually faced off against each other in a monthly final was in February. Back then it was a 3-0, so this is already evaded now. Team Electros won back then 3-0. Now we already have a set on the board here for the side of Vatic. After the February monthly finals, those two teams were fated to meet in every single monthly final in the semifinals because they were both on the same side of the bracket. But that never happened because one of the two always dropped out unexpectedly as well in the quarterfinals. Despite these two teams having consistently some of the highest scrim win rates, there was always a month where they just drop out of the blue in the quarterfinals already.
Well, I'm glad we get that rematch now. No excuses for either of these teams. Vatic at their prime here, coming fresh off that April monthly final win, and Team Electros honestly just coming off of spite from missing the Brawl Cup. You know, the most scrims as mentioned, the highest of win rates now. First time that I'm seeing them sweat here. I mean, they're down by one set, and all now on the map that's not on their selection.
I think this is a really important game for Electros because they've grinded harder than, by their own admission, they ever have before. So they come in here and they say, if our weeks and weeks of effort can't translate to a win here, then something else is wrong. They have to look a little bit deeper, maybe at something that's fundamentally preventing them from, getting the results that they had at the start of the year. Vatic look great. I really didn't expect them to stand up so effectively, considering how they almost, were reverse swept in that previous series. But they look confident with a really robust draft, one that doesn't have too many holes that are exploitable. And I don't hate how this has started either. Get that Willow secured on Pinball Dreams is a very reasonable way to go. A Brawl that's kind of often banned out in this map.
Colette now, by the way, banned out 20 times today. It's insane how you just have to give away one of your bans if you have last pick on a map. Colette is just so oppressive at the moment. It's actually insane that she's still the strong in the meta. We need some balance changes soon, probably. We have Barry now once again coming in this side. This time around again on the side of Team Electros. So they still rated highly, even though it did not work out on Bounty. Potentially works out now on Pinball Dreams. Usually, the Willow is the only real answer if you want to have a thrower on Brawl Ball, but in Pinball Dreams, if you have no potential for wall breaks, any thrower can work. We also see Barley often, for example. But Barry just offers the heal potential for the Kenji, so I do like either comp so far. Now on the right side, we don't have anything aggressive just yet. They could still bring something in here. Ellie potentially again to jump over the wall. No! Bull is something we haven't seen in a while. He has a lot of counters at this current stage of the meta, but they're not picked up, and he's last pick, so that's a really good answer. I feel Nita usually the best counter to it. She wasn't picked up by Electros, so why not?
Otus is acceptable, I think, as a way to mitigate Bull's impact, but he's definitely not necessarily a true counter, I think, to what that tank can bring. That's also some wall break here, which could make things a bit lopsided. If Bull can break, walls on the Electros side of the map and maintain theirs, they have that advantage for their thrower.
It's a choice that they can have to make. I mean, they do have a throw on their side as well. You don't want to open too much of the mag and ruin the Willow's matchups. But I mean, gotta say, both of them basically have the same structure there. You got an anti-tank, you got a tank of your own, and then you've got a thrower to cap it off. Team Electros now looking for redemption on a foreign map here. Vatic here, they lead by one. And with this Bull last pick, I mean, it's a bit of spice here inside the comp that none of us expected.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Ducky is hoping to make this the pivotal pick. That's just nice there from Eslivia, but Bella with good damage on towards Memon. That's that anti-tank potential. Bella flashing super. Unclear, of course, what that's going to be at this time. Needs to watch out for the cheeky little snowy shots around the corner. Ducky drops low. Has that shield pop. Okay.
Memon mind control there by Eslivia. Passes the ball back to him and then goes on the hunt there onto Snowy. Now passes it back forward. Ducky charges in there but gets muted up immediately. You see Memon there makes the interception there. Wanted to stop it from getting over to Bilal, and it's just going to be Eslivia. You got a thrower versus thrower and a melee. That's really ridiculous. Now mind control there over there. Dylan, he's going to just run him into the ball. Ducky's fed one, but Snowy is there to protect his teammate. This Team Electros now, the team play is on board, but you can't stop this Bull from doing absolutely everything. Memon, though, has still got something to say. And what an insane melee coming out of it. Memon's the one that stands on top.
I love the idea of, like, mind controlling the enemy berry to heal you instead of damage you with the shot. That is so funny. As Lenny here dies, as Memon goes in for the super. Unfortunately, short-lived period of invulnerability as Bilal gets flattened in a 1v3. Ducky trying to run it down. That might have bought just enough breathing room for Respawns to come in.
What a bloodbath of a game. I mean, I'm underneath my seat here, man. And now the Hypercharge Super catches 2, slashes over onto 1 as Livy's the next to fall. Chains off to a second here. Ducky though with an amazing 3-man stun to save the goal there. Is it going to be enough though?
Big stop. It has bought time, and unfortunately, it's Livy and Bilal, not exactly the most durable, the most tanky players to defend this. And eventually, it's just an avalanche of bodies for Electros. They shove over the goal line. But Ducky does have that Hypercharge ready to go. It's going to be very hard to bring this ball down if he has that active with the super.
Oh man, I mean, it was such a long engagement. Memon now here is teetering on the brink of a enemy, going on to Ducky there. Didn't want to pop the hyper just to bring him down. Meanwhile, in the back there, Bilal quick one. Memon gets another. He's thinking about going on the third onto his Livy, who pops the hypercharge. And yeah, Dolan he's playing this one disciplined. He knows he's got 1 goal up. Just want to corner the ball here. 4 seconds all it's going to be left, and Team Electros don't run away with this game 1.
Memon cannot be allowed to 1v2 like that. That is disgusting. Guy absolutely dominated in that top left corner. But I think after we've seen one game here at Brawl Ball, we're probably still scratching our heads about the purpose of the Bull, because most of the plays that have been made, I think, by the Bull have been defensive. Yeah, multi-stun, big stops, get possession of the ball and clear it. But nothing that really looks like it's advancing the overall game plan of Vatic in terms of scoring.
It's really just the amount of tempo and the momentum they can make, and Memon on this Kenji has been showing up and just doing so much. I mean, once again, shouldn't be allowed to do this. This is just so much healing from both the Hosomaki healing plus the Berry, and with just Snowy with just clutch timings on that Otis Super. It's really stopping what Vatic has in his comp.
Vatic here. Pop rock for Bilal, not exactly the ideal super for this situation. Needs Jawbreaker to stop this Kenji in his tracks. And Ducky is just taking far too much poke damage. I think the Otis is a bit of an issue for the Bull, and Memon is just, well, just slicing and dicing his way through. As Livy here's in an awkward spot, but Mind Control will set Memon amongst his teammates using Electros' secret weapon against them. But eventually, the Willow will fall, and Bilal and Ducky are stuck on defense.
Ducky once again goes in there with a blind charge. His teammates weren't even ready there to follow up there. Just a blind one. Bilal does get that nice stun there, but the entirety of Electros, just too much healing for them. They just hypercharge, take the ball, run it in as a touchdown for them. And just that quickly, in a blink of an eye, they've evened up this series.
At the end of the day, like, you are still picking a ball into an Otis, and you will be highly disrupted by that mute button coming in, let alone, of course, if it's a hypercharge variety. The Kenji was great for Memon, very good at floating outside of range of the Bull, or at least, you know, in a position where there's a lot of damage fall off on his shotgun shots, and then going in for those dashes. That was a mechanical masterclass for Memon. In general, Team Electros pick a very straightforward comp, very 2025 comp that pays off.
Second time's the charm here for Berry, and this Team Electros matchup really well played, a lot of healing. Did the Berry even go down once?
Probably. I mean, there was a lot of team wipes from both of these teams. There were engagements that lasted entire minutes there, but really it was just the Memon show for me. I mean, you just look at him. I mean, he's not the one with the most kills. Surprisingly, it's Snowy that has 15 to his name, but it's Memon that has the second highest DPS on the map here. He just stayed up for so long.
I think the Otis feasted. Obviously, Snowy, I think, is a really favorable matchup against Ducky, who's just, like, basically making this Bull, you know, just like 2,000 HP for a whole lot of the game. Looked pretty good in the chest head-to-head as well, as Bilal didn't really have the most timely supers, but yeah, things didn't exactly go his way. Great performance here from Snowy. 15 eliminations over the course of this map. The Otis pick that came out first, that's pretty innocuous and unassuming, was the one that took over the game. But you picked Bull into it, to be fair.
On an Otis, who isn't usually the one with the highest kills. He's just there to stand like a rock in the branding. You just don't want anyone to go past him, and he did a really good job at that. I do feel like the Bull wasn't a bad pick in the end. They did need something that goes in aggressively to actually enable them to score, because that's what this is about. The objective of Brawl Ball is to score, not just farm kills. Now Electros did both somehow.
Yeah. Yeah, I think like it was struggled into the Kenji. I think that was half the issue. You've got not only the Kenji that's just causing you problems, it's quite disruptive, and also Memon is lining up some really nice supers where he's actually getting, you know, multiple kills from them at times. Like, that's a bit more than you'd otherwise expect. And you should be able to dodge away from the center of the X, but I wasn't seeing a lot of that in that game. He was getting max value.
Yeah.
So now we have Vatic winning Team Electros' map pick. We have Team Electros winning Vatic's map pick. We're over on Goldarm Gulch now. Once again, Team Electros map pick. If they can get and take this momentum also into this map, they should be able to win it because it's their map pick, right?
They
Yeah,
should.
sure.
And based on past performances, Team Electros, they showed us an electrifying way to play this one. While Vatic, honestly, they barely scraped by. I mean, they picked a similar structure with the Ollie here in the previous series up against Legacy. And honestly, they didn't look that promising. So, I mean, I'm not surprised to see this Ollie being picked up. I mean, both teams seem to understand that comp really well. Team Electros, though, they're the ones that pioneered it. And they even banned Buster for it.
Yeah, Buster being banned, I think is. I actually thought that meant they were trying to play Daryl, because that's what we've seen from doing on this map in the past already, who has maybe more reliable gap close sometimes, but I think this is the premium option. You're always trying to get yourself Ollie if you can. Even if Electros were undefeated on Daryl in scrims, he's not the first choice. That, though, does leave a bunch of other brawlers available. Like Angelo here would be like a pretty reasonable first pick. But we're already thinking about, are we breaking open the map? Especially now that we've seen this Ollie. You've seen him so early on in the draft that you might, as Vatic, draft a full wall break comp, one with sharpshooters that can really punish this. You can get those premium picks like Brawl.
In the quarterfinal on this map, Vatic played Ollie and Meeple. Now Electros bans one of the two and then picks up Ollie. On the other side, they themselves were playing Daryl, Leon, Angelo, and we don't see that addressed in Vatic's draft at all. They're not banning any of them and they're not picking any of them, so they could still round off their comp with a similar iteration to what they played against Utopia. Now, Lumi and Ruffs, you could literally just cover the map here. This could be any map. Lumi and Ruffs are just really good anywhere. So, is it just a safe pick here, or do they actually have a plan?
Feels like the new Gene Max. It's like
Yeah.
the honest Brawl Stars core.
We don't know where to go, so we just go with this.
Yeah, it's like it gives you flexibility. You still get to decide if you're playing map break or not, basically, with this last pick. And you're going to have full information in doing so. So the map doesn't get open. You've got Lumi that punishes the chokes. Really annoying to play on this map. Or Ruffs and the third pick can help you crack open the map. You probably need Brock because you still need a sharpshooter as well. So one that breaks walls and is a sharpshooter, Brock probably the most reasonable thing.
I think it's honest Brawl Stars. I don't mind that sometimes. I mean, cheese is fun to watch, but at the end of the day, yeah, Team Electros here, they round this up with this Pearl selection. I think now they have coverage that Blockbuster ends everything. I mean, initially when you had this Byron and the Ollie, the worrisome part is that they don't have nothing against something aggressive. Pearl is the answer to that. I mean, now you can't just pick an assassin and run them down in the end game. You know, and Team Electros, they still have the same game plan. They just want to wait for the smoke to come in when the map closes in, and that's going to be the timing for them to go. Vatic, though, they've got the opposite timing. They've now revealed their whole hand, as you said. They lean back for a full wall break. They say they're going to open up the entire map and just get this Lumi on the hunt onto Snowy.
I do think that if you're Electros, you probably saw this coming. You probably knew that they were going to finish this out with a Brock, especially when you pick someone that dissuades the all-in. So this is about as cookie cutter a Goldarm Gulch comp as you possibly could get for Vatic.
I just saw the swap on the team. They put Memen on the Byron.
Okay.
The most mechanically skilled player is now on their sharpshooter because they're like, you know what? You can open the whole map. Memen will tear through your roster.
Yeah. Looking forward to seeing what he can do for us here. Well, okay, that's a pretty darn good start here. Shots already being traded by our sharpshooters, and Going is trying to close. We don't know what gadget choice is yet. Quite often it's the jump gadget, not all eyes on me.
Oh, so many taps there from Memen. Already got his first super of the game there.
Look at him.
He's just going to go forward there. If he got the tap there, he would have popped the super. Chain the second. Could have been a kill on his own. But this is what it means. Vatic, they're so scared. They're not actually breaking the map.
Well, against field promotion Ruffs, I think having the penetration star power is really nice because your opponents are naturally grouping up here. It also makes you pretty susceptible to the Byron super. Memen is in Ducky's head here. That was not exactly an impressive rocket rain. It did open the map up though, which limits Doin's options a little bit. But still, Vatic feel like they have been crammed into a corner, and Snowy, yeah, has the damage. Overcooked is pretty brutal here.
Beautiful timing there to kill. I think Ducky recognized that, you know, the smoke is coming. He had to make a play there. I don't fault the side of Vatic here. I think this was really just Team Electro showing as a masterclass. Memen's got a hypercharge, by the way.
Yeah, dude, he is tapping. That last shot was insane. And again, I think he hit like 3 players to build that first super. Still have to try and keep that Ollie nice and healthy. Okay, here's a hypercharge given to Bilal. That's pretty scary if everyone's going to group up. I wonder how the Electros players respond to the threat of a hypercharge blast beat. There is an Ollie super though as well. Okay, jump gadget confirmed here for Doi.
The map is going to be completely shredded open by Ducky. They don't seem to respect Memen's prowess. It's just pure mechanics now for both teams here. It's a Ruts and a Brock up against a single Pirate that Memen almost went down there to Ducky plus his Rocket Rain. They're seeing that as the timing to go in there. They're just going to tap up a lot of shots into Snowy. We see this Hypercharge Rocket Rain going out there. It's split up, as you mentioned. Snowy almost gets caught out there. Doin just healed up there by Memen.
I like that from Snowy, rather from doing just heads up to make use of the super mobility to get back to the rest of your team. You can group up here for some heals. Snowy's going to go for it now. Big damage on Ducky. Hit him with Overcooked as well, so he's going to tick down. Fair bit of that ticking damage in general, but unfortunately for Electros, they're going to pull up short.
I like that Snowy at the end, in death, still decided to just break open the last bit of map there. You know, he's really believing in Memen here, honestly. I mean, in a pure open map, I have to say Team Electros, they're the ones that have an uphill battle to fight. I mean, this Lumi will dominate this Ollie matchup, and Snowy, Pearl, one of the weaknesses, just not great at range.
Yeah, obviously, Pearl shots have a lot of spread. You really want to be at mid-range if you can, and that is brutal. That's where I was wondering the Hypercharge Blast Beat was going to go. And this is a good look for Vatic. It's just a really solid composition. Yeah, you see it coming a mile away, but it doesn't mean you know what to do about it.
Memen has to do everything to carry that first round, and then subsequently Vatic said, guys, why are we respecting this child so much? Open the map. There are 3 of us. There's 1 of him. There's no need to be that afraid. We can't let the late game come in and enable Doyen's, Ollie here, and we don't want to let Snowy continue these things peeking around these walls.
Yeah, the longer Team Electros wait, the more tanky Vatic get because of field promotion. So yeah, sure, they do have a Pearl that wants to spend time doing nothing, building up that heat, but it's really favouring Vatic as well, as they only get more and more durable. He wants to push up here. Got our sandbags in place. Snowy very much being kept from the bottom of the map, and even that rocket fuel being used to knock the grass open again. Doing has to be really, really careful of those Grimman frostbitten fields. Snowy tried to body block from him, unfortunately, pulled up short. But it's a trade here. But Low and Ducky have to back up.
Snowy did manage to get the burn there. It's a nice trade on him now. A secondary push from him, but Bilal punishes this. It's the same interaction from game 1, but this time, Bilal just beeline straight down there, recognizing he had the better matchup here. It's really just Memen against the world, quite literally now. The entirety of Vatic, they could afford to just, take their time, open up the entire map. Memen, on the other hand, he's just gonna run straight into the smoke there. Bilal just charges out some super here, I think. With Ruff's Hypercharge coming online, that could be a secondary win condition that they can play for.
Yeah, it does feel like it basically secured the round where we saw a Hypercharge blast bit earlier, so Bilal getting a Hypercharge supply drop would bode well for Vatic, who certainly seem to be the vultures circling right now. They look more comfortable. They start to open up the map, but doing so selectively, still to give themselves a little bit of cover from this Byron. And of course, they can play behind the deployable cover of the sandbags. Snowy here is trying to pressure them down, but this is preventing the Pearl from getting that heat charged up. Snowy now has that damage mitigation shield active.
Memen's really just got to do so much in this game to bring it back. Ducky's got the Hypercharge ready. You can see that, they're not going to be able to pop it, just use Rocket Rain to open up even more of the map.
Look at their health.
Yeah, they're just counting up to 10,000 here. Bilal is going to eclipse the Ollie's health at this point.
That is how much health that Lumi used to have before she got nerfed.
Blast Beat's going to be going out there onto Memen, but Doi makes a move there in the back. Pierce is there onto Ducky. Exchange out to a second super there, but Snowy misses the second shot there onto us. Maybe that should have been a kill by now. And okay, at the very least now 2 versus 1. Bilal's being pushed into the corner. This should be around for Team Electros.
Bilal choked there a little bit, trying to get Snowy with those Morning Stars, actually just with both of them. So the Pearl was able to stay alive, and that was the window that Vatic had to make use of. Nice mechanics there, good composure from Electros in those final moments. Still more work to be done though. Round win here makes it an even game on Gold Gulch, which looks unrecognizable now. Most of the map has just been nuked.
Team Electros still have a timing here to play for. If you can just hold on to this early game, they've still got the entirety of the left side, the bush to hide inside. Obviously, you don't want to be pushed all the way back, but if necessary, that is a nice, useful resource to retreat to. They've now identified that in the end game, they still have a slight edge with this Ollie.
Again, field promotion is having an effect. Bilal is very healthy at 8,900 points, plus shield gadget, by the way. And yeah, just wait. Every time these sandbags are off cooldown, Vatic have an inherent advantage, as they're the only ones that can play with cover for their sharpshooters. Snowy here. Super doesn't really do anything in this matchup. It opens up the map further, which is not ideal, and no one's going to come close enough unless the gas is there. Here comes Doin, big dive, aggressive, audacious indeed. Look at Ducky forced back into the gas. This might be it. Bilal nowhere to go, stuck behind that L-shaped area, and he gets served up one himself. That's Electros evening it up, but it takes a pretty masterfully timed dive.
And a beautiful one at that from Doin. Snowy there also with the hypercharge super. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that I'm not yelling Memen's name. I mean, he's been put on support duty, and mind you, I mean, this is a support Byron that is really doing everything to keep his team alive here. It's a completely open map, and somehow he's managing to, you know, make Pearl look good on an open map.
Snowy, ever the aggressive here, once again working the bottom of the map. Grass being broken up here by Ducky. Oh, Snowy! Some Snowy. He's got to dance in between these incendiary fields, though. It does take a pretty large amount of damage, but Byron is always there to keep Pearl topped up.
A little lucky break there from him. I mean, he's got a nice breakdance mechanic to get him out there. Reset the position, back to this left and right positioning. It's up to Vatic whether they want to open up the map. I mean, they've tried it. They got game number 1 of that. Game number 2 didn't really work out in their favor. So looks like they're changing things up a little bit, just leaving the terrain up for the moment and opting to wall peek there with that Lumi instead. Nice strategic adjustments. It is kind of paying off with a massive rocket ring. It's massive value over there. Memen! Beautiful focus from him. He's going to punish Ducky instead for his treason here.
That is sick. 2 shots hit by Memem, super built up, and now the Brock's out of the game. This is wild. As Livy here not feeling nearly as confident with his 2 teammates missing, and that is a clean 3 for none exchange.
It was a good gamble there by Vatic, and I think that Rocket Rain set it up so nicely, but Memem, mechanically monstrous here, found the push that he needed inside that bush. 2-tap, as you said, in the super to boot. A nice kill that just snowballed out of control, and you know, they still got utility. This super being flashed out by the Ollie is the threat there. You know, with his walls still open, that is a big one he can use.
Team Electros here, 1 round away from taking the set. And this is great Brawl styles. No one's throwing the draft. Mechanically, both sides are looking good. Both are playing to their win conditions as well. And it's really coming down to a matched battle of wits in the final moments of many of these. Ceases to exist. Blown up there. He's caught inside the Grim Frostbitten. Bilal does get stunned up, hypnotized, and it's Snowy in a 1v2. Tough to win these ones. Now we might need to lean into his super, and you can see Snowy already is trying to close the gap, but Ducky has a frustrating off angle that's going to force him back out into the open.
Yeah, I think he's like, okay, I tried. There's nothing I can do. I got to run to this mode. I got to reset this round. We got to deny all the supercharge that we're going to give to Vatic here.
Dude, that gadget from Lumi was sick.
Oh, man, I mean, it was a split-second thing. And catching Lord Memen off guard there, I mean, he's got a hypercharge now, so at the very least, it's some compensation. But I just love just how Team Electros reacted. As soon as Memen made a mistake, you had Doin and Snowy just jumping in, trying to create opportunities inside that chaos, even in defeat.
I mean, Grim and Frostbitten means you can't correct your positioning quickly. And that's a window that Vatic were able to exploit masterfully. Very nicely done. That is how slim the margin of error here is. 1 slip up, literally in that sense, and the round is all for your opponent. So, this is it. The entirety of this set rests upon this next round, and there are no less 2 hyper charges on the side of Vatic. Ducky looking pretty scary. Bilal here thinking about a super. No, Rocket Rain misses as the Grim and Frostbitten this time doesn't catch its quarry.
I love it. Grim and Frostbitten was committed. Memen immediately snapped off hypercharge to give him just enough speed to bank and break out of that. Now we've got Ducky there with the hypercharge going in. Ollie going to be pulling the target onto Bilal. Snowy has the firepower to come in there. Following up there, it's now just Ducky and Snowy against the wall. Pushes him into the smoke there. And Team Electros claim yet another set.
Generally fantastic set from both sides. Really well played. Team Electros in the final moments. It's an aggressive Doin dive. He's able to go 1 for 1, and that is enough to open up the game and give Snowy the room to close the gap. Very compelling gameplay from both sides. This is the future of North America, and it's looking bright.
I loved it. I think that was the highest level of skill I've seen today. Mostly because even though Vatic lost at the end, I just loved all the micro adaptations, the opportunities that they spotted. Even in defeat, they were still looking for things that they could have done differently. And on the side of Team Electros, I mean, we talked about the Ollie. They are very, very comfortable with this comp, and yet they just came this close to losing on their own map.
I dare say that even though we saw Vatic win the grand finals of the April monthly finals, this is the best version of Vatic we've seen at all. So well played at the adaptations, as you said, towards the end. Team Electros just had the edge, or were a bit luckier in some moments, honestly. It was so close, anyone could have taken this one. Again, last time those two teams have actually played each other in the BSC was in February. It was a 3-0 sweep from Team Electros, so Vatic have come a long way since then. They also got a little roster change since then. Of course, now Ducky is coming in, and he was the star also in this one, doing a lot of work. Now, is it enough to turn this one around still? It's 2-1 now for Team Electros.
I mean, generally, this is still anyone's game. That was about as close as it gets. We're going over to Crystal Arcade, which is a far less explored map. This is actually one that Vatic have played quite a lot of. So feel like this could be an ace in the hole for them. Could be what it takes to take us to a 5th and final map. The way the map is laid out, though, it's not that crazy, right? It is a gem grab map. It's symmetrical. So I do think a lot of the fundamentals of Brawl Stars do apply here, but I'm going to lean towards Vatic's experience on the map.
I agree. The thing about Crystal Arcade that scares me and kind of, makes me worried for Vatic here is that this is a map where individual skill shines a lot. I mean, it's rare that nowadays that we see the 3-lane setup being played, but Crystal Arcade is literally a map where you have to play in 3 lanes. It's rare that you double up a lane and abandon things anymore. You just yield too much map control. So, modern day Brawl Stars, you can play 3 lanes on this map. We could still also see a similar style whereby, you just throw out triple assassins and then just play for endgame. And wow, I mean, Team Electros, they cover both bases. You got this X factor on the kit yourself, and then you take away the one brawler that could survive the jump against it.
The best 2 gem carries on this map are Crow and Janet, because the lanes are so close to your gem carry that you need something to get out of harm's way. With Crow banned out, Janet picked up. Now, what will Vatic still pick here? Not too many options left open. They already have the Chester who can lock down a lane pretty easily, even against a kit. Gonna be a Stu, so there is that dodge away potential for the gem carrier. Could be something aggressive now. I wouldn't mind the Lily, a good answer to also Kit. We have 2 brawlers then with that comeback mechanic, sneak in with the invisibility or in the Shadow Realm and get the gems from the other side. Again, last time 3-0, and in scrims it's a 66% win rate for Team Electros. Still, I feel like Vatic could beat Team Electros today. They came close, even on Team Electros' map pick just before.
A very prophylactic pick here from the side of Vatic.
Expecting what, the Lily, you think?
Tanks, basically, I think is what they're concerned about. Mid-range, all that jazz. Yeah, Kenji. I would have PTSD from Memen's Kenji at this point, so I wouldn't mind that. Yeah, the Nita does answer it, but it allows punish, though, opportunities. I think Ems here could come in nicely here for Team Electros. Just go back to something that is a bit cleaner here in terms of matchups. It hasn't really been seen much in the data, but makes a lot of sense there. No more.
Oh.
The Rat King is here.
Okay, so still, if your gem carrier is going to be Stu, as we now realize it is, you still got good mobility. You can kite away from that dive here from Mo. The Mo, on first release, didn't have the most reliable dive. Now you can really just change the length of that. You've got a lot of flexibility in actually how you engage. And you've got 2 hard engaged brawlers and 1 hard disengage brawler, right? You've got the safest mid possible. Someone who can't always contribute heavily in terms of damage output, and that's something Kit also can struggle with when they're busy building super or just, cardboard boxing around the map. So Team Electros, they're going to have to come, in hits where they're very coordinated. They're not going to have enough pressure to be throwing suppressive fire across the map like maybe a Chester can.
Well, we're going to see what they do with it. I think Bilal might be the replacement gem carry.
Oh,
yeah,
God.
man, though, gets one, jumps onto another, chains off really, really easily, and just like that, Team Electros, they're running away with an initial start here, 4 gems to their name. We're counting up.
Okay, here comes Ducky. Snowy has 5 gems, and of course that gadget and a super that both allow him to get away. Okay, Mimin doesn't want to be going 1-for-1 all the time, but there's no ability for Vatic to actually pick up or maintain any gems. Snowy has managed to get them all so far. And you better believe it's a matter of time until Memen is back, going to be up to his old tricks again, looking to pressure this Chester down, but he will be revealed amidst those bushes. And with a speed soak down, Ducky got to be a bit more effective at dodging these projectiles.
He was pinched out there, the right lane going to be yielded out, but Mo that's back here, up against Aslivy here though, nice. Scouted out there, Memen gets a really long jump there onto Aslivy, enables the Mo to clean him up here. He's thinking about it, cross that onto Bilal. I think he thought he would catch Ducky out mid-dash.
Yeah, maybe Dwin hoping Ducky dashes into his purview. I'm not really sure, but there's no way you're catching Bilal across the map like that. Snowy can go a little aggressive and get himself that 8th gem. Salt Spray affecting Memen such that it's going to be tough for the kid to stay alive here. Eventually he will pop, but now it just needs to be patience from Electros. Wait for the kid to come off the respawn. Snowy has hypercharged super, which means he can actually go aggressive in a pinch with full air control.
Just need to trade out 2 more gems. Memen, sneaky. Bilal didn't scout him out there. He's going to be pinched out there. Jump for the backline.
Go.
There's the hypercharge there from Snowy. This is exactly. He grabs it. Backstage passes to the mid. Doesn't even have to use the super to get out there. And this basically means it's over. Yeah, 8 seconds left. He can go in the sky. AFK, hands off the tablet. And it's over. Yeah, Vatic I'm going to try here at this point. Snowy, this is chilling. That's going to be Team Electros going to a match point.
And again, it's all the things that have worked for Electros so well so far. It's been doing on a hard engage, not a tank in this case, but hard engage brawler that can threaten. Memen on brawl that requires some degree of mechanical skill. Very short range kit is, but very easy to build those supers. You've got to be judicious how you dive. And then Snowy just staying alive, just holding it down.
Just staying alive.
Yep.
That is his job. I think he's done a fantastic one at that. Well, Vatic on the other hand, I mean, they've got similar roles. Bilal is just okay. You know what he's like? He's like telling Memen's like, yeah, you got these fancy footwork. I don't care. I'm just gonna run at him at this point.
He's gonna hit you harder, is the plan. Ducky's got himself 2 gems. Memen is lane swapping away from Bilal. No, just kidding. He just went to super him. Now brings him down. Ducky not able to connect with Memen, and that's going to be a gem that Snowy's able to get to hand to keep Electros in the race.
Shoot without a super is always bad. Snowy almost went down. They're playing with fire. I mean, these guys, really, man, every single time just abusing that mechanical skill that they have. Memen jumping onto his Livy once again. The strength of the kid is showing here. And unpunished Snowy, please stop giving me heart attacks.
It's a lot of damage to be taken, but look here, Doin is flashing that super. Gonna be tough to catch Ducky though. Instead we're gonna go after Bilal here. Ducky comes forwards. Doin says, I might have an opportunity here. It has a gem. He picked it up on the way through. That won't be doing much good in Memen's hands here. Ducky might go for it here rather with his hypercharge super. Memen dies, but there's no follow-up here for the kid. So really Ducky's just held in place for a short time. Hypercharge super though for Snowy. Surely we get ourselves something. No, somehow the Stew's able to walk away, but the map control guarded means that Electros can get to 6 gems.
Beautiful equalizer from both sides. Memen once again just trades it out here with Bilal. The Nita Bear is a minor annoyance is going to be answered here. And Vatic, this time they're the ones that up with the gem lead.
So hard to catch Ducky. His Stew's gotten up to 7 gems. Snowy has had to, honestly, be pretty patient as he's taken a lot of damage here. It's a 1 gem gain though. There's the dive. Hypercharge comes in from Doin. That's the special recipe the Electros were trying to put together. As Livy is a terrible gem carrier, but it's keeping Snowy at arm's length right now. That backstage pass is ready and waiting for an escape.
He uses it at the last second there as well, scouts out Bilal. It's Memen there that hasn't been scouted on the side of Team Electros. You can already see the side of Vatic. Bilal is proactively trying to do it. Hypercharge that from Memen, gets one. Another? The back, almost chasing onto his Livy, but just a hair's width away from it. Still though, he's going to be going down there. Honestly, intentional feed there, pretty good. Just trying to transfer the gems over so that they have some semblance of a retake. But with Snowy holding onto the super, it's the same situation. They just got so much elusivity. There's no way that Vatic can potentially stop this countdown, and that's going to be Team Electros clapping back here in the summer split. They're going to do another grand final.
I know what you saved that on your phone, bro. That is unreal. I mean, it's a titanic battle between these two teams. Frankly, Electros are pushed pretty far over the course of these 4 sets, but ultimately they come out on top. They've got a great comp, but more importantly, masterful execution of some of these very skilled, expressive brawlers. They take the ultra-safe Janet, and then they take the ultra-volatile Kit and Mo combination because they're confident that they can stick the landing when it comes to chasing down these gem hordes.
I don't think the Zenita last pick was it for me on the side of Vatic. I feel really bad. The first 3 games were super, I mean, 70 sets were super duper close in terms of the drafting. Probably the best that we've seen the entire day. And then this last drop kind of fell flat for me a little bit. I don't understand double rolling here. You've got 2 anti-tanks. Chest already covered that base. Why do you have a Nita on top?
I might have liked to see a Fang. Right, someone that could actually have some CC,
some kind of counter pressure.
Another gem carrier pressuring sort of thing. But I mean, they were concerned probably about Lily, right? Or another tank that maybe needed to be answered here. Unfortunately, the Nita pick falls flat, and you can see here Doin, great showing on the Mo. Just had to play super aggressive, challenge that gem carrier. Snowy really contributing to the damage output, but crucially staying alive. Great use of that gadget to stay out of harm's way, and then of course just pop that super in the dying moments to guarantee the win.
That Nita wasn't enough to stop the force that is Team Electros. They're heading over to the grand finals now against Tribe Gaming. This matchup is super exciting, worthy of a grand finals, yet those two teams have faced off against each other twice already in the semis. In the first month, it was Team Electros winning, and then they went on to win the whole monthly final. In the second one, Tribe Gaming cut Team Electros' journey short and they drop out in the semis. And then in the third would have been the first time when they are on opposite sides of the bracket. But in April, that was...
Electros get owned.
Electros get owned in the quarterfinals and let Tribe Gaming play in the Brawl Cup instead of them through that. So those two teams, it's really the El Clasico of this region.
Has wound up being, I mean, this is the second time that they face here and then, of course, collided in the semifinals. So who is going to take it this time? It's really tough, but I got to put my money on Tribe Gaming to take it all today. I just think that we're going to see a cycle of different victors in this region, even though Team Electros on paper right now do look like the superior team.
Look, I think that we saw them more challenged in that previous game, right? For Tribe, I feel like it got a little bit dicey there. I'm a little concerned about how maybe close they let their semi get. I feel like Electros has got this. I'm going to be on the other side here. I think these guys have really put the work in. They've grinded. They now understand what it takes, I think, to win in this region. They also know what it takes to lose in this region. They've lost at every stage of the competition. They've also won it. I want to see them take their revenge for having to sit out of Berlin.
As I stated before, I feel like Team Electros is coming in with fresh wind, just like they did in the spring split. They're going to win this first monthly final of the split as well. So I also have Team Electros as my winner of the grand finals today. Let's see if that is actually going to come true or not.
I feel like Team Electros is very much the correct answer for who's going to win this, right? They've, according to them, gotten through all of those jitters, you know, at every stage of the competition. They have seen that, okay, look, we can't neglect this. We have to address these certain teams. And cool, they've made it here again. I don't know what it is. I just think there's something a little bit magic in the air this month about Tribe Gaming. Also, I live with one of the players there, and I don't want to betray him.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, can they like vote you out? Is that a thing?
I don't think I could be voted off the island, but you know they know where I sleep, so
that is true. Yeah, they could put like 3-corner jacks in your bed and stuff like that.
That's true. Like caltrops might be waiting for me there.
Yeah,
thumbtacks.
Of the plastic variety. Yeah, or the
right.
army men that like with the guns. Yeah,
yeah. Maybe I'd like step on some Legos that I don't remember putting there.
I get it. Honestly, I was
scared.
Vote in that way as well. I think it's a great matchup. Like I was saying, I do feel like we could have seen two completely different representatives for North America Rap Brawl Cup that still would have put on a great show. Is it the deepest region like EMEA? No, but we have a top 4 who I genuinely think can take on some of the world's best. We need to see a hurdle cross, though, because all of our NA teams got battered by Humble in pretty unconvincing series. So there's still a gap there. I think there's still a gulf that needs to be crossed, but these kind of games, the one we just saw as well with Vatic as well, this is how these NA teams forge each other into like legitimate squads. This is how the BSC is supposed to work. So to that end, I am hoping for a very close final here. We've also got the storyline of Tribe Gaming, who are, in theory, the best team in this region based on international showings, who've never won a bloody monthly final in their own country.
Yep.
They are also still the first seed because they have made it consistently to the grand final, but then always fall short just one step in front of the ultimate goal. Now, in Tribe Gaming, we have Luffy, and I got to have a little chat with him at Brawl Cup. It was super funny, and Reddy apparently was not that good of a roommate.
What?
Wait,
600 trophies, dude. Calm down. Okay, I'm playing with a pro here, right?
Me too, focus.
Looks good. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
I'm here with Luffy, and we're just gonna have some fun together here with quick fire questions. You really like cats, right? What is your favorite cat meme?
I have one, like, you know the cat meme where the cat is like at the table, that he's like mad, I don't know.
Yes, I know that one.
Like,
amazing. We just conceded here because we weren't focused on the game. That's crazy. What does your mom tell other people you do? Is he a doctor, a lawyer?
No, she says what I do, I play video games.
Okay.
For a living.
So she's being honest. We're getting shot at by our teammate, by the way. I think he's not happy with us whatsoever.
He's tilted.
We're 600 trophies, dude. Calm down. Okay, that did not just happen. I'm playing with a pro here, right?
Me too, focus.
You're too locked in on the questions, which is nice.
Yeah.
Honestly, I take that. What was the most pressure you ever felt before a match?
Maybe when I was starting, Because right now, I don't usually like feel pressure. I meditate before matches.
I think it's a great idea to meditate before a game.
Yeah, it is.
What are you meditating to?
Brown noise and maybe chill music.
Brawl noise?
Brown.
Brown noise, okay. I thought maybe just a lobby music to meditate.
Nah.
If there's gonna be a documentary about you or like a highlight reel of your life as a Brawl Stars pro, what will be the final clip?
Maybe spending time with my family. I don't know.
Not you winning worlds or something?
After winning Worlds, spending time with my family, that will be the last clip.
That is very wholesome. Nice. We scored. I have some statements for you that I want you to rate from 1 to 10, okay?
Okay.
Edgar takes skill.
Kinda. Like, you can difference a good Edgar versus a bad Edgar, but it's not that hard to play Edgar, I think.
So from 1 to 10?
The skill base, like 5.
Okay. Ranked is harder than scrims.
Nah.
Draft diff is more important than mechanics.
Yeah, right now it is.
Ping is just an excuse.
No, it's not.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I played with 80 ping the first years of my career, and now I play at low ping, and there's a huge difference.
Just want to point out, I was star player. How does that happen when I'm playing with a pro?
I don't know. I'm not focused.
Living with ready set is delightful.
Oh yeah, it's cool.
1
It's
to
a cool
10?
roommate. 9.
9. Oh, he could do better.
Yeah.
We heard that. This was it already with quickfire questions. It was so much fun with you today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
That was so much fun. I can't even begin to tell you. And yeah, you could do better. You're not a 10 out of 10 ready.
I feel like anyone can always do better. 9 out of 10 is scoring an A. I feel like that's high praise from Luffy.
If my roommate is calling me a 10 out of 10, I'm like a little bit concerned. I'm like, I can't be that good. You know what I mean? 'Cause
Right.
I'm trying to like come out, I'm trying to like do my thing. I'm trying to put my feet up on the couch every now and then, blast some music, sing some Lady Gaga at 3 a.m. Like, I don't want to be a 10 because that ain't me. You know what I'm saying? I'll take 9.
I see those vibes, yeah. Very nice. I also didn't know he was that much of a cat meme lover, but yeah, it was super good to get to know the players a bit more, and that is why you all are watching, because you love the personalities behind those screens. And now let's find out who will actually take the win here in NA today. Now, I do want to remind you all, we had a bit of a community curse going around in the other regions at least. Semi-final finish for Crazy Raccoon and Humble, and then yesterday we had Loud losing in the quarterfinals already. Tribe Gaming is the first team to break the curse and make it to the grand finals despite being the team to watch. I think that deserves, finally, the button.
Oh, nice. Who's going to do it?
All three together?
Please do it.
Never mind.
Let's go!
The forehead button pushed. He announced it yesterday already, now we finally got to see that beautiful moment.
I did not get to press it at Brawl Cup at all either, because it just never happened, so...
There's a little residue left on the button after that. You gonna bring out that towel and wipe it off?
I mean, yeah, I'll buff it out later. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Right, and so I've increased the value of this button drastically by having just done that. So
this is true.
Yeah, you could make a potion to
There's DNA on it.
Yeah, that's terrible. I don't want to think about it. No, I'm just gonna move this.
The guy with a cotton swab comes and makes a clone of you.
Exactly, that's crazy, right? We don't need one of me is more than enough, folks. So I'll give you the big tip. Yeah, enjoy your 200 extra points, by the way, and your reward tracks at event.brawlstars.com. I hope it got you where you needed to be. But if it didn't, there are still opportunities to earn points on the event site. You can vote for your MVP, get your predictions in for this game. And there are also other trivia questions that pop up every now and then that give you opportunities to earn those extra points. So stay tuned.
Lock in your predictions now, whether you want to listen to Reddy, who voted for Tribe, or the rest of the casting desk. We all have said Team Electros is going to take it. Reddy, what would it feel like if you would now lose to a coin flip?
I mean, I wouldn't feel that bad because I feel like this one is kind of a toss-up anyway. It feels like anyone's game. And also, I'm not going to lose to a coin flip because I'm 6 out of 7 correct right now.
How would it feel if you lost to a 34-year-old whose Brawl and Max trophy is like 700?
Can we, like, move the goalpost somewhere realistic? I would have to go perfect on Preds. Literally perfect on Preds. Why are we reducing it to just one match? That's not fair.
I'm just saying.
RBM, Luffy, and Diego Gamer are Tribe Gaming this year. Pretty similar rendition to last year, and not quite as dominant, but still first seed in NA.
But this region is getting better. Like, I know we've been saying that for years, and it is Omega Cope at this point, but North America is getting better. Let's think about this Vatic team, this Electros team, this injection of young talent. Like, NA, much like every other region, has that in spades. So yeah, I think Tribe has to work harder year over year. Because once you get to the top, it's these little adjustments, these little optimizations you have to make in order to get yourself there. It's not always obvious how to improve as a team. So yeah, they're getting pressured. I want to see them getting pushed in this game, but honestly what we saw them do in their semi-final was pretty impressive. So, you know, they've definitely got a shot. I don't think they're going to win, but it'll be close.
They had a pretty good run today as well, though, Reddy, and you did vote for them. Why is that? Because you simply want them to finally win?
Yeah, I think there's sure, there's bias involved, but I just really feel like they have it in them. I've felt like they had it in them every single month. Yeah. And again, while I do think this is Electros' month to win, I just feel like Tribe could absolutely do it. When you see the work that they put in on a daily basis, you can really get convinced by what these guys have in them.
Yeah, the problem is I've been convinced of them so many times. I mean, we were fanboying them very hard at Brawl Cup.
It's true.
We were like, it is time for this Tribe team. And then I think the way they exited the tournament, like making top four is great, but good. The way that they exited the tournament was pretty deflating for me. I was like, oh, here we go. Like, we're going to listen to Europeans talk about how awesome they are for like the next 6 months because we didn't put a scratch on Humble. You know what I mean? So yeah. I want to see more from this team internationally, and so right now domestically, it's almost an expectation that they make top 2. I want to see it every month from them. I want to see consistency for once, and please, North America, consistency.
You're saying how you want to see consistency. Now, that has been literally the name of the game for Tribe Gaming all season long. They did make it to the grand finals consistently. They're looking amongst the most consistent this region has to offer. And again, this was the best finish from NA in the last 2 years. Now, they're somewhat of the old guard here in NA. On the other side, we have Team Electros, who have come in this year, winning the first BSC monthly final they have ever played in.
And, you know, that's incredible that they managed to do that. The only problem is that was it a fluke? I don't really think so. I think these guys have what it takes. They have the skills. It's just that this is their first time being at this level of play, and I don't think anyone's really, like, giving them that advice. They don't have any sort of long-established leadership in the team. They're all really young guys who are new to the scene, and those lessons have to be learned the hard way. Yes, this is how much prep we dedicate to each team. This is how much we respect ourselves as well. These are the sacrifices that we make in our daily lives to better our abilities to play Brawl Stars and show up on competition day.
Yeah, it's not even about, like, adopting a Sigma mindset where you don't do anything but play Brawl Stars, getting up at 4 a.m., but it's like how you use your time effectively in practice, because there is such thing as wasting time in practice, scrimming the wrong teams or scrimming the wrong way. So these are things that they have to sort of nail down. They don't have, obviously, like a traditional coach, and they've got to figure it out themselves.
Grand finals in February. After that, it was semis, and Tribe were the ones to knock them out there, and then they dropped out in the quarterfinals. So slowly going down in their success rate, not really where they want to be, and now they're locked in again. We're talking about dopamine completely crossed out of
deprivation. Deprivation.
Was it Memon's regime
social
right
media,
now?
right?
No
Memon's doing no social media. I'm trying to send him something funny on Discord, and I can't find it. I can't find his anything. And so I ask Snoy, who's always available.
Specifically there.
It could be, maybe he's just fading me.
Yeah, and Snoy didn't want to tell you that.
He's just too nice to tell me. Unfortunately.
What a way to find out.
But they seem to
on the big stage.
That's crazy.
They seem to be back in the driver's seat, locked in. For Tribe Gaming on the other side, this is the 3rd time already they made it into the grand finals. They had different opponents every single time. At first it was FA Bobby, then Vatic, and now Team Electros. Can they finally beat a team? And they did beat Electros before. Let's find out. It's going to be super close. I hope for a 3-2 in this grand final. I want those two teams to shape each other for the global stage. Pit Stop, once again, is going to be our first pick here out in the open. Dry Season and Ring of Fire. Those are our picked maps from the teams. Painhole Pond as the decider. Have we seen Out in the Open today yet? I don't think so.
No, I don't think we have.
Yeah, again, it's like one of those knockout maps that's pretty distinctive because of the chokes on the map. Curious to see, I think draft is going to be really important there. Who gets the Brock, for example, or who breaks open the map is always going to be discussed also. Pit Stop again, right? The kind of map where, you might be priced into, just a base race against your opponent, which always makes it kind of hard to predict. Play Nico. Time for Monkey Magic. Let's go.
The map draft system is something we only just introduced now in June, and it's so interesting to watch teams approach it differently. We have seen some teams who consistently picked the same maps over and over again, effectively just really scrimming everything out of these maps and really knowing how to play the map. And then we see other teams like these two who never pick the same maps twice. They do not want to give away any map or draft picks overall in this tournament. We have Mina and Shade banned out from Tribe Gaming, and then Edgar and Mortis. Damien left open once more. Anything else that you felt like should have not slid through the global bans?
Damien, personally, I feel like that's going to be a huge factor here. But I think the target bans are really worthy. In fact, Shade is going to be pretty good on a good few of these maps. Pit Stop is one where it's actually quite good. But Mina is targeted at Mimin, and then Edgar and Mortis are just targeted at Tribe in general, but especially at shutting down Luffy, which actually was an effective strategy utilized at Brawl Cup by people.
They targeted him pretty big time. 55 to 45% is the voting here, so pretty split, which I think is reasonable. This is, in my mind, the two best teams right now in this North American region. It's great to see Electros finding themselves back in a grand final. Make no mistake, if you're watching, you kind of want to know how this is going to go. This is going to be a close series. Expect to see these teams really drill down on their map picks. Do not rule out the possibility of a fifth set decider. I think we'd be treated to some great Brawl Stars if this is Series Sunny that goes all the way.
And if we truly want to break the community team to watch curse, we have to win it all, right?
That's true. Well, I'll tell you this much. As a team to watch, they're watchable for the entire series. So I think that's quite nice just to make it to the grand finals, because at least you could be watched the whole way.
Yeah, I still think that they've broken the curse already, honestly. Yes. I don't think it's too early to say that. It's nice that everyone's favorite team is not just getting boomed out of the competition really early on, which in a lot of other regions is something that we've observed. Tribe Gaming, I would like to, we talked about consistency. I want to see consistent excellence from them. I want to see that consistent everyday average being a top 2 team, because their everyday average has been like a top 4 team so far, as was evidenced in Berlin and in many of our monthly finals. So it's a step up in your average output, which we need to see.
That first map is Pit Stop, picked by Tribe Gaming as well. We talked about it before, how they have 2, maybe even 3 players who are really good on those tanky options, and this map has always been the tank map, so no surprises there.
Yeah, I want to see, like, if we can get a Luffy on Kaze again. It's one of his specialties. Yeah. I think there are a lot of comfort picks that they can go for here. You also saw RBM on the Buzz. It was another wonderful selection, even in the face of a Maisie that was obviously planned out in advance, or at least according to me, it looked planned out in advance. They were able to stand firm in front of that. So I think this should be a pretty good map for them. It's also brand new, the competitive map pool, and I wonder if it will maybe catch Team Electros off guard.
Do we finally get to see Colette? She has been banned out every single round today. Probably not. Do we finally get to see Colton? It's a good map for him, but NA just doesn't seem to rate this brawler as highly as the other regions.
I think that it's more likely we get to see like Berry try and be abused by both teams on this map. He's like really annoying to deal with. Kit's also great to sort of pair up. Even like some of the more niche tanks like BB and Bull, if we see heavy tank bans in this draft, we might go in that direction too.
So let's get the grand finals on the way. Also for our last region in June. It's North America, and we are on Pit Stop. Tribe Gaming or Team Electros, who is going to be crowned champion of the first monthly finals of the summer split? RBM, Diego Gamer or Luffy doing Snowy really or Memon? Kaze is indeed going to be picked up first here. Luffy special, just like you were hoping for, Freddy.
Yeah, no Monkey Madness either. That one's been banned out really quick on the draw with BB and Barry. Yeah. Like, these were some expected selections. That BB is also going to be enabled by the Barry, going to get a clean avenue. And this was so rapidly selected by Team Electros that not only were they absolutely prepared, but now they put Tribe Gaming in an awkward position where they probably weren't expecting to have so little time to come up with their 4-5.
I wonder if it's like Kaze and Buzz. This is also another team that has tried the Maisie before. Like you kind of mentioned, she was definitely prepared by, FA. What the heck is this?
Oh, yeah!
Dynamite! What a turn here. Buzz is going to be picked up by RBM, so this is the Kaze Buzz look. I don't have any Dynamite data for these guys. I'm just going to say that now. I love it. Don't have it here.
I love it.
Oh, wait. There is actually a couple of scrims where they played it. Yeah, so they played it alongside the BB actually in the past and had good success.
Okay. Yeah, I love the Dynamite personally because it's so good into BB. The only issue is that I feel like it's decently easily countered. You just need to have some good assassin stuff. I think with this Buzz in the mix, it's going to make it more difficult to adhere to a Dynamite directly. Now, Melody's going to be quite evasive, but I like the matchups. I like every single matchup for this Dynamite personally, and it comes completely out of left field. Again, dominates the BB, is phenomenal on offense because you can toss over the wall. You get some of the best safe damage in the entire game. I just want to know, what star power are we running here? Are we going for evasive maneuvers? Are we Dyna jumping around? Or we say, no,
Surely
Demo,
want
give me
the
the
extra
6K.
damage
Big
for
damage,
Heist
yeah.
specifically. We want to kick things off now in our grand finals with a pit stop. Who will get an early lead? And who is one step closer to becoming the June monthly final champions?
All being treated here not only to the two best teams in North America, but to the Dynamite Maestro himself, Diego Gamer, who will pass by doing like ships in the night and will start to go to work on this safe. It's 3,200 per hit, and then obviously, if the right star power is selected, a very big nuke of 6K when it comes to the safe. He's managed to get to that first shield stage here. Luffy's also going to try and help him out. This is both teams kind of going all in at the safe now. It's very, very close. Diego might need his team to go on defense here.
Yeah, well, we'll see RBM in position alongside Luffy. He's trying to break away. We got to get more damage out here. Team Electros trailing at the moment. The entire team knocking at that safe, but it's still too slow. Base race rings true for the Dynamite team.
Yeah, I mean, that was the Kaze turning up because obviously it's easy to hit the sweet spots on her geisha form, so 3,400 damage per hit there. Nicely done. That is a true base race between these two, and that is kind of how pit stop turns out.
Yeah.
With this information now, if you're Electros, you might not be able to play the same way anymore.
The problem is, though, are you really going to be able to get past this Dynamite? He's going to take the mid position for the best odds of facing up against the thrower in BB, which he will be offered the chance to do. RBM also just keeping Memon in his position. Memon would love to get over to the safe, but he knows he's at risk of feeding a stun to RBM. Completely outplayed, however, by the combo of Barry and Memon over here on the Tribe defensive side. Now Diego Gamer just going for the damage. Going to get this down to 75% for the first shield, but they're already trailing behind Team Electros on the home plate.
Okay, if you spin it here for Diego for the extra damage. Notice he has not used that super on the safe yet. He is keeping up in this race pretty admirably. Now Luffy's going to be able to help again. This is big damage now. Going to be tough to deal with this burst. Diego did make use of that super, but Team Electros are ahead by almost a full shield stage. And so this very volatile base race this time goes in favor of TE.
Welcome back, Pit Stop. We really missed having 5-minute heist sets where 3 minutes of it are just dedicated to the draft, where we find out who is going to deal damage to the enemy side faster. Now, this all came off of RBM dying off of the first interaction where he was double-teamed on the right side, and Team Electros smartly decide to immediately commit the BB and the Barry on this right side. RBM now has the stun, however, and unsupported by the Barry, it's a victory.
Okay, Barry is with a, they would use a knockback there, but just the Barry on the save is maybe not compelling enough. Diego did die, though. It was forced back by some of the defenders. And so, Electros are not that far behind. RBM, they can't do too much about this Barry damage on the safe, which has now knocked it down to half. And the defense for Electros, it looked good now. They can start to go after the safe with all three.
RBM's going to play carefully around Memon. He has a great interaction against this Melody, and Memon's ready to dodge it out, flashing the super as if to say, go ahead, grapple me. I'm just going to be able to evade it. And here comes the heal also from Barry. Hypercharge out. No one wants to interact with Snoy. A tricky bubble. RBM's going to cycle this stun and get the kill, but still they have Barry on this safe, and Tribe Gaming are behind by a long shot.
Electros are going to win this map. The fact that Diego Gamer had to play defense for any amount of time means that they're basically cooked. Picked up by Memon here as he tries to double back. Here's going to be a super coming in from Doi onto the safe, and there is more than enough ice cream on the ground to secure victory for the Young Bloods.
Lightning fast to set one out here, and Team Electros smiles all the way around. By the way, on the right side, that is Hobbit, who Snoy is currently playing at his place for some reduced delay. And look, I think one of the biggest things here, we asked Luffy about this. Does delay matter? Not a single one of these Team Electros players has a favorable matchup in terms of geographic location. So I think it really says a lot about you can become a pro player from anywhere. Let's take a look back at the entire 1.5 minutes of this pit stop set. And you'll just see that the interactions went much better for Team Electros. It's really difficult to pick apart because it's so much happening at once.
Yeah.
But I think generally the synergy around the berry was superior, even though there were individual victories for Tribe Gaming scattered throughout.
It gives you staying power for your BB who's already swinging at the safe. I just think having that healing, that is also inflicting damage over time on the safe. You have overlapping ice cream circles as well. That's multiple stacks. You can see Berry's damage really adds up when he's able to pull a number of those ice cream shots there. And if I see a Diego gamer coming off spawn and then being forced to defend, I know they're in deep trouble.
You have an assassin as your sole defender over here, and yes, of course he's going to get kills because what else is he doing? It's not getting damage on the safe. It was respectable for Diego Gamer off of game number 1. I really think Team Electros just had to feel this one out, whether they could afford to run directly at the enemy side. And guess what? Actually, it turns out that they could because they did exactly that in games 2 and 3, just with a different rollout. It is that first interaction of the game that caused all of the other events to unfold exactly in Team Electros' favor.
The 2 throwers in the end with the most damage dealt to safe. But on the one side, we have Dynamite with only 1 kill and then Berry with 5 kills. Offers a lot more utility along the way. I felt like just in terms of pure damage, the Tribe Gaming definitely had a good comp as well. But Team Electros somehow, again, play for the objective and get so much more kills. It's actually insane what they're showing us today. Now keep in mind, this was also Tribe Gaming's map pick. Team Electros won. Out in the open, now the map where they feel comfortable on could already be a 2-0 here, but I still don't think it's going to be a 3-0 in the end.
Enjoy your retreat!
Out in the open where you want to pick the Angelos, the Brocks, to either open up the map or to go over water. Both of those are already gone. Jaeyoung is left open. Always also a good option to just speed up your team and get into the mid a bit faster.
There's a random brawler here that we've seen Tribe play. A couple of scrims on this map. It's GG. They have managed to win a couple of scrims with her here, like pick that alongside Angelo or some kind of sharpshooter. So I would say Electros are probably aware of this, if they got the same data collection capacity. Very niche sort of interaction. I don't know if you'd risk that at a game at this level. And Ollie kind of tells me we might be veering in a different direction. Ollie normally wants to be alongside the biome, but there's other ways to, work with him. The Gus is also fine to give him that extra durability.
Yeah, I think to provide some context there, I believe I did watch Luffy play those 2 games as GG, and they were just pretty much crushing teams that they were going to beat anyway in a match arena. So, okay, I wonder if that has actually trickled in a Team Electros is prepped, whether they're considering that GG is a possibility here. Leon's a great way of getting into mid quickly and is one of the best matchups for GG because he charges her super so quickly. But now we see this early Ollie selection from Tribe Gaming, which is quite interesting. They're also going to pick up one of the best ways of countering it, so they want to bait out some more ways to repress it and then punish that with their last selection.
Maple Ollie is a combination we saw often today already on Goldarm Gulch. Now we get to see it also out in the open. Still from neither side away into mid. No wall breaks, nothing really to go over water. I still expect Team Electros to get something for that. Never mind, it's going to be a kit, also not for it. But with the sneaky box the kid wants to play around, at least he gets into any of the bushes and Tribe Gaming won't know exactly where he is. Is it going to be a cheesy comp here? Mortis out of the way, but there's still a couple of options open. Kid Kaze could also be where they want to be.
And it's crazy how different this draft looks when someone bans Brock. Right, so innocuous, not really that offensive a brawler, but here on this map it kind of changes the way it looks. If you don't have wall break, which you can still get, right? You can still play Pearl.
Oh my
god. It had to be something mobile. Mortis out of the way, Daryl is a really good option.
Oh, this is so good for doing. Also, it's an amazing pair with this kit. This is so brutal, man. I don't know how you're supposed to answer this. You might need to play something that answers the all-in. I don't know if I want to suggest RT, but you might need to go in a defensive direction now because Kit Daryl is, well, we know. It's really impressive.
Okay, Cordelius, this makes sense. Another way that I was thinking of was Finks, actually, because you can use the lesser used gadget, the one that stalls them, like locks them in time to put them in stasis. You're not going to stun them. It's just that you're actually able to separate Daryl and Kit that way. And it's also possible that we don't see it played this way at all. Team Electros have really flexed their skills on playing this kit in places where it really just acts as an assassin rather than a pairing for the Daryl. Because I know what you all are thinking. There's no way they're using the free rank 35 strat in competitive, but that's exactly what they're doing. It's just going to be with, you know, a little twist. You know, it's kind of like on MasterChef. They do some recipe that you've seen a billion times before, but there's some kind of twist because they're masters.
But as Sunny pointed out, there's just no real wall break to speak of here, right? So we're actually going to see both teams kind of play a bit more of an honest game in the map, but Memen's already walked up here. Oh, Diego, not good at all. 2 slashes and he was anybody's there. Memen able to get away because of the healing that came in from Snowy. Damn, that was clean. I just don't think, Ready, that you can afford to linger around the open on this map anymore.
No, not at all. And not as Cordelius either, but he's going to have to go for it anyway. Memen. Oh my goodness! Whoa, that almost looked like it would have connected. If there's anyone you want to have your back, it's Luffy, but there's some impossible matchups over here. Good news for Luffy, though. He did get his super just before the end of that round, so it's not like Tribe are coming into the second one with nothing.
Still, range advantage here for Electros because they have this Byron, and Snowy going to be piloting that this time around. Diego now spotted. Does get some damage, but 3 supers, and Doin is getting ready to sort of engage. Memen won't be playing that sort of combo strategy like you mentioned earlier. Maybe looking to jump on Diego. If he gets slightly out of position, he can just use the sneaky box and close that gap. Luffy playing KG, but does get revealed for a time and has to pretty much pull out of the map. This gives some room here for Team Electros, and they're starting to surround.
The only real brawler that Tribe Gaming have to spar with the opponent is Meeple, who's outranged by the Spyron. Few shots traded back and forth. When will we see the combo? No box either, but Memen is estranged from his teammate. He can always just jump over, and now they combine. This is Luffy's time to shine. He needs to be able to separate these two, and Snowy's ready to support with a hypercharged super.
They split. Memen doesn't want to be diving in here. Snowy going to go with the hypercharged super. Big hit on RBM. He's going to super straight away, but does he have the durability? No. Memen hypnotized, but still alive. Caught, though, inside the dimensions of Meeple. Awkwardly. Electros, though, still have those extra players, and they are looking damn good in this series. Their game plans are nailed down. Their protocols also have been fantastic.
Yeah, it's so difficult for Tribe Gaming to aggress here because they've tried a couple of different strategies. They've tried going immediately aggressive, and then they lost a brawler early on. It was, in fact, Ollie that they lost first, which they really need for that Byron. And then they tried hanging back because they had farmed the Cordelia super. It looked like they might be able to play into this, and it didn't go their way at all. This is a very different rollout this time, however. Finally, they found the positions for Daryl in Kit. They know that Memen's going to be coming around the bottom left. An early kill for Diego, and now this spells success for Tribe.
Such a great Mansions of Meeple play. You've given yourself plenty of room to step up amongst that, and now Memen doesn't have any follow-up, really. You can, I guess, go for the combo. Luffy could be in trouble here. Wow. Wow, that was well done. No damage traded back really at all. Memen could be in trouble, but a dive on Diego is a little too deep, and Doin can't quite exchange it.
Just a slight gust of wind would have knocked over both of the brawlers from Tribe Gaming. Daryl almost won that in the 2v3. Team Electros are looking pretty mean. They also have the combo on the left side ready to spring into action. They're just waiting for the first move. Here come the Mansion. Snowy blocked off, and Tribe Gaming have Team Electros cornered. But that's fine. That's exactly how this Kit Daryl composition is capable of playing. They just sit back, farm their super, and then they explode it into action once the time is right.
Snowy here playing towards the bottom of this formation, just trying to keep tabs on Luffy. Okay, decent Mansions. This is going to buy you some space, but there's still the threat of a follow-up on Memen's dives. Tribe don't want to take too many liberties. Memen is revealed here. He doesn't seem to mind what he's implying. Okay, Luffy with a replant over the top. Able to find the elimination, but hypercharged Daryl stunned up, or rather hypnotized. Diego Gamer inside the wall, but eventually he's going to have to leave that safe haven. Snowy trying to go after him here. Diego is untouchable, and he bought enough time for Luffy to be back. That is beautifully done by Tribe Gaming.
Perfect timing there from Meeple to get the hypercharge at the exact moment. And there wasn't really that much in terms of body blocking that Team Electros were able to afford. Obviously, the ideal target for Meeple there is Byron because he's not really able to heal himself that effectively unless he were to get a super, which he didn't have. Wonderful response here from Tribe Gaming, but I think it was honestly a little inconsistent in terms of whether they can replicate this because they managed to get that Mansions down immediately, and now we don't even see the insta-box out from Diego Gamer because they know that Snowy is not going to be playing that position so aggressive a second time in a row.
Yeah, but this does mean that the Electros can't really get into the map because they're paying so much respect to the Mansions.
Oh,
okay. Snowy All on the wrong side of it, but not revealed for the most part. Is able to back away without taking any damage. Memin Super's ready, combining now with the Daryl. They're going to go for it. Natty, they're going to dive on in. Can Luffy get Super in time to split them up? Yes! Into the Shadow Realm goes the Daryl. Memin forced to fight his own. RBM is low. Pops that Super just for the overshield. And it's Snowy looking to pinch on that top side. What a Super over the top. Diego Gamer so low at 31 health, but Doin can't really dive this.
It's difficult. He's just going to have to play this at range. He's completely outmatched here. Best case scenario is that he gets a box and he gets a super, but it's going to take him a while to get there. He's just looking for this position on Daryl. Everything is stacked against him. A migration to the left indestructible would be kind of nice, but he's just playing around the barrel for now. Going to estimate the Daryl position. Ooh. Gets him. Daryl's stuck inside. Well, that's bizarre. At least Diego Gamer can farm a super off of this, but really, that's all he was capable of. Meeple does not have the burst potential to deal with the Daryl.
The Cordelia super did come out to separate the Kit and Daryl, and it still ultimately wasn't enough because Memin was in a position to swing, get big damage, and decide to get another super. Oh, the box. Oh, the damage. There's that super ready to go. Vantage of Meeple catches two. Memin might respond here. Going after Diego, the one player that can shoot through this, but the rest of the team can benefit from the hypercharge as well. Tribe have come up with the answer. Now Doin has to do the unthinkable. A 1 versus 2, and he's going to go for it now. Try and find an edge, but there's nothing to be gained here.
Yeah, well done by Doin. Obviously, he had to retreat there. He's going to try and get some supercharge off of RBM here, but RBM's just going to get closer to his hypercharge, which is even better for him. If he gets the last hit, then that's perfect. And yeah, that's how it's going to go. Yeah, Luffy, in fact, took it. I think a hypercharged Cordelius is going to be quite useful. I think it changes the interaction versus Kit just a little bit, makes it more favorable when he puts him in the Shadow Realm. Everyone has utility except for Diego Gamer, who's bound to be close to his hypercharge by this point.
Another Mansions, this time no catch. Snowy thumbing the hypercharge. Does he try playing a bit more respectfully, rather? They need to be very careful about the nuke that Snowy has access to. So Luffy and Diego Gamer grouping up here. Diego looking for free damage around this. It looks like we may end up waiting until the gas closes in. Free damage here for Diego. Mentions. Snowy caught. Hypercharge super being started. Memin taking free damage. Oh, he's got a super away. Can you use this? I don't feel like you can. Going to be walking this Cordelius, who doesn't have hyper in fairness. Here's the dive. Okay, straight into the Shadow Realm. But Doin's going to be able to win the 1v1. Now the dodge away from RBM. No one really interested in buying his album, apparently. And there it is. Set picked up again by Electros. Very fine margins being skirted, but another set for the youngsters.
And another set that goes 2-1 in favor of Team Electros. You can tell that the drafts are pretty even here. Both teams bringing their A game, and Team Electros just getting ahead. It's 2-0 right now. They could be so close to a 3-0. Let's break down how this went well for both teams. The first one was all Team Electros. Diego Gamer, however, managed to come back in that second game with a pretty good box right off the bat. Gave them a kill immediately. And check out this play with the hypercharge. Bought enough time for Luffy to take the jump pad out of the enemy spawn and then come over for support. That was just stellar.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I'd love to see that. Yeah, frustration for Electros after that. Now, the Cordelius was there obviously to break up this combo, but if the Daryl is in Cordelius' face, even in the Shadow Realm, he's still very favored there. It is so hard to play Kit effectively here. And I think Memin is, especially this month, really establishing himself as one of the most talented mechanical brawlers to the wider public here in NA, even if people on the inside have been aware of what he's capable of.
I can't believe that in the end the cheese comp wins with the kids, Daryl, but it was the only way they could actually get over the water. And this is something we say so often on Out in the Open. You want to have something to go over the left, or you just break open the map. But as soon as you're funneled through that right-hand side, you've almost lost the set already. And once you're pushed out and are in your own spawn, you can't go back mid.
Yeah, and it's so curious, too, because we saw Team Electros finding their comfort in that space where they have the Byron. They know that they can join the Kit and the Daryl to create something that's greater than the sum of its parts, and then they have Byron pretty consistently able to support. Once things get into close range, they know that Cordelius wants to take the close range interaction, and with him so nearby, here comes the Byron, super, hypercharge. It all just really works out synergistically.
Now, after Team Electros had won the first set, that was Tribe Gaming's map pick, I kind of expected them to win their own map pick as well. They had the momentum. They, just keep going where they want to go. But now we're back on Tribe Gaming's turf. We are on their map pick, and I feel like that's where they could start to turn things around again.
I don't know why Yeah, I just have a feeling that we might be headed in 3-0 territory. I think Electros are really prepared for all of these maps, kind of regardless. Remember, it hasn't been that long since we were in the era of you having to play every map really well, right? So it's not like much of the map pool for Electros has gotten stale yet, right? Even if they haven't played it recently, last month it was basically the same meta. Month before that, pretty similar. So a lot of their knowledge on maps that they're maybe not practicing as actively right now is still really relevant. Talk to me in 6 months, a year, and then all of a sudden, teams might be much more focused on narrower map pools that they're trying to pick as often as they can. But one thing we've seen teams do in the map draft is if they look at their opponents and they say, their dueling beaters is really good, we're going to pick Ring of Fire.
Yes.
That way, they don't get. We're going to basically block their pick with like a much more middle of the road, reasonable pick here, and that's why we're seeing different map picks for different series. Is because teams are actually trying to actively go after each other's best maps.
Yeah, I think that there's so much potential here for map draft, at least in its current iteration, as a way of sort of indirectly banning out a different map that you know that an enemy team is good at. I think there's also just so much potential for a team with maybe less preparation to go all the way to a grand finals based off of the maps that they're good at. This could be the dawn of a new era of Brawl Stars. We'll, of course, feel it out and see whether the emerging meta is to focus on a good subset of maps or diversify your focus over a large pool.
Try season now, a very open map with many snipers out of the way. At least Bell, one of those, Maple as well. Some solid picks out of the way for Team Electros, and they didn't actually ban too many tanks or assassins, which is usually what happens when you first pick. They want to go with something aggressive themselves. Leon is gonna come in here. Gene left open though, and I feel like this is usually the answer if you want to scout out that sneaky brawler. I'm surprised to not see him banned out here completely, but they might have another plan in store. What we also usually try to get on dry season, or any bounty map that is a brawler to pick up Blue Star. Cause and Mortis are out of the way, but there's still many options left open. Jaeyoung, Mina, Ellie, pick one of them.
Yeah, I think your options now are kind of limited to whether you want to go Ali or Jaeyoung. You can see that Mina was target banned because it's one of Memen's greatest brawlers. In fact, some of the discourse has been that Memen is the greatest Mina in North America. So you can see it.
Didn't play it once today.
Yeah, well, I mean, he hasn't been offered the chance, I don't think. There's so much respect going on.
He's been global banned, yeah, pretty heavily.
In their first match of the day, quarterfinals, it was left open. Not globally banned, not regular banned.
Yeah, and I would say it's possible also that they're not revealing their tricks because you can see that the Team Electros approach generally has been to not repeat things, not to reveal what their strategy is going into the last match.
Well, there's the Gene. I was talking about something to scout out that Leon. Now, Charlie would be a good answer to Gene usually because of the Spiderlings. I said that before, and then we saw a Charlie pick today that did not work out against Gene at all. Still, she's going to be picked up alongside the Gene, so yeah, I still like that.
Yeah, like I think that like Tribe have had like not a lot of variation in terms of the comps they preferred to play on this map. Basically, all those brawlers been banned out. That is Meeple, Kaze, and Bell. They've always tried to go in that direction. They don't have first pick, so they don't ban.
Enjoy
they ban Kaze. They don't want to sort of give that over. Byron here comes into the comp, so obviously you do want some sharpshooter presence. It's nice to obviously fold a healer into the setup. We've seen Byron. Gus is still out there. Pretty reasonable pick on these bounty-style maps. Kooky Papa gives you that kill potential. Also, Vengeful Spirits, if you're not taking a lamp blowout, you can sort of combine that to tap someone down if you do the math correctly. The same as like you'd see with like an RT combination, right? With the hack gadget. So anything that can sort of insta-confirm. This is a big risk to take Damien here, but you have a lot of healing, and you've also got Leon that will take some eyes off Damien.
Yeah, you're going to be diverting also the attention, or at least obstructing sight lines when you go for that Blue Star because you can throw down a wall. So I think there's a bunch of potential here. When you're just thinking about defense, unless we see wall break, which we don't, you're able to shut down some of the key chokes, some of the main passageways into your spawn. So who gets a Blue Star first? It's gotta be Leon. I see a lot of defensive potential for Tribe Gaming over here. Fang is really their only method of getting into the enemy side, which is a bit of a concern for me. I think it's going to take them a lot of effort to get there.
We saw it, I think, on Dueling Beals today, I want to say, where Fang was pretty consistently beating the Damien in the head-to-head, right? Yes. Roundhouse kick for stun, and then you just sort of burst him down. You have like very nasty kicks when you're up close. So that's just the direct answer being drafted here by a number of teams, but now RBM is going to be on the Fang. This is as good as it gets, folks. You want to be hoping for Tribe Gaming to make this a more competitive series. They've been close sets, but Electros have had the last laugh in all of them.
Well, Tribe Gaming are still looking for this first interaction over here. They've gotten a couple of brawlers within one tap, but they ran out of ammo by the time they got there. Soy also sitting on his super. They're trying to trap Luffy, end up blasting him away and getting some splash damage, but it's about all they can really speak of. Diego Gamer falls to Snoy. Man, Team Electros really do play a deadly Byron.
Importantly, Snowy is now cycled a super. So
Yes.
Tribe Gaming can't just front up again in the same position. There's a risk of being isolated by the wall from the Daryl, and then Snowy dumping a super on them again.
Still looking for their entry point. They would love to pull someone, so who is it going to be? Luffy also looking for an ideal target. That's going to be a lot of supercharge for Snowy, who's already gotten his super cycled once more and has the hypercharge. It's going to be great for supporting a teammate and dealing damage to anyone who gets aggressive. I'll tell you this much, though, and I'll tell you for free. Once Diego Gamer gets a pull, it's going to be all in favor of Tribe. I really just think they need a single one. Snowy would be an amazing target. Also blocking off the sight line. Everyone's grouped up. It's massive value for Snowy, and here comes the Hurt.
Oh, God!
In close range, Doan gets it done. It's a full team wipe and a 7-star lead.
I don't know what you're supposed to do against that. That is absolutely disgusting. We've cycled yet another super here for Doan because he did that much damage. Mehmet has his as well. And Snowy is going to build one in a matter of time. Spiderling's here to try and take some map control. Utopia is just overextended, and it feels like Tribe have certainly lost their grip on this round.
They have this repellent Damien super to fight against it, and the support from Snowy. An attempt at blocking off Diego Gamer, who's playing the most aggressive Gene I've ever seen, but at least he wins the interaction. On the right side, Mem comes in with a hypercharge. Appropriate body blocks from the remainder of the roster. 10 seconds to go. They got to recover 7 stars here. Well, they're a couple. Now make it 5. They still need these kills. A super in from Luffy, looking for kills, but there's just nothing, nowhere. It's a match point for Team Electros. They're one game off of sweeping through the regional leaders. And oh my goodness.
It felt like a looming specter over this series that Damien evaded global bans and then gets picked on a bounty map and looks phenomenal here on Dry Season.
It's just that good. That's the issue. Once again, they're going to fail to get this blue star. They will get Memon really low, but Snowy's ready to give him all the heals in the world. Dedicate all of his damage. In fact, this is actually an even better beginning for Team Electros than last time, but it's 0-2. Tribe Gaming playing very aggressively on the right side, looking for this kill on Damien. They drop him down to 294, and they've got an enemy cocoon. Luffy wants to be here to finish the dub, but Diego Gamer and RBM will combine forces to do so. Now they have the 3-star lead, and with Team Electros forced to play aggressively into them, they can start getting some pulls.
Okay, not too shabby. They're being proactive about going after Doan here on this Damien. But now, Team Electros, they are the aggressors. And Memon is looking very close here. Big shuriken connection. Diego Gamer falls. And Doan just dips a toe in. Close enough to take RBM out of the game, giving Team Electros a 3-star lead.
The ideal position for Gene, and it's immediately wrenched back out of their grasp, where, as Gene, you love when enemies want to play into you, and Diego Gamer was the first to fall. It was Memon in close range. And look at how dangerous Memon appears now. Has his super, but here comes a hypercharge from Snowy on the left side. Diego Gamer really going to get hurt. It's a triple stun, and once more a full team wipe for TE.
That's absolutely disgusting. Tribe Gaming blindsided by this Damien pick in the most important set of this tournament. And frankly, they seem to be without an answer. There is a hypercharged super from the Charlie, but that requires connection. Hook on to Snowy. He gets picked up by the magic hand. Doan still looked like he was considering going for it, but he can now step back into the cover of this lollipop drop and even throw a wall in the way.
Luffy still trying to stun Damien around this corner, and Doan knows exactly what is up. Could close off Snowy. Here comes another super, a cocoon. Luffy's ready to take advantage of this. They just need this kill. Luffy now taken down. Diego Gamer's the only one left alive. 6 stars is what they need, but TE want to finish this off 20-star style, and they'll get it. There's a new team to watch here in North America. It's Team Electros. Forever the bridesmaid and never the bride. Tribe Gaming once more will be relegated to 2nd place.
Yep, that is the Tribe curse by the looks of things. Not the curse we thought they'd suffer as they came into this tournament. And still, you've earned yourself a healthy amount of points. 60 points for coming 2nd place, but it's a fat 90 here for Team Electros, who've shown us that they know what it takes to get back into the hot seat, to climb back to the throne here in North America. And they've earned themselves a huge leg up when being considered for post-season competition.
No more excuses for them. You just need to lock in, get rid of all that dopamine from any other source and just play Brawl Stars. And that's exactly what they did, and they sweep Tribe Gaming 3-0. This is the best result to to date. In February, we had a 3-1 against them, and then they fell to them 3-2 in March. Today, it's a 3-0 sweep. That is a statement.
Are we going to talk about the water bottle? Like, did Tribe Gaming just get swept by a soggy Duin as he's completely covered in water, like mid-game?
Well hydrated. Yeah. Listen, I get it. Sometimes I can't get it all in there either, you know? Like, it happens. I mean, God, this was a sweep. And that is unreal. Tribe Gaming just get completely blown out. There is in slow motion. And look at this. No, bro, did not even flinch.
No, unfazed. Maybe it went completely around him and he won't even realize until the replay.
That's true. Maybe, I mean, we saw it's impossible to touch this guy. Maybe the water just like ended up just phasing around him.
Yeah, right. I mean, what? Yeah, troll physics. You cover yourself in oil and you become repellent against water. Yeah. Like, that's why he's so slimy.
Hydrophobic.
Yeah.
Exactly. But definitely not dubphobic, that's for sure. Holy, the Damien pick in the last set. Chef's kiss.
Kind of hot, so he needed to cool down, I guess.
Yep.
Really well played here from Team Electros. They do not give Tribe Gaming a chance to breathe. Look at this bracket. Now, after this 3-0, the only ones to actually take a set of them was Vatic.
Yeah. Well, we've considered them as top 4 in the region and actually as a really worthy contender to go to that mid-season event. It's just that they had a sluggish start to the beginning of the year and managed to pick themselves up. It was just a little bit too late. And it's very fitting because that was their story going into the last chance qualifier last year, actually.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm impressed with these guys. They dropped no sets at all through their qualifier run. They were dominant, 6-0ing everybody, or just dominating every series. And then here, only dropping that one to Vatic, who I think are really worthy contenders. Our top 4 here are all teams that could take the throne in North America. But Electros have shown us, like they did back in our first month of play, that they are that one step ahead. And this is a bunch of guys that cut their teeth on a bunch of match arenas before deciding, hey, let's try the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's try playing in a monthly finals. And they managed to win there first. And now they know what it's like to lose and have to climb back up to that top spot.
They're the only ones so far in NA to win 2 monthly finals. Not consecutive, but they start another split super, super strong. And now Tribe Gaming, as you already mentioned, they had another curse to break today, and they can still be proud of themselves to be the first community-voted team to watch to actually make it to a grand final. Unfortunately, still the eternal second, so that curse has to be broken next month.
But they got as many points from this monthly final as they would have from winning a previous one. So it's still a step up in the amount of points that they've gained. That's progress.
And they still have a good buffer as well. They and also FA Bobby have been participating in the Brawl Cup, so they have that little buffer. We get to see how the leaderboard is actually reshaped after this grand final. But if my math is correct, I believe that Team Electros is still third.
Yeah, well, here we go.
Never mind.
Okay, they barely managed to climb up.
Nice.
Or not even barely, actually. This has meant a lot. 1.5x points means a ton. With them taking down Tribe Gaming, it puts them just 18 points shy of equaling, and I guess by nature, 19 points shy of overtaking them as the regional #1. Now it's starting to look a bit more like month 1, where we decided that Team Electros are absolutely the team to watch in the region. This is a return to form for them. I think they figured out the formula because everyone knows how good they are now. They have for several months, and this is the best showing that we saw from every team versus Team Electros.
It's a marathon, not a sprint, though, and I wonder, I have to ask them, like, they really doubled down, Electros, like, on trying to win this monthly final. Is this the kind of approach that they can take every month? Because these guys got to have lives at some point, you know what I mean? Like, they really wanted to, triple down on making sure they were prepared here, but perhaps there's like a middle ground that they can approach and still enjoy themselves, maybe not, go too hard and still find results like this.
Team Electros have been looking strong today, only dropped a single set in the end, and they've been living and breathing Brawl Stars for the last couple of weeks for this exact moment. So let's listen in how they were celebrating.
Sven, let me hedge.
Nice.
Insane.
He's enough.
Spin.
Kill.
Oh, let's go.
You did it. We are at the place where we belong, okay? We are the best.
Snowy is Einstein.
Yeah, Snowy Einstein.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad I got to see that there. I'll
Do you think
never
you'll
unsee that.
discover like a new theory of Byron relativity? I mean, Byron seems like, even though he's kind of like a slime ball, he is a bit of maybe an intellectual.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, also, Albert Einstein was he was a genius, but he was known as a slacker, right? And I think that these guys are the opposite of that. I don't think Einstein would have taken their approach to winning a monthly final.
Barring month 2, however, where they said that they completely slacked off.
And they didn't win.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Einstein would have slacked off and won is kind of my point. You guys don't...
Got room to grow.
Yeah, don't take that risk. Just keep grinding, taking it seriously, and showing the world and NA who's boss.
Now, I had specifically requested a graphic. Let's have a look at the bans of today, because it's actually insane.
Wow.
Colette has so many bans. She has been banned out in every single round. And then the second ban, Brawler Crow, only 11 bans. That disparity is huge. Like we have 11, 9, then I believe it's 8, 7. They're pretty close up, but Colette just leads this one with a whopping 25
Why
bans.
are we banning her so aggressively?
Okay, it's because someone thought it would be a good idea to give a brawler a long-range hypnosis that forces him to walk towards you, that goes through walls. Whose idea is this? And it penetrates. It goes through numerous enemies at the same time. It's the most busted ability in the game right now, and it should never have been in the game to begin
Great
with.
work with you, man. All the best with your next job.
Yeah, I'm getting fired.
Well, now we get a interview also with your winners. It is Snowy once more. We had the chance to speak with you in the spring split and the very first monthly final you ever played in your life. First of all, congratulations to be standing here again.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm so happy we won.
I do believe you that. Now, the rivalry between Tribe Gaming and you has been building all season long. You beat them in February 3-1, then Tribe Gaming gets revenge after that and knock you out in the semis. Now you met again with the title on the line. Is this the strongest version we got to see yet from Team Electros?
I think by far this is definitely our strongest version because month one, Dawn and I played from home where we get like 50 ping. And this month I flew out to Texas, so I had 0 ping. And besides that, we were also trying our hardest in scrims. Like even before we started the comp year, like I think we still tried really hard in scrims, but this month especially, like we put the most effort we ever had. Like we realized we had to lock in.
It was very visible.
Yeah.
Snoy, we already got to touch base at the beginning of the day. You already know what I'm going to ask for you to do.
Yeah. You want me to oink on cam?
Well, you said you would.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't. There's too many people watching. I don't think.
Oh, there's only 3 of us. It's fine.
This is true. Yeah, it's just a... Okay, fine. A real question for you.
One
Snoy.
oink is good enough. Maybe a bark and a moo.
Okay, we got 3 different animal sounds out here. I can't wait to see what's next. Speaking of, by the way, what's next? You've proven that you actually are at the top of the region now. You're in second place at the moment. You've gotten your second monthly final victory, more than anyone in the region so far. So what's the new height for you guys in the upcoming months?
Like take a day off tomorrow. I'm gonna like hang out with my friend and we're gonna go see stuff in Texas because it's my first time in the States, and after that just back to scrimming. It's summer break, so we're gonna try to triple scrim every day because we've only been gonna do 2 scrims a day since Dawn and I have school. But now we're on summer break, so we're gonna try to do 3 every day besides Sunday maybe for like a break, and then just get back to the grind.
Heck yeah, man.
Now, a lot of us kind of felt like you guys deserved to be at the Brawl Cup. Obviously, you had a stumble in that last monthly final that put you out of it, and I kind of imagine that was a huge part of what fueled you guys to make this run back and get the top spot. You didn't get to speak, though, on behalf of this NA region. You didn't get to speak on behalf of your team at the Brawl Cup on the international stage. What is your message to the rest of the Brawl world now about Team Electros and about what NA is capable of doing?
I think NA is a good region. I think we've had a lot of chances to prove ourselves, but just keep giving us a little more chances to actually do good. I think every region's good. NA is like, yeah, I'm gonna be biased. I'm gonna say NA is like a really good region, but I hope we can prove our worlds. Whichever 2 teams get sent, whatever team gets sent to LCQ, Vegeta from Challengers, I hope they qualify to LCQ from Challengers. I hope the team in LCQ qualifies to Worlds. And then I hope we just do our best. We want to put NA on the map and just do our best.
This was the first monthly final with map draft. Has that changed your preparation coming into today?
Yeah, because we just like prep like we'll just prep less maps. That's about it. We still scrim every map, but we have like more maps that we like scrim way more instead of like a set 5 drafts. And it makes it better because like we could choose the same maps and quarters that we choose in semifinals that we choose in finals. So that makes like overall drafting I think a little bit easier, and I think that makes the game a little more skill based and draft based because people know like more what they go because they play the same maps way more.
Now, final question. Something provocative maybe. Do you think Brawl Cup would have went differently if you were in it?
I'm not sure. We have no LAN experience, so it's hard to say. Maybe we'd be able to make a dent, maybe not. I'm not sure, but Tribe and Realm tried their best, and it's okay that how it went. We'll just try our best at the next LAN or Worlds or LCQ, whatever happens, and try to put NA on top.
Well, yes, I hope you get to prove it to everyone at LCQ or then at World Finals. So congrats for today. I hope you celebrate well and enjoy Texas.
Thank you.
Nice one to end
Thank you,
this
Hobbit.
one. Yeah, beautiful run from them once again, and also just such a down-to-earth guy.
Also, does saying oink, bar, and moo mean you're actually making those sounds?
No, I only heard
automatically
chicken
is.
sounds.
No, I think he actually chickened out of that one.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Four?
Or that Nita skin, bro. Like, just play that one.
Yeah, true. That's a way of barking on stream.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see that from them in the
Honey, you got
upcoming
any
months.
animal sounds you want to add?
Nope.
Wow. Guys, dignity,
What animal is that?
Dignity is overrated. In fact, it gets in the way of a good time. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah.
I'll think of something until next month. You better tune in again then. Did you two have any last words for today? Any highlights?
I just want to say the highlight of my experience here was that interview with Snoy, who has really spoken for the regional unity that we need to be seeing in North America. It's what elevates the competition here. It is what starts here that brings North America to new heights internationally. We finally saw a return to form for Tribe Gaming, making top 4 in Brawl Cup. I think we can do better. The best North America has ever achieved is a top 2, and we could win in the upcoming years.
Yeah, look, I'm glad to see this region show a bit more depth. I think this is tough for Tribe Gaming. I mean, they now need to start looking a little bit deeper about why they just can't win a monthly final. It's a curse that they've not been able to shake off. But we saw the circuit points, they're still on top. That is crazy. It's turning up here, clocking in, clocking out, and doing some honest work in the BSC is enough to keep you in the conversation for the postseason. But for them, I think a win would be really vindicating and probably pretty important for morale at this point.
This has been the June monthly finals, the begin of the summer split. We have 2 more months to go. So thank you for everyone who tuned in today. Thank you for all the watch parties out there. I know you were there, and see you in July.